Not under the tier 1.
Can we look at the win percentage for a second there? Our observer can give it to us there.
I mean, the win percentage, I mean, what are we
I feel like it favors Yangon Galacticos by quite a bit.
Probably a bit more, 60-40.
60-40, I'm thinking along those lines as well, even though it's just a minor net worth advantage. But Gengar, they are waiting for the Blink Dagger on the Mars. They do not want to fight. He should get it by the end of this creep wave, and if he does, then we can see that, hey, he wins 70%.
70%?
That's a lot.
Alright. I mean, you spoke about the tempo play from YG, right? And they are also waiting for the Blink Dagger timings. And I think, at the end of the day, when we look at these small fights, I believe the Blink Daggers on the side of YG just provides more value because you have two means of catching people. And if it's the Mars, then you just take away whatever ability Gengar has to start a fight.
Alright, we'll see. The Blink reveal is going to be huge. The Blink is going to the Mars. You want to make sure you smoke up, you catch a really big team fight because this is a pivotal mode for Gengar. The Blink Dagger Mars must work.
It has to. The first one has to
go up. And he might actually just walk into the Beastmaster. He's kind of walking back. He might just be farming.
And this is very bad news because YG.
Okay, alright, he's there. They see it. They know he's got Blink Dagger now.
And he's gonna be dead. Reflection. This is a dead Mars. Doesn't even get to use it. And the arena was popped as well. So TP coming in, but instantly cancelled. So no backup from Gengar. This tier 2.
Absolute disaster.
Under threat.
Absolute disaster. He reveals the Blink, uses the ultimate, dies anyway, and gets nothing for him. That is I don't want to say it's a game-losing moment, but it's one of those moments that definitely gives
it. It's a major setback, right?
Look at that.
Sans also caught out. You get fingered from in front. The YG, that's the first finger of death stack for the Ryan. You'd love to see your very first finger of death getting a kill. That's always great.
Making Myanmar proud, am I right? Like this
I mean, we talked about this, right? YG, they have been around for a very, very long time.
Beastmaster less than 1,000 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. And if you are Gengar, you're starting to sweat. Because these things, they are snowballing out of control. It may not seem like it's that bad, it's like 4,000 gold. It's not that biggest deficit, but it is in this particular kind of game.
And they are also suffering in terms of vision, right? We talked about the vision game from YG. They have very deep wards, and also they have an extra helper, which is the Hawk. And now young PH, he has the invis through. They're going to find VT Fader in his own jungle. He's going to be hacked up and just blasted. So young PH finds a free kill.
And we haven't seen, where's Ember Spirit? We haven't seen Wonder Boy do anything this game. I don't even know what his items are. We haven't seen him on the map. He is kind of trying to recover from.
He just got the Maelstrom.
Yeah, this could be something.
And they need him to go, right? They gotta do it as fast as possible. They can throw the chain force just for the damage. He's going down. And I mean, this Lich is gonna end up giving his life over to Zalrain, but it is fine. They now, they need to find a way out. Sans might just give up his life. Does not have the TP, but YG, they will not pursue it. I say that, but they have found you again. There's 5 members on another arena pop. VT Fader just respawned. They used one of his kisses, but just an easy TP out for the Lion, and everything going wrong for Gengar at this point.
And by the way, this mech from Sans, I don't think he's actually used it to heal anyone yet. That's we call it a selfish mech. It's my mech.
I bought it with my own money, so I use it.
Why should I heal you when I can use it for myself?
Did you give me money? No, you did not. I earned the money. I used it. It's a very Chinese thing.
Well, this is a little scary. If it was the 1-for-1 trade, it was the Lich for the Beastmaster, I would have said fine. But losing GY again.
Every time you use the arena and you die afterwards, that's another 90 seconds of you not being able to do anything for your team.
It's massive. It is absolutely massive.
So that's 180 seconds on the clock that Gengar was set back.
Alright, so we have Maelstrom on the Ember Spirit, we have Maelstrom on the Bloodseeker. So these illusions shouldn't last very long, you know? That's nice, but I don't think that KSH is actually a problem for them. What they need is sustained single target damage.
And how do you survive when you get caught, right? There's only so much. There's only a few members that are willing to get caught, and it's hard to say this, but probably the Mars, but he's also subsequently the one guy you don't want to get caught.
It's a very tough situation.
You're caught in a conundrum, right? What happens right now?
Shoti, Aghanim Scepter flying out to him right now. And if that is going for pipe, he's like, hey, Mortimer's Kisses and Chain Frost, that's all magic damage.
By the way, look at where YG is at. They are between the tier 2s on the top side. This could be a massive gank.
Oh, the smoke. Actually,
GY, the smoke right now. Blinks in, catches the Lion. Alright, instantly hacked up. They gotta get some damage in. The Cookie to save the win. They're going for the Lion. He uses the big win to trade the support. But a good spear fight all go. Roger's gonna be there. The
false
promise. Keeping Zalrain alive. VT Fader starting to run away straight into the Terror Blade. Ember Knight, Wonder Boy gotta get out, but the Zombies does pop.
It's a false one after all.
Both supports go down on both sides, but GY
taking a second. Oh man.
The blink cancelled by the lightning strike, but
now
able to walk out with his life.
Good trade for Gengar. Trade 2 for 2, supports for support. We can see the fight recap. They get more gold, they get more experience. And yes, they have to use a lot of it, but it's fine for them. What you want is Young Galacticos to slow down. But KSH was not there, and I mean, I don't know if late game even favors Gengar at this point.
I mean, but there was a very good cookie from Snapfire, right? You did save the Lich, right? That one cookie actually gave them that extra kill. I believe Oracle's kill went over to BT.
Oh, GY.
He needed that go. GY has the spear. That's going to keep him alive just for a little bit.
Tumblr story?
And he will be out. 3 more seconds for the blink to come back up. BT Fader getting the farm onto the tier 2 as well. But again, the whole jungle is being controlled by YG, and now Oracle shows up, doesn't even get to use the Remnant Tornado. Getting hit by 10 miles away. That's a double KSH. They throw out the Fire Gloves from Mortimer, but it's not enough. Look at the drama slow. Forces the BKB from BT Fader. He's got to run. Gengar just cannot fight.
It's so tough, man. This is, and remember, the last fight that there was no KSH. KSH shows up, the big boss is here.
Yes.
You know, he's like, listen, I'll show you guys how it's
big
done.
boss terribly.
And if you're Sans, you've used the Mortimer's Kiss, you can't delay this push.
The Mortimer's Kisses is great until there's a false promise.
The problem is that they're not. I've never seen the arena with the kisses with a chain frost on top. I've never seen the combo, and he's kind of.
He might be dead actually.
Okay.
He's in the arena, alright.
This is pretty good.
This is a great kill. They have the Fate Edict on the line. He's gonna go down for sure. No BKB for BT Fader, so he cannot finish the kill either way. His target is not enough. Wonder Boy doesn't want to commit.
By the way, they have a ward right there, so Young Galacticos, they see the whole fight. They're like, yeah, we can take the fight because we know only 2 people are around. Terrorblade almost has the Manta style available that allows it to remove the silence from the Bloodseeker.
This is starting to get pretty dicey, right? 19 minutes in, 7k gold.
Very dicey.
Yes, amplify when you have a comp that plays as such a tempo.
I mean, it's Beastmaster Leshrac. Like, these buildings, they don't last very long.
The jungle doesn't last very long. They're massacring the population of Dota.
PETA does not like what's happening to the jungle.
I'm telling you, these jungle camps don't get to make enough of their own bloodline to deal with the demands of what YG wants. You know, YG is clearing them out, and this is not looking good at all.
Check out the minimap. It's all on Gengar's side. Everyone's there. BD faded, he's forced to farm on the other side, but he's the only one who can do that, right? Everyone else is just playing on the Radiant side of the map.
And ideally, you want to be playing on the enemy jungle, but with how things are going, they just cannot, right? BT Fader can't afford to even show up on the map because you just have no vision control. Look at that pathing towards the top side as well. This could be
look at the
disaster for BT Fader.
Do you see the vision? They see nothing. This is
black. They're playing with the Fog of War. Fog of War turned on. At least we know that.
It's a bit of a tough situation here if you're Gengar, and I don't think it gets much easier. You have to fight and take out Zhao Rain first. As crazy as it sounds, if you don't take out Zhao Rain, and
they found someone this side. I believe they used the arena as well, right? That could be a kill on the mid side. You see the TP from Zhao Rain as well. Mass TP from the side of YG. Able to make it out with the side, but Young PH, he's full health. What is this happening? They use the Mortimer's Kisses. Zhao Rain just tanks it all out. That guy has magic resist shoe, and GY TP's away.
They make it.
Tries to go for the home base and makes it out. That is the best case scenario for Gengar.
I can't believe it. They are arena 2 supports, and neither of them died.
No, I believe Zori had the shield. He tanked the whole one. Look at this. Look at this Oracle. He just dropped off the entire ultimate.
I think it might be a Glimmer Cape or something. I think that's because the blue shield is magic resistance.
Yeah, he died.
Either way,
and GY dies. Absolute disaster. While that was happening, Roshan is gone.
Poor Roshan. KSH is like, let me kill him. Takes the Aegis. It does feel like Young Galacticos is immortal right now.
It is. He is unkillable. That is for sure.
I like that he didn't go for Manta instead. He went for the Sky. He's like, let me just get stats. Why not?
Like I don't need Manta, right? Like you clear my illusions. Sure, like just fight me head on. You know.
It's 7-0 and 5 on Young PH. He is absolutely styling in this game. He's also got the Sanjin Kai. One of the nice things about this item is that it boosts the healing of the Bloodstone by like 20%.
And at the same time, once he gets that BKB, it doesn't matter if GY gets his BKB, right? You completely nullify what this Mars can do.
Nothing pierces BKB except the Rupture. Like that's the only thing.
But it doesn't matter, right? He just Bloodstones.
You Bloodstone, you run after them, you BKB. The one thing that Gengar has going for them is that if they do go high ground, if you are really good with Mars, you can jump spear them in.
Yeah.
That could be an option. That's their comeback.
That is the only way.
Yes.
Or they dive the fountain and you know, and kind of drop.
You spear them in, and then you cookie the Mars to study. Like that is the possibility there.
Might be a massive 5 coming out. It's gonna break.
Here we go.
Young Fish, massive spear into the arena. They can stun him out. They need the follow-up with the chase. Zoring drops first without using the follow from it. This is the best opportunity. The cookie follow up the stun. But watch out, KSA. Young Fish still alive. They use the follow up to pull him out. BT Fade is still alive with the passive.
3 for
Sent by the double. KSH all alone. No stun the target. And they might be able to follow up, right? GH, GY is still alive. In the back line. Five Alliance. Killer in danger. The Thunder to try and save it, but it doesn't work out. Gengar breaks the ages. And this is the moment they've been waiting for. GY ready for the spear. Into the tree. Into the wall. Gengar with a wipe at 23 minutes.
6,000 gold swing from one fight. They lost nothing. That was a fight with the Aegis, and I love what they did. They killed the Terrorblade last. I don't want it to come back. Look at that. That's 5,000 gold swing in their favor. 7,000 experience. They lost nothing in
you
that
say
fight.
Kill the supports, right? Right. Straight for the Oracle. No false promise.
That's the best thing you can do. Always take out Zarin. Like look at this. The Thunder does nothing for them.
I mean, poor guy KSH was like hitting 10,000 damage and like no one goes down. The mech, right? We forgot about the mech from Sans as well. That was right. And that's BKB instantly for GY. We talked about how important this BKB is. Had a major setback, and he got it before Young PH has his BKB, before Terrorblade has his BKB.
Can we look at the win percentage? Because I believe we are getting very close to a 50-50 kind of game.
That's a 6,000 goal swing, by the way.
Massive, absolutely massive. That I mean, I was writing Gengar off. You know, I was like, yeah, that's over. There's no way, but what a team fight. And their team fight is outstanding, you know? Yeah,
massive.
Arena, Blood Right, Mortimer's Kisses, Chain Frost, even Embersmith's Fire Fist on top of it.
I mean, you look at the vision on where they fought, right?
This is cute. Yeah. You need more.
You look at the vision of where they fought just now. YG had no vision, so they couldn't see Gengar on the high ground, who was just dishing out damage with the spells, and now you get the Tormentor, that's going to go to Sans. You love it, the Fire Snap cookie increase.
It gives you damage, it gives you a little bit more jump. This used to, I miss the old one with Scatter Blast used to stun, but this is
you blink for it and you just spit on it. You know?
This one's still very solid, and by the way, he's got the Guardian Greaves, so these long fights, the healing from the Greaves does add up. Bloodseeker, what does he want? He wants to finish them. I like it, Heaven's Halberd.
And the Shard. And the Shard.
The Shard right after, yeah, Heaven's Halberd to disable Terrorblade. That's 5 seconds when he's in meta form.
Oh yes.
Skill lane, what does he got? We are seeing 2 Glimmer Capes, so a lot of the magic damage is reduced. We are seeing the pipe come out from the Beastmaster. So magic damage is going to be negligible from Gengar.
And we got the Gossamus as well, right? But the magic damage is kind of the least of that concern, because most of the Gengar damage now is teetering into, they have a good mix, 2 Mjolnir, some decent pure damage from the Rupture and the Blood Right, and just some insane right-click damage from the Bloodseeker.
And the Shard goes for the line. He's got Philosopher's Stone. He's got the Blink Dagger. He's got the. He's very mobile, right?
He is very mobile, yeah.
With a Glimmer, with a Blink, with a Philly Stone, and he's magic immune. So if you jump on him and you catch him in the arena, but he's able to use the Mana Drain, he's actually going to be okay.
Yeah, he is. Look at this side, BKB queued up for Young PH. Something that he needs, right? We talked about the timing. If he gets it first before GY, big problem for Gengar. But they have hit the BKB. You would like to see them make another move, right? Try to slow down his tempo a little bit, but I mean, YG has been doing a great job of just not letting that happen.
And right after they were down 3k, like they only had 3k advantage back to 5 because Yangon is farming the map more efficiently. You can see, like, you look at the Gengar, they're a bit more close together. Young PH for Yangon is way at the top. Everyone else is farming the forest, so
there it is. BKB timing is out.
That's a bit scary. By the way, he's also got a plate mail just for the armor on the Leshrac. So 10 armor, magic immunity,
Bloodstone, BKB. This guy has ascended, right? He looks. Look at him. It looks like
he's got, as they call it, the drip. He's got the drip.
He got the drip, yeah.
And the Riz as well.
There it is. Smoke up.
And he's got. Is that a shield druid on top of him?
It is a shield druid.
He is very scary right now. Double damage balled up on KSH. So when he pops this with meta, he'll be hitting for like 500 damage a hit.
VD Fader just TP back to base as well. So this illusion.
Careful, Ember. Careful.
They need some save. Where's the cookie? The front arm is going to be there. Arena beginning top instantly. The one is Crystal looking for the Lion and goes down. Young PH has some problem. Pauses no PKB as the Lion rejoins the fight. But look at that. The Ember and Rush straight to the back line. They're forcing the Oracle away from the rest of his team.
Lion's coming back.
So far YG haven't gotten anything yet. But they got the roll to Wonder Boy, who just gets decimated by YG. KSH blows him apart with the meta.
You want your base to stay alive until the meta expires. So we'll see. They want to die back.
Oh dear! No arena, no BKB. Trying to kill him out. He goes down. But he finds a way in return. Now buyback for Wonderboy. Young PH in the midst of things, fighting VT Fader, who runs away with a sliver of health. And now Wonderboy gets the steering chain. But Young PH, they use the Scalabass, keeping it in place. Resonant pop as well. Young PH healing back up, unkillable. The cookie to the side of his. Young PH running away. They don't have a means to catch him. And YG, they just walk away.
Alright, so Yangu Lycos, they lost the line, he dies, he buys back, and whereas Gengar, they lose 2 of their cores and they use a buyback on the best spirit. In the end, YG wins that fight, as you can see. A little bit more gold, a little bit more experience, but BDP,
BDP, he's controlled! He just fight him under the wall as well. Gengar has no idea that was happening.
The tip, man, that is like, yeah, you kind of messed up walking around with that low health. He was hoping to regenerate by killing the creeps, but he just gave him a great Sunder target.
I mean, he regenerated. He also helped the Turbo regenerate, and it's good that that's high ground, right? That is, you just continue high ground.
There's Glyph is
Who needs to go back to Fountain or use the Oracle?
It's refreshed now, but you don't really want to Glyph. You want to Glyph for the towers. It's a bit. You don't have any towers hitting you with right now, so a little bit unfortunate here.
And VT Fade is 30 seconds away, right? So that is a long, long time.
The Rax is gone.
Yeah, this mid-range is going to be gone. They will try to keep it alive, but Young PH is already cutting the bottom wave as well, so all the side lanes, at least the bottom side, will start pushing in. They do keep one Rex alive. YG 10k goal advantage. Whatever happened in that triangle didn't matter.
The biggest thing is that VT Fade was like, I don't say he gave away his life for nothing, but he gave away his life for nothing. That was what happened.
And that's something that we did brought up in a couple minutes ago, right? The vision game from YG, just sublime.
Even like with the Hawk, right? That's not the problem. Ember Spirit, or what's he going for? He does have the Heaven's Halberd, great item, but he's very, very, very far from getting the Aghanim Scepter. So if he can get it, I'd say it's an opening, but without it's very tough. Look at that, 10 plus armor doing False Promise. That's insane.
They do need a lot of time. Right? I mean, he is very far away, and at the same time, you need to start thinking about the buybacks, right? If you are Gengar.
And check out the net worth, by the way. You can see that all the cores from Yangon having a great time. Shoti on the Beastmaster, not, he's
as long as he rolls at someone, he shouts in your face, his job is done.
Honestly, he's struggling, but he's not. He's way ahead of GY.
And at the same time, Dandelion Amulet for Young PH. Yeah, good luck killing this guy.
You love this item, don't you?
Yeah.
He's been telling me about the Dandelion.
Yeah, like I once said again, I bought a pipe, I got a Dandelion Amulet, I got Glimmet. What is magic damage? And like, I mean, hit me, bro, hit me.
The Refresher Orb is the option for Mars, but it's a good option, but it's expensive. The thing is, you're up against people with a lot of BKBs, so it's not the easiest thing. Maybe you might have to use your first arena just to catch them.
Wonderboy.
Yep. He needs a Lincoln.
Sans is gonna have
okay.
GY, arena, finding first of all, Sans is dead, buyback. They're gonna try and deal with this, but it is so hard. Look at that massive disengage from the side of Gengar. That buyback was for nothing. They just cannot do any damage.
Alright, but here's the thing. Their meta is used, so there's a chance they could go for it. Unfortunately, like we said, Arena is also used, and Roshan is going to be up in about a minute. He's going to be on the Radiant side. So Yangon, they're starting to set up. They're like, yeah, let's make this our side of the map now. And they can just send the Hawk here or a Terrible Illusion, and they don't have to like worry. Yeah, you can see just leaving your boys. Like, I don't even want to use a Hawk.
And another worry is, in order to get onto YG, is the complete opposite of what YG can do. Right? They jump on you with the blink, they engage, they run you down. But for Gengar, you are running straight into YG that has 10,000 ways to really stop it, right? I mean, even VT Fader, I have the BKB, but I don't really want to run into a TV with Meta, with Scotty, that has false promise on him.
But ironically, I'd say Gengar is actually really strong in the Roche pit itself.
Which is crazy, right?
If you can get there, because if you can get there.
And you're not 12k behind. And that's it. We have to short for GY. That could be a game changer. If you somehow skewered
two people.
I mean, the support, I feel like you just skewer the support. If you get it,
it's worth it.
It's worth it.
Like, you don't kill the core. You have enough to kill the cores.
Kill the support.
Is the support support? Alright, BTP, he's halfway to the Aghanim Scepter. It will help if he can get it, but it's a tough road. Meanwhile, Roshan, I believe, is falling to Yangon Galacticos. There you go.
I mean,
this one comes with cheese, by the way.
In a perfect world.
How many bounty runes did VTP? He just took
six bounty runes.
6 bounty runes.
If I find 6 stacks of cash on the ground, I would be happy.
You'd give
that is very important, right?
Because
it's a team goal. So They set that back by 5,000 gold.
That is actually massive that he was able to get all of those. And GY, he'll be fine.
Yep.
The Hex, the Hex actually does land, but it doesn't like it.
The big AD is still up.
Yeah,
I mean,
cool.
if VT Fader gets the X and he somehow gets a Blink Dagger a couple minutes after that, then you can see what Gengar wants to do, right? Run the back line down.
It could be a big deal. Does Ember Spirit have a Linkins? I feel like if you have Ember Spirit Linkins, the Roar, the Hex, there's a lot you can dodge with it.
Like you need it, right? Like someone has to get it, but in this case, Ember Spirit might have to get it himself.
And he's going, I think he has a Kai, so he's going for Kaya Sanj, which is nice, but I don't love it. And what do we have here for Beastmaster? Okay, Leshrac, he wants to go for the overwhelming blink. He's got the Shiva's Guard, so a lot of the sustain coming out from the Greaves, from the Bloodseeker regenerating, from his Shard, from the kills. It's all not removed, but severely nullified.
Top tier 2 finally under siege, and this tier 2 has survived for way longer than expected. It's gonna take some time to deal with it, as Jiang PH just absolutely disrespecting the presence of Gengar. It's gonna deal with it.
If you can spear him into your side of the map.
Yep, there it is.
And it just goes. Alright, refresher up on Mars. We got double arena.
Like this has to work.
Let's hope it does. I think he's also got a greater healing Lotus, or
and he has double BKB, right? Like everything has to come into place.
Double spears as well.
They gotta wait 10 seconds for BKB to come back up.
Alright.
Smoke up as well.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. You have some time. I think you're gonna be able to keep it going here.
No glyph to work with. This tier 3 by drop GY. Looking for the engagement.
Oh, he's jumping.
Goes in for the spirit.
He gets hexed.
He gets hexed instantly.
He just got the charge.
Timing. The reaction for YG so good. VT Fader trying to knock down the goals on the young PH and blow the agents. Okay, I say for VT Fader is going to run out of the BKB. That's false promise. Keeping young PH topped up at the side. One the boy needs help past his BKB and Remnant's away. Short T goes down. VT Fader shoots back. Skill lane next in line. VT Fader chops it up and Gengar saves the base. For 3 kills, Young PH might be full, looking for Sans.
He's gonna get
the Shivas connects at the end of VT Fader. Do you have damage though? Dropping low in health. Young PH running out there. VT Fader, he might be run down, away from the base. Gets struck by the Wrath of Lightning. That's 4 for YG, and this is just absolute disaster for Gengar.
I like what VT Fader did was he was hoping to use the gate to block it, but Young PH is like, I got lightning from the heavens, baby, and brings him down. That was a terrible stop from Gengar, and they still managed to do pretty well. Like we didn't see BKB or Arena, not even one, and we have
massive hacks. I mean, yeah, the hacks saved them, right? That could have been
a nightmare. Remember, 13k ahead with a terrible start for Gengar, and YG barely won that fight.
And also, this is kind of a slight reminder to always press your BKB before you blink.
No, I don't want to. I will dodge the stun, bro. I will dodge it, don't worry.
Very cool,
every time. Alright, GY.
Yes.
The problem is that you don't have B4.
Okay. Yeah, this could be massive.
No BKB again!
No BKB. Stun gaze in this case. Look at Kanyo. It's going to use the thunder away. Now the arena pops out. GY.
He misses the spear.
They don't have VT Faded for the damage. Wonder why you can't do everything on your own. KSH, he walks out that. They needed 10 more seconds, Otomo.
We can look at the replay. He spears between Young PH and VT and KSH. Like in between.
Okay, he has one more try.
He's got one more try.
There's one more try with VT Faded, but YG, they're not going to take the risk.
They realize despite the advantage, they can still lose this game, so they decide to go back. Smart move for them.
Yeah, you needed 10 seconds, right? With VT Faded, that could have been it. I gotta say, GY, this game has made quite a few judgment errors, let's just say that. Oh, and Aeon Disc on the line, love it, because he has been the one who has been focused on these fights. He is tired of this.
He's like, Skilla is like, I don't want to die anymore. I like living.
Yeah. I like to play Dota, like last I checked, Dota has many colors, not just gray.
But it's great, usually great for him.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the win percentage? Can we look at the win percentage? It is 97.
I mean, it's 97 for YG right now to 3%. Yeah. Do you believe in a miracle, Otomo?
I do. I think it's more like 20% for Gengar. Honestly, right. They can get a good initiation. They can win a fight. It's tough to get there, though.
I mean, you're hanging on the thread, right? Only one set of racks left on the bottom side.
It's still something. The problem is that the lanes are going to be pushed in for them. Buybacks we have on the Ember Spirit and we have on Zaray, and that's it. So not a whole lot of buybacks to work with.
Yeah, and this has to be right. If the cores die, it's going to be GG.
Come on, GY. GY is all on you. He does not have the
pressure. He can't get hexed though. Like he's standing in front. He gets hexed again. He can't be in front.
Okay, good force
that. Good cookie, and now VT Fader pumps everything. He's just destroying his whole point in the front. He has nothing to work with.
No buyback.
If he's down, VT Fader, no buyback. YG cleans for Gengar. This should be it for game number 1. Nothing left in the tank for Gengar to work with. And of course, always says he wants to die, but he knows that he is unkittable. A team wipe for YG and Yangon Galacticos with a dominant game 1, 37 minutes in.
It was pretty much in their control when we started the game. There were signs of life for Gengar.
Oh, yes.
There was a great fight where they were able to just team wipe them. But unfortunately, and I gotta say this, I do think GY could have had a few better arenas. He jumped the gun. He multiple times blink in without the BKB being used. With the refresh orb, you could BKB and then jump in. So
even without, right? That's kind of like the rule of thumb.
Yeah,
always
right.
Press it before you jump.
That unfortunately jumps in multiple times, does not get it off, and that's why it kind of put them in a tough spot. But the Young Galacticos, they take game 1 and they take it in style.
Lovely stuff with Yangon Galacticos. I think we did not expect anything less from these boys. We've seen them in multiple, tier 2, tier 3 tournaments. They've always put up a good show. They've always, had that top 3, top 4 finish. You sometimes even see them on the podium. We're gonna look at our highlight powered by our Monster Energy. Just lovely stuff. I'm jacked up. You see it in front of our table. I had one chance before. This is the start of absolute disaster.
3 for 1, and you get the first one. Zhao Rain got it, which was a big deal because he was able to leverage that later on. They had to put 5 people top to push to tier 1, whereas Yangon was only able to only 2 people bottom lane to do the same thing.
This is where I'm gonna say, right? It's a good thing that we have a best of 5. Plenty of time, plenty of space for Gengar to kind of adjust, look back at what went wrong and make the adjustments, right? Again, we want to see deep pockets.
This was the reveal of the Blink Dagger for GY, which we said did not go for him. He reveals himself, uses the arena, and loses his life.
And it happened 2 times in a row as well, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of get this setback of like 180 to 200 seconds.
Long cooldown.
Long cooldown, and the base defense not really working out in the optimal way that you would like to as a player from Gengar. But again, we want to see the deep pockets, right? There's a huge chance that we see kind of that reverse, right? Kind of that comeback. Game 1, just a tester. Do not worry, plenty to come from Gengar.
No, I think they did better than I thought, honestly. Like, despite the mistake.
So that was the bar you said, huh?
No, I mean, to be fair, they did very well. And this was a pretty decent arena, wasn't it, for them?
I mean, they had a very good team. They had some good team fights, right? I mean, credit to them. We see some holes that this game probably could have ended a couple minutes earlier, but we see some very, very good very good ideation. And one of the biggest struggles we see for some teams is that we are playing not to lose and we don't take those initiatives, but Gengar has always been looking for those opportunities.
Yeah.
They just need to polish clean up a bit of the initiation.
They jump in on 2 supports and they don't get a kill because of the glimmers, and that is massive because Glimmer Kill is like you block 400 magic damage, but it's actually more because you have the magic resistance on top of the
right? So, I mean, telling a start, I mean, this is probably one of the best fights you can get, right, for the side of Gengar. And this is one kind of what kept us in the game for another, 10-15 minutes, right? This fight, very crucial. They broke the ages 2 times in a row, once in this fight and once in front of the base. They just need a bit of that cleanup. And the one in front of the base was without GY getting anything off.
Which fight was this? Near the end of it. I do think they chased Zhao Rain a lot to get this. This is actually a relatively, I'm not saying it's relatively decent for them overall.
I mean, when those BKBs start taking on 5 seconds, 6 seconds, you're in a bit of a trouble to stay in the fight itself. So massive victory in game 1 for Yangon Galacticos. Again, right, we came into this, we have high expectations for YG themselves. We're looking to see what Gengar can bring under the leadership, of VT Fader, and Co. But again, it's just game 1 with plenty more to come. We're going to call for a short break, but do not go anywhere because we'll be right back for game 2 of this upper bracket between Gengar and Yangon Galacticos. Stay tuned.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Dota2 Master Cup 2023. We're live here right now at Pavilion Bukit Jalil in Malaysia. So for those who are attending live or those who are watching on our channel, thank you very much. We are going to prep ourselves for game number 2 in this upper bracket finals between Gengar and YG, where Yango Galacticos, they took away game 1 in an astounding fashion. So you're here with us. I'm Husky, and this is my Habibi Tomo.
Thank you, Habibi.
I'm Apote.
Yes, my Sayang Apote, and I'll be Habibi Otomo. Is that okay?
That's great. I can vibe with that.
But yeah, it was a pretty one-sided game for Young Galacticos, but there was a few moments where it looked like Gengar could take it back. There was a great team fight where they managed to team wipe them, but unfortunately, just a bit too many mistakes, particularly coming out from their initiation. Does feel like the Mars GY wasn't very comfortable. But that's game 1, done and dusted.
Done and dusted. I mean, I saw some of the boys from Gengar, right? They were looking back at the stats from game 1. Obviously, they're cooking up something. We say like in a best of 5, it's about the marathon, right? It's not how you start game 1, it's how you end game 5.
I mean, I saw how they were like, reports, avoid, mute, that's what I saw them doing.
Report GUI, I'm pretty sure that's not what they do.
Poor guy. Actually, I mean, he played really well. Remember, this is up against one of the best teams in Southeast Asia, so it's a very tough situation for them. And Gengar, they are in the upper bracket, so they are guaranteed top 3. They are kind of a stack. There are a bunch of players who haven't played together a long time. They still managed to make it this far against one of the best teams. They even send Neon Esports lower brackets.
I mean, you have a lifeline at least, right? Regardless of what happens, you are going to be playing tomorrow. Is whether you have to play that long, drawn-out lower bracket into grand finals, or you just chill in the grand finals and wait for whoever comes along.
10 games potentially tomorrow.
You don't get to play 10 games. I've not seen a team come back and make the 10-game run. Maybe this would be a first, right? We are here to make some history in Dota.
That would be kind of insane, right? You play 10, you win 10 games. I think that would, when you have to win 6 games, but that might be the highest that you've won.
Yeah, you play 10 games in a row, but you win by best of 10. All right,
let's best of 10 against 2 different teams. But yeah, the teams are getting ready here. We will be going to the lobby very shortly. That is Team Yangon Galacticos. They got the outfit.
It's the jersey buff, man. You feel united.
Yep.
When you're all dressed the same.
Yep. That's why me and all of production, we all dress the same.
We all dress the same.
And we are going to the draft. And what does Gengar go for? They like that Beastmaster you guys had. I like it. I want to take it for myself.
Yeah, it looks good. I like that I can shout at people. And verbally abuse them, and then they get stunned. Go through BKB. I like it.
When I have the Scream of Pain and Primal Roar, it reminds me of my parents.
Oh yeah,
that's like mom and dad.
Basically. Yeah, my mom has axe because whenever she uses Shadow Strike, my whole family gets it. Everyone gets Scream of Pain.
All right, well, Yangon, they are starting off with the gas station. Well, although it's not exactly Pogna and Storm Spirit.
They're using the Tesla, right? The electric power vehicle.
It's a bit less, yeah.
Yeah, the electric power vehicle, you got the Tesla Storm, and then you got the mobile electric charging station called the Keeper of the Light. You got to really love.
It's what Twitter has become. It's the X now.
It's the X. Welcome to the metaverse.
It used to be Twitter, it used to be all up there, now it's X, but yeah, it is the Coddle as well as the Storm Spirit. It's still very scary if you're Storm. You might want to consider getting that Lincoln Sphere, because we saw in the previous game that Ember Spirit, he was played by Wonder Boy. So he got caught quite a few times, and that kind of, you could have blocked it if you had the Lincoln Sphere.
Does this set up for the AM game, right? Just a lot curveball out there. Are we looking at anti-mage?
Too early, I'd say, throw out the anti-mage, because you might pick up a few heroes that don't really care about mana. You can just play against them. It is viable because you're up against the Storm, but I would prefer something else. I think it's way too early. You put it way too early.
Yeah, Gengar again taking some time to think about this second pick, right? We saw the Beastmaster opening in that game 1, Beastmaster and the Lion, so very, very hard combination to kind of go up for it. Lion still in the books, and you kind of have the same way to catch the Storm, right? The Hex is always great against the Storm Spirit if he doesn't jump you first.
I think go for the
puck as well, another good option to deal with this very annoying Storm.
Yeah, that's the lockdown you need, and you can actually break the coil with a roar, because if you roar it pushes them out. That's pretty awesome. So I do like what they have with the puck. I like with the Beastmaster, and kind of elusive as well. Storm can jump the puck, but Yangon has to think about a bit more lockdown than just the Storm Spirit.
Yeah. The funny thing is, as much as puck is very annoying against the Storm, but if the Storm gets on the puck just disappears.
Exactly.
It gets destroyed.
Between the two of them, like Storm, both of them of course rely a little bit on their being elusive, but for Storm you get BKB, you get a few items that buff you up. For a lot of pucks, he
has a lot more health than the puck, that's for sure.
So for a puck, it's much easier to burst him down once you catch him.
Oh, yeah.
And we are looking at some of the carry bands coming out here, Morphling as well as Medusa. Terrorblade could be an option for Gengar if they want to get rid of it. But I think Terrorblade does too amazing against the Beastmaster. You should be okay.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's not that easy to chew through a Beastmaster, and if he finds your real body, he just roars you, right? It's kind of like the modus operandi when you are in the Beastmaster anyways. I feel like we might be going down the carry pool again.
Yep.
Like Faceless Void was a big contention in the game 1. I mean, YG does not want to deal with this.
Slar could be great for Yangon. One is that you can use your Q, you break the coil and you just remove it half a second later. Same thing with the Beastmaster's Roar. It's like, yeah, it pierces BKB, but I don't care. But TA is also a really good band for them. There's so many, they don't have a whole lot of ways to remove those damage refraction charges.
Live is very hard for puck.
I don't think, obviously, yeah, puck.
Obviously they're not laning to each other, but overall, it's still pretty annoying.
Of course, you could use a Blood Grenade and remove a lot of it.
Blood Grenade at 30 minutes, watch out.
The supports do it. It actually pierces through BKB and Lion comes out, so they are going along the lines of, we don't want that Lion. I was gonna say let's make the anti-mage more possible.
Yeah, and also I want to say the Nyx isn't too bad.
The Nyx, both teams could definitely work with the Nyx. I'm not sure which one would be better, but maybe actually better for Gengar,
yeah,
right?
I was looking at Gengar.
You walk into Illuminate, you walk into a Static Remnant. For the other team, yeah, there's a Illusory Orb, but a lot of times we see him Illusory Orb and then they just phase shift so they don't get hit by anything anyway. But yeah, I'm looking, if I'm on Gengar's side, I have to really like be thinking about this anti-mage right now. And
they did ban the Legion Commander, right? One of the few heroes that you laid against him, like he's like, you want to fight me? Like, let's do it right now.
And Slardar, which is another considered counter to anti-mage, is not very playable right now.
And it's hard when there's a puck, right? Like the puck just coils you.
I'm not liking I don't like if anti-mage stays in the pool anymore. You gotta find some ways. Either ban him or take him if you're IG.
They still ban the Void right now. Now this is like, it gets even tastier because that Void ban now, you kind of, there's not too much heroes to deal with the AM at this point of time. We're looking at the third pick so far. Disruptor could be a decent option.
Could be. I do like the Glimpse. I'm just worried at how flimsy they are. You know, it's like Coddle and Disruptor.
They look all, they look old and feeble.
And by the way, they're all three intelligence heroes. So if this is not an anti-mage, he's a wet dream. I don't know what it is.
Pugna 4, right? I mean,
Pugna. The thing is, Pugna has been nerfed a lot that people consider. Like we see Coddle being picked as a better battery than the Pugna.
Yes.
So it's not really. They go for a Silencer also.
Also great. Everyone likes spells.
Delicious.
And Silencer was like, you like spells? You know,
I take them away. He's like, shh. You know.
Yeah, shut up. Just keep quiet. You know.
Not our crowd though. We want the crowd to say whatever they want. But Silencer coming out here. Storm jumps in global.
So I had this funny moment where I played Silencer and I was bullying the enemy team. But the guy I was bullying was the worst possible person to bully. I was bullying an Ogre Magi. Plus zero. And I was like, I don't get any smarter because he is, he has zero intelligence.
He is as dumb as they get. And who they go? They go Scarlet. Interesting. So a lot of the silences we got. Puck Silence, Global Silence, we have Ancient Seal. I mean, we have a bit of the roar as well. Not a lot of stuns from the two supports. I don't think any stuns, but good amount of slows.
It's like if you don't catch your spells, we win.
Yeah, very fragile on both teams when you look at it, right? Like the mid and the supports, like, yeah, we said Storm's a bit more durable than Puck, but he's still not exactly a beefy boy.
I mean, don't you like it when you see this kind of draft? Yeah. It's SEA in a nutshell, right?
It's very performance-based.
Whoever dies first loses.
Very performance-based.
You gotta hit that KPI.
It's not like the Europeans where they're like, oh, auras, and we're tank. It's like,
we got team fight. No, just jump in, one shot, that's it.
Both teams could really use a bit more initiation. Yes, we have Puck. I think Gengar's okay. Yangon, they needs a bit more. Just the Storm by himself is not enough. You need a little bit more.
Who is that offlaner, right? The Tide?
Tide, Mars, Magnus, although people don't play Magnus much. Even Mars is rarely picked it. Enigma has been coming out, but against Silencer.
Yeah, it's like, and then 4 intelligence heroes, right? It's like, they see it.
Big Mama. Alright, I like it. I like it a lot. Both Skywrath and Silencer. Silencer in particular despises Broodmother.
He likes to ask one guy to shut up, but he doesn't like it when it's animals because they don't
listen. I like this. This Broodmother pick is perfect from Yangon. It can get you auras. One pipe removes so much damage from
one pipe, yeah.
Okay, so carries are coming out last here for both teams. Slark, Terrorblade, PL are all in the pool. What else is really good? And PA actually gets removed. Looks like
they're taking out the big single damage burst, right?
Yeah.
Like it just destroys your Pug.
Okay, Naga Silencer out.
Silencer, your Skywrath.
I do think both teams would really want to consider a carry that can be in the front lines, take some damage. A big burly, tanky kind of hero. I'm feeling
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut's actually really solid in.
This could easily be another Bloodseeker game for Gengar, right?
I wouldn't mind it for Gengar because I want a way to control the Broodmother, right? Like, you look at their heroes, there's no Spirit Breaker, there's no Bounty Hunter, there's no real way to sort of keep the Broodmother. Yes, besides, you have Coil and Roar, but I would like my supports or even another way. I feel like those two is not enough. They go for the Monkey King, solid ban. Static Storm into a Wukong, that's crazy.
I mean, there's PL banned out as well, so we see the final pick. This time it will go in favor of Gengar first, so they gotta reveal that post 1. See YG saving that. We see the Ursa better in game 1. I don't think it would be a good
I think
choice.
Juggernaut. I think Juggernaut.
Right?
I think Juggernaut.
You get rid of the glimpse, your static storm doesn't really matter too much.
Lifestealer could also work, but I think the Juggernaut's better. I don't want the Slark for them because it doesn't do anything against the glimpse. I don't think it's actually kind of decent against the Broodmother. No, they go for the Troll Warlord. I don't like this pick much. I feel like this hero is way overrated. But let's see what Yangon is going to go for here.
It's the same problem as we kind of saw from game 1, right? When that BKB timer starts ticking down to 6 seconds and it runs out, you can't do much, right? You get glimpse, you get pushed away by Gandalf, you get trapped in the kinetic field. There's a lot of things that you need to consider.
I like Juggernaut for Yangon as well because you can dodge a lot of the. One was the silence sprinkle, but you can get Manta. You want a Manta hero. You're up against a lot of silences. You want a Manta hero. Juggernaut, Manta, then you spin. You're kind of cool.
Do you just draw right now?
Draw?
But then you have 4 rings.
No. I want someone in the front line. Draw would be okay, but no. I want someone in the front line. I'm feeling the Juggernaut. I'm feeling something. I'm feeling Juggernaut.
Does the Slark still work?
The Slark still works as well.
Oh, there it is.
There you go. Slark still works.
I will get YG with the Slark.
Yeah, I like it because I want a hero that has some way of when the Troll Lord uses ultimate, I can dodge him.
He just disappears,
Yeah, Juggernaut Omni Slash or Dark Pact or Depth Shroud as well. So it's not
or he just Shadow
Dance.
Shadow dances. It's like an octopus, right? He spits ink in your face and he just runs.
Yeah, it's like does remind me of an octopus, and when I close my eyes, I'm like, it looks just like an octopus.
Absolutely. It's evolved.
Overall, I'm loving Yangon Galacticos draft way more with the last 2 picks. I thought the Broodmother shreds the supports. I think the Slark is great against. We talked about very early, right? You can remove the Primal Roar. You can, if you get coiled, you can just press your Dark Pact, break the coil. You don't care. You do have to worry a little bit about the silences from the other 2 people because you don't see Global, you don't see Ancient Seal, but he'll get BKB, he'll be fine. And he's great. Yeah, I like it.
Great against the support as well, right?
I don't like the Troll Warlord. I think Troll Warlord is a bait pick most of the time. He's like, oh, he looks so good that you pick him. It's like, he sucked. I'm going Yangon game 2 as well.
It's a fair assessment. I mean, I'm looking at Gengar. I think if they can clean out some of those acts in game 1, perhaps we have a better chance, right? But when this goes to the game, is it still Yangon, favorite?
Yes, because Troll Warlord's going to have trouble at all stages of the game. And Skype Mage is the hero that tends to get weaker as the game goes on. You look at the other side, you have Disruptor.
He starts one-shotting people and you're like, oh, what does he do?
Yeah, you got Disruptor, man. The support with the Aghanim Scepter in the game. If not the best support, top 3 at least. One of the best supports out there.
Especially when you're hit, and that's something that we always emphasize.
And you have Broodmother who's going to be able to push out. Like their Silencer and Skyrat Mage versus Broodmother is a nightmare.
And they hate not having map control.
It's a very tough lineup coming out here from Gengar. We'll see if they can pull it off or not. I like the logo turning.
Good. That looks amazing.
That's pretty good.
This is mini TI, by the way. it could very well be, but lovely showmanship, sportsmanship from these guys. So bit of a tip at the very start. YG is learning their dominance a bit. Tipping their own teammate also. We gotta see how this show pans out, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to become a guy who only tips when my allies do well. I don't tip when my enemies make mistakes.
Oh yeah.
I become less toxic tips. That's my resolution this year.
That is something that I've been striving towards. Like when my Enigma misses a black hole, I tip him. When Ty ravages BKB, I tip him also.
Of course.
I tip him because it's a way of saying that good attempt.
Yes, try harder next time.
Try harder, but this is a good start. Maybe you can do it again and he misses a second time, and that's a second tip. No. It's all about positive reinforcement. You gotta empower them when they're down. So when they do something wrong, you need to tip them so that they know that you appreciate them.
No. When they make a mistake, you tip them. Then you write GG means good guy.
Yes, good guy.
Good guy.
Good guy. Or you type like GG easy. Okay, I can't think of something that starts with Z, so I gotta think.
Go end as well.
Go end.
Alright, so KS Edge is going to be on the slot. He had a fantastic performance in the previous game. He will have to perform well. I feel like with Terrorblade, you kind of farm and then you just become this tank that just rolls over everyone. With Slark, you have to have a bit more mechanical skill to play the hero. Yeah, not saying he doesn't have it, just that's all the hero requires to pop
You are kind of like dipping in and out with fire, right? You're like, now you see me, and then now you don't, and I come back with 100% health, and you're like, what's up,
And you have to time your spells better. You have to time your your BKB. It's a more performative hero by far. But speaking of performative, you got Puck. you got Skywrath Mage, you got Troll World. It's very tough for Gengar.
I mean, you've got a lot of micro going on, right? You have the Beastmaster, who needs to manage 3 pets. You have Broodmother, who has to manage a bunch of her children. It's like schooling a bunch of kids, you know, it's like, alright, here's a feast.
I don't like the fact that it's 4 ranged heroes. I know Troll can be melee, but it's 4 ranged. Like, this Beastmaster go in first, whereas you look at the other side, Broodmother can go in, you have Storm jumping in, Slark jumping in, like you have way more reach with YG.
I mean, every time Troll is in front and you look at the support that he has, not the best, right? You have no one to keep people in place aside from the Raw and the Coil, and, you know. And
it's good. I mean, he can keep people, and
yeah, but it is harder, right? You have so many ways to kind of push him back. You have a disruptor. They just be like, all right, reset. You know, do it again. Do the 100-meter lap again.
I love what he's like when Troll's like, battle trance. He's like, no.
Try it again. Try again.
And even if you also have a disarm, the disarms are really good against.
And by the way, one of the best items against Troll, the Use Scepter.
That's true, because there's nothing. It's also good against Ursa, because even his stance resistance doesn't affect.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we have a mad boy. Let's get him up into here. You know, take a ride. You know, cool off, come back down, and then perhaps then we will talk about this again when you don't have your ultimate.
And then he comes back. It's like okay. So we are waiting here, and hopefully the pause is done.
There it is.
It looks like no action the beginning. Bounty runs are 2 for 2, so we have a very, very even game. What can... I don't know, I would rather have the Troll Warlord lane with the Skywrath and try to go for kills. I feel like you can get a lot of kills with the Sky Silencer combo. Put them in any lane and you can do well.
I guess it's the same thing, right? When you have this Beastmaster, he's going to hit that Vanguard, he starts surviving in lane alone, and then you send this Skywrath elsewhere. You know, try to make the Silencer smarter by stealing some intelligence, you know, get this Troll going.
Alright, so mid lane is going to be Young PH versus Wonderboy here. Young PH had a great time in the previous game, but it was, I believe, Leshrac versus Ember, and he forced him to max out the
grenade. That could be first blood, right? That could be first blood. On top of it, the glimpse is used. There it is for Sans.
Good start coming out from Gengar here. Much better than the previous time. Zhao overestimating his ability to withstand the damage.
Not an Argo.
Huh?
Not an Oracle. You can't do the same thing.
Blood Grenade as well. Alright, so bottom lane, skill level versus Shoti. You don't actually get a whole lot of benefit from the Coddle and the Broodmother combination. Like, there's not much for you to refresh with the Chakra Magic and KS Edge. Ouch!
And to be very honest, right, when you try to run at the Troll, he's gonna whirling axes, and then you miss your attacks, and then the Arcane Curse destroys all the spiders early on. So it's not too bad early on in the early game. I guess the concern comes when we hit that mid phase, right? Like, what is going to happen when these level 6 start coming up online?
The supports coming out from Gengar are way better early game in the laning phase. You know, Silencer and Skywrath, way better. Disruptor is pretty good with the Slug, but I feel like Coddle just gives you nothing.
Like, they have to be together to be effective. I think individually, the Gengar definitely has kind of the early tempo going.
True. I mean, like, Silencer can do damage by himself. Skymage is well known for his ability to, you know, solo kill people, basically. And Shoti, taking some hits, is going for the double Wraith Band. Gives you so much armor and attack speed. And since she's a universal hero, she hits very hard. Right, Shoti?
Just a normal thing. Actually, it pops, but they don't have the damage to catch up. They did use the Blood Grenade.
Did it hit? I feel like the Blood Grenade was very on edge. I don't know if it actually landed or not.
It's a bit iffy. You know?
It was a bit iffy.
iffy.
And check out the... Look at the CSing. Mid lane, Young PH doubling the CS of Wonderboy. You know, he's a Wonder Boy, not a Wonder Man. Wonder Man would have been able to do it.
I mean, he did have a pretty decent early game, you know, in the game. And there it is, Shoti again, Arcane Curse this time. Trying to go with the wall.
This could be a death.
He does have the magic wand.
One more hit. He's taking a lot. This Arcane Curse has been on. If it was level 2,
I think he dies, right? If it's level 2, he just dies.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to go for it. But because he's in the web, he's healing up KS Edge. Wow, goes for the Lotus, but doesn't get it.
And at the same time, you're also looking at, in these early game situations, right? 3-6 slot, very, very easy to bully out. 3-6 Disruptor, very, very easy to bully out as well. So overall, it's definitely kind of the weaker end for YG on the top side. That's why you see Gengar to bully them as much as they can.
Except in mid lane though, that's when YG is winning mid by a lot. The side lanes are going slightly in Gengar's favor. And I say that, I mean that very, very slightly. Troll Warlord, he is being the beat mother by a decent amount, whereas top lane relatively even. And Young PH, if he hits that level 6 early, he does have a lot of people he can eat. Wonder Boy taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and thankfully they are both kind of the same
Check
boat,
it out.
right?
They are trying to secure this bottom water room and making sure that Wonder Boy doesn't get it. Skillay can
He
get
might
it.
still get it though. He's gonna jaunt there. Yeah, he got it. So this mid lane sort of won so far by the puck, but I mean, Young PH does get some battery at least.
That's what unfortunate. Oh, good
Left
lips.
sense. Looking to take him
Should be
down.
a kill.
One more arcane bolt. He's gonna be dead. The KSH leaps away.
It jumps away from the axes as well, so they shave his hair, but they leave his head intact, and this could be a kill. He gets the axes. There you go.
No +2, I believe, for Ponyo. So a bit unfortunate for the silencer, but overall, still a kill for the Beastmaster.
It's fine. It's fine for that. You're training supports here. You're very okay with this. Bottom lane, it does seem like Shoti is going to have a decent time, but look at VT Faded. He is actually kind of crushing this lane.
He is 10 CS ahead as well. 10 lashes ahead. Now,
Couple of denies as well.
coming out. Young PH, good dodge, so let's get some of the health back.
And it fills up the bottle for his Storm Spirit, so that's always fun. And it gives him a tango as well. That is teamwork right there.
That is pure support mentality.
Yeah, and to be fair though, Young PH is the one who's having the best time right now, so you do want to enable him as much as possible.
Okay, so KSH spotted out. Massive ward that just got placed down as well. VT Fader getting ran at by Shoti, but you can
Just
always
harass.
fight, right? I mean, you don't really care. You have the whirling axes. Can't win him in a duel.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Uh-oh.
Just a little bit of harass, but Zhao Rain, that's...
He's gonna get a bit smarter. Trying to go for the deny, doesn't get it. Ponyo now gets some increase in that net worth.
No intelligence stone again, but still well worth it. KSH, he takes, he's just gonna be fine. Oh, Wonder Boy. Still no level 6 on each. Oh, the silence.
Wonder Boy not gonna be dead yet. Ponyo showing up with Arcane Curse. Will be forced away, forcing Young PH to retreat, and that is kind of the rotation. I mean, Gengar making a lot more proactive moves.
Despite all the investment they put into giving Young PH a good lane, he's only a couple of 100 gold ahead of Wonder Boy, so it's not like it's, oh my god, he lost. Wonder Boy actually hits level 6 before the Storm. They both have level 6 right now. He can just go and ulti whoever he wants.
I mean, you're also looking at the fact that they had to bring the Cardo to secure the water rune, that they're give Young PH a tango and a refill.
He's got a shield. Yeah, he's going to be even. By the time the Storm Spirit comes back to the lane, I believe the puck will have fully recovered, basically.
100%. I mean, look at the experience, right? Storm hits 6 first, but he kind of misses the full wave and the catapult. So in the end, the puck is going to have a good time. Meanwhile, Zorrain again in danger. Ponyo chasing him down. This is going to be an easy kill. Zorrain will not survive, and Ponyo cashes in on another kill.
I like how he doesn't get the +2, but he does get plus 250 gold.
Yeah, and also KSH gets +2, +300.
Right, he's much happier. He gets that kill as well as the agility. But top 3 net worth all on Gengar. We can see the Young PH serve up there. Shoti on the Broodmother. That's the big, I don't say loser, but he's definitely the victim of the laning phase so far.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you have to kind of sack the lane, but would you say that, judging by how this Dollar has gone out, he is still doing better than the Storm itself?
He's doing, I think, no, he's Storm. Speaking of Storm.
He's silenced, but does have health very fired as well, so no global silence yet, so they can't lock him down, but they did have to use the coil.
It's kind of okay. Again, you're pushing him away from the lane, he's not farming, and you do want to do this, and Young PH...
I mean, he is broke, right? I mean, he has the Falcon Blade, he's going to have to go for the stack as well, so he needs the electric recharge station, and this Tesla needs some charging port.
This is going to be a good recovery though. I believe that's what? 4? Yeah, I think it's 4.
4, yeah.
4 camps, and the nice thing is that you want to take this after 7 minutes. Holy! I almost lose his life.
that could have been disastrous.
And that's 2 of these of the neutral items. Yeah, you want to take this after 7 minutes, so the neutral items drop. He got 3 items to drop. I don't know if he picked the last one or not though.
He got the Fairy Trinket, so it's always a great item for Storm early on. Stark also pushed all the way to the tier 2, had to drag the wave with him. I mean, you look at the equilibrium, right? Bottom lane is going to be pushed in by Shoti, but as a troll, you're like, I don't really catch
this could be a good kill.
Gandalf has the TP out, Skirley will survive, but look at the damage! The magic damage from both Sans and Ponyo.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
I imagine that if you look at Broodmother, she's going to be queuing up a pipe very early in this game.
I mean, you have to, right?
You gotta get it. And we haven't seen, we don't see what she's good. Actually, can we look at the win percentage? It feels very, very even right now among the 2 teams. 56
for Gengar.
Alright, Malaysia Bole. This is a Malaysian team.
It is one way to say it. I mean, again, we have a long series, best of 5. This is the best of 5. We have a best of 5 after this. 10 possible games today. I mean, what more could you ask for? Have you played 10 games in a row before?
In a day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not in a row, but in a day, yes.
Yeah, in a day, yeah, that is more fair.
Usually it's 10 losses because you lose and then you're like, I'm going to win the next one.
You cannot sleep on a loss. That's the mentality. The mentality of a warrior is if you lose, you keep playing.
You don't sleep on a loss, you sleep on depression though. Let me tell you after that.
You don't chicken out on the loss, okay?
And looks like Gengar is going for this faster push. They don't, besides the Beastmaster though, none of their heroes are particularly good at pushing and
control.
Okay, do they want to go for this? The smoke comes out. They have a rule if they want to use it.
The mid lane is going to
GY is kind of baiting, I think. Yeah, he's baiting. GY
is in danger. No way to save himself. He will use the wall.
Team's coming back in.
Kinetic traps it just at the edge. You might go down.
The coil.
They're going to make a turnaround on the side. The coil is going to be out. The Storm's going to try to go for it as fast as possible. The Storm is going to go down. The Shadow Dance used. The coil will run out at the end, but he doesn't have much mana to work with. No, 5 more seconds for the leap. No sting. They're going to chase him down with the arcane bow. He needs to bring more for silence at the edge. 2 for Gengar.
GY, great bait right there. And they go
Vanguard.
He's tanky.
He's
very tanky, and the team was smoked, and they were not that far behind, so they got there in quick time. And that is a big punish command. The first, conclusive big advantage goes to Gengar right now.
I mean, the silver lining is that YG did get the mid-tier 1, right? That was what Gengar wanted to do. They want to smoke up, protect the mid-tier 1, and then they sort of got an even trade. You lose that map a little bit, but you get 2 important kills, both on the course as well.
Remember though, young PH, he was ahead of the puck, and now he's 500 gold behind. Shoti has recovered greatly though, he is second net worth, and I do think that he is the main spear of their the tip of the spear, as they say. He's the number 1 net worth. He has to make space for KSH and young PH though.
It's going to be like that for a while until the Battle Furies come online or VD faded. Then that whole pendulum would swing the other way for Gengar once more.
I don't think I'm not too worried about with VD faded because he's on Troll War and that hero sucks. And Kia said he is going for a hand of Midas. He believes that I'll have the time to farm, and we'll see if he's going to be able to go. To be fair, Troll War will be farming as well, so you do have that.
I have to hit faster.
Actually, that's actually a good point. He is one of the few heroes who can really use the attack speed.
I mean, Shoti has just destroyed this entire bottom side. Right? This is spider there.
He's going for the Orchid on the Broodmother. So he shows up behind the Silencer, behind the Skywrath, behind the puck most of the time. That's a free kill every time.
So if the Broodmother silences the Silencer, is the Broodmother the Silencer?
Yes. That is actually how it works.
Yes, thank you. I thought of that on the spot.
Troll Warlord, not too far from the Battle Fury, gonna take some damage, but
they're making life pretty hard for him. They even threw the blood grenade at him.
It doesn't do anything.
Feed him a little bit. They do see skill Shoti though. This is going to be important. He breaks the coil. They need a bit more damage. He's silenced as well. The Arcane Curse ticking down, but the rejuvenation you can see is going to be there. Global silence even
just to extend the Arcane Curse.
He's dead. Lovely stuff from Sans.
By the way, the Illuminate did not hit the Broodmother, so there's no heal coming out from that. I feel like that's kind of a bit of an issue. And
he dodged it a little bit. It's like,
I thought it was my enemies, you know. All right. Ooh, nice deny with the board. GY, he is awake.
He is awake, you know.
Game 1, he was
another time. There's a TP coming up from the Silencer as well. GY just needs to survive long enough, and he might be able to do so. He has 11 one charges, has the Vanguard, has the hood, but the damage from the Vanguard just sufficient. And then you're gonna blink into a silence. That's gonna be the glimpse.
He's going
to keep him alive though. He doesn't have enough mana to zip away far enough. He might draw the kinetic field insufficient, and the battery is just laid. Massive mistake from YG.
He jumped in with no mana. Disruptor, he was able to glimpse the puck back, but it was not enough, and that was what was a win for Young Galacticos turns into a relatively even trade. But losing your Storm, he's the lowest farmed core. You
and you put him even further behind.
Yeah.
1.4k network behind the puck right now, and that kill got cashed in by the puck.
Okay, Beastmaster dies, but he's still ahead of 2 cores on YG's side.
I mean, you took 4 guys to take him out, and you lost the Storm.
You lost one of them, and this is going to be a nice stack being farmed here for Gengar. And what is the win percentage looking like here? Because 2,000 gold advantage, 5 kills. I mean, is it what are we hitting? 60% for Gengar?
Should be right. I mean, 60, win in the 60 range.
Storm Spirit, what's he going to go for? He's going to go for the Orchid. I like
Double Orchid.
Double Orchid, right? Broodmother as well as the Storm. but I kind of almost think that he might want something a bit more defensive to just survive.
Alright, so the win condition, very simple. Whoever gets silencers first, loses.
Yes.
Yeah. Whoever gets the red tape over their mouth, just in, if you can't say your incantation, abracadabra or
Silence. It's very cute when
he just loses, like whoever shuts down first loses,
I'm look at VT Faded though, he is really starting to pull ahead of the farm. And Shoti, can he kill the silencer? No, they do a really good job of
not the best build. They use a static storm, does find the silencer. Oh, the damage just enough to take him off, but they will lose the auto. Gandalf getting raw in the face, shout at the old man, give him some seizures, and there's a support trait.
1 for 1. I think that you're okay with YG though. You did use the global silence, but yes, you were able to use the static storm, but it's not the biggest deal.
They still haven't taken this tier 1 mid, so that's the silver lining for YG. You keep the map within your control, right? I mean, all the towers are still alive, except for the top one, but it's the least important one if you are on YG's side.
I mean, yeah, plus it's more important when you can test Roshan, but...
I mean, you keep the triangle for yourself, right? And that's kind of what you want. You can say the same for Gengar also.
And Gengar, what we're looking at in terms of Wisdom Ruins, looks like it's going to be even, although YG hasn't picked their Wisdom Ruins just yet. And we'll see what this Broodmother... That first use of the Orchid gets them a silencer kill, but you have to be worried, right? When the enemy team is around, they actually protect him pretty well, whoever gets Orchided.
Guys, you cannot talk,
Everyone, hug him, make sure he's protected. Alright, so that's two people smoked up.
Silencer might be the target. He's going to show up in lane.
Kind of the only target, really. If you jump on anyone else, the global comes out.
Instant Orchid. No one to save him. He does have to use though, and that is enough.
Baby.
Lovely stuff. And now the coil again on the Storm Spirit. He needs some help right now, but the massive silence and some arcane damage. Easy kill, and Young PH has just been absolutely shut down so far.
Yeah, this is not Storm Spirit. Look at his net worth compared to the freaking Skyrath mate. Skyrath mate, this is a support Sky. He ain't no core. And he is actually he's keeping it competitive with the Storm Spirit. And
you look at it, you can actually have 4 silence debuff, the icon, at the same time on a single hero. Arcane Curse, Global Silence, Last Words, and the Waiting Rift.
And by the way, I like what he's going on Sans. He's going for the Phylactery. He's very close to it actually. This gives him a huge burst of damage.
Every time you Arcane Curse, you just do damage.
Yep. I mean, Arcane Curse, Ancient Seal.
Ancient Seal, not Arcane Curse. Ancient Seal, yeah.
Also, something you don't have to worry about that. So you have 2 very nice extra sources of damage coming. Obviously there's a cooldown, but still very worth it.
I mean, we have a couple of seconds, so hot tip for people who want to use Phylactery, buy it on Spirit Breaker. Every charge deals damage.
It's so much fun. Some people say, well, you reveal that you're charging. I'm like, I don't care.
You might not win the game, but it's fun.
You have a lot of fun with it. And by the time you get there, you never strike. It's off cooldown, so you get an extra 300 damage. It's all very fun. Meanwhile, Gengar, they do take the mid tier 1, so they were equalized on the mid lane. Young Galacticos starting to slowly pull back in terms of net worth, though. You can see the KSH, that minus, it's paying off.
But now there's going to be a small, and this is going to be big.
Shoti
has to get out.
Interesting time for a
hold
pause.
Just a little bit, get that suspense going. Okay, right, Otomo. I heard that you are the prophet himself, right? Your Ria Master experience and the DPC experience. How is this going to pan out?
Well, let's go back. I do think that they should be able to make it out alive. If you're young, you should be able to make it out alive. And as for the game itself, I'm going to stick to YG. I think YG is going to take the game.
You're still going to wait for the late game thing?
It's going to go YG's favor. I'm telling you, Troll Warlord is a joke of a hero. He is unplayable, and they got baited by picking him.
Alright, so I think we need to start handing the crowd, some crumbs or some scraps of paper. Right? So what they're going to write in there is that Otomo is wrong.
Of course they will.
The moment Gengar wins, they're going to throw it at you because you say Troll sucks and he wins.
That is... Why would I have to... I don't want to open myself to abuse.
Yeah, no, but you said Troll is a bad hero.
Of course
and
he
I
is.
agree, but you said it.
But imagine a bunch of people in the crowd, they're like, no, Troll Warlord support is the best. I'm like, okay, Shoti.
Small's gonna break. Oh, they're gonna see. That's gonna be a silence. Arcane Curse.
It's okay if Shoti mixed out.
No. They might find him with the coil just in time before the TP completes, and now he's in danger. I mean, VT Beta just wails on him.
See, if this was any other carry, he would have been able to get the kill. Except now Wonder Boy gets the kill instead because he does so much more damage. And so yeah,
give him a break. Come on.
They lose 2 people here for YG's side. But
you say Broodmother was ahead, but remember when we talk about the Battle Fury difference?
Yes.
VT Fade is almost 3,000 gold ahead of the Spider.
It is. To be fair though, he's the carry and he's getting a lot of attention.
Peter Parker ain't got nothing on him.
What you want to do right now, if you are YG, is sort of delay the game because VT Faded is very strong right now. You don't want them to sort of be pushing you out in your base. So Shoti has to play that aggressive style, KSH as well. So you want to delay the game as much as possible. Once the BKBs come out, Global Silence is not a threat, then you can look to take a fight.
I mean, at the same time, it's also pretty. They haven't been able to make use of the Orchid much, right? We saw some Orchid.
Yeah, it doesn't do
the
anything.
best gang is on that puck, I guess, but the puck got out and the storm died.
Yeah.
It is like if we're gonna rewind the clock a couple minutes back, would the pipe be a bit more useful for the Brood Mother instead of the Orchid?
It would be, and
they caught the disruptor.
is out of the glimpse area.
Look at the amount of silence that's on him. He cannot speak at all.
Poor guy, he makes it out of the sentry
Gengar is
ward.
like, you shut up, and then he's like, now can I speak now?
No, not now.
Another 5 seconds.
Keep quiet.
Keep quiet for at least half a minute. And for the next 19 seconds, because he's dead.
These pickoffs, they are starting to really hurt. I mean, yes, just a disruptive position 5, but that means when you take a fight, he's not going to be available.
Yeah, I mean, and to give a context of how long he's silenced for, it's like when you get server muted in Discord, you know? You don't get to speak, you don't get to dictate.
KSH?
You get rooted, BT faded,
he's salty.
Shadow Dance is going to be there, he's going to keep it silent, and instantly pop it. Just so he stays safe, and that is very crucial.
In the meanwhile, Shoti is in the bottom lane. He's pushing for his VT Fade to leave the push.
Tower Siege is insanely strong for the troll.
Yeah, especially with the Beastmaster giving you that extra attack speed, because your first few hits, they're not the fastest once you need to build them up, but Beastmaster allows you to skip down. Shoti, he might be in trouble. He gets the silence off, but
again used.
There's a coil. Whoa, no.
You just cannot catch the puck, right? He has a use, they're gonna get a Lincoln at 1 point. Static Storm on top of the Skyraft, instant global silence. Can the Skyraft get the spell off? Massive Ancient Shield, now they drop everything on the slot, forcing the leap away. Shoti is already dead, slot on the run, needs to break line of sight.
Can he Midas before he dies?
3 more seconds, he cannot get out. The Blinding Light to save him, but cannot do so. BT faded, now has that kill, Gandalf is away. YG once more losing too.
These fights, very tough. YG, they cannot fight right now. They do not have BKB on the Slark. They need those BKBs on their cores because the coils coming out, the global silence coming out, they are being ruined by them. It feels weird to say, but they need BKBs and Lincolnses just so that the roar doesn't control them after.
But even then, you still can get roar, right? It's not 100% solution.
No.
Your hands are kind of tied on one end.
And Beastmaster goes for the Aghanim Scepter. That's annoying, but I'll be honest, I don't think that's the worst problem for YG. The problem remains there's multiple silences.
It is a problem for the spiders, right? Imagine you send your children into battle, and then you have this madman just banging on some drums and it kills all your spiders. You know how hard it is to make so many spiders as a Brood Mother?
Not that hard, I think. Yeah, you seem to spit them out. By the way, I like what Disruptor went for. He gets the gem. That will remove some of these bursts, some of these Observe Awards. It's a nice idea for them. But that's Roshan Aegis in the hands of VD Faded.
It's time to push.
It is time. They might consider going high ground. If they wait for the BKBs to come out, then suddenly YG can take a fight. But BKB is still not available. I think Spark's BKB is on the way.
Yeah, I mean, it has to. I mean, if it's not the BKB, then we're in a bit of a problem, right? It could be a Silver Edge that he has the Echo Saber.
Look at that.
If you guys do it, this could be. He's dead.
He went for the Wisdom Ruin.
And
I love it.
And wait, stop hitting that thing.
Calm down.
Calm down.
He relaxed, Faded. But yeah, he was able to get that hit.
You hate it when it's first hit back, you know. You absolutely despise getting bashed on the first hit. This could be high ground.
And I was like, it's a root.
This reminds me of.
Oh, okay.
All right.
He's got use.
He's holding on to it. He's still holding on to it.
He's baiting him.
I mean, they're sieging high ground, right? He's trying. I mean, this reminds me of my favorite childhood rhyme. You've heard of Bob the Builder.
Yes.
Elf on the Shelf. Have you heard of Troll the Demolisher? High ground is dropping. They're gonna lose Wonder Boy, but that high ground has been broken.
That's not too bad actually. They can get the skill here.
BT Faded will lose the Aegis for sure.
Well, KS Edge uses his ult.
Help though?
KS Edge needs to get out.
No battle transfer. Whoa!
Nice.
Mitigated by the down pad. Low the stuff from KSH, and now Global use. BT Faded running after Young PH. He cannot use the Ball Lightning and he dies to the Axis. Shoti trying to get the support. He's not doable. 5 minutes going in. The Storm and the Disruptor. They're looking for a throw. He finally dies. But a lot was costed. Now they get Ponyo looking for GH next. Trying to keep it out of it. Massive glimpse from the side of the Disruptor. He still gets the drums. The kill on the KSH. so much was used. GY once more, access for triple, looking for UPH. He's banging the drum for an ultra. Give him the tip, baby. GY has awoken.
I mean, the drums of Slump keeping him alive. I was looking at KSS, just like, okay, then the UPH, then you look at even Disruptor, it's insane. He's so durable, by the way. He didn't have the bite, he had the cloak.
He's feeling really good about this.
He's enjoying life today.
If you get an ultra, you gotta be happy. I mean, this guy stood his ground. I mean, look at this. I mean, he has Vanguard, he has Pipe. He's gonna have the Grease very soon, but he's gonna go Crimson next.
I mean, he had only a cloak in that fight, but that didn't matter. He's still 20% magic resistance.
Oh yeah.
That is pretty massive. And look at that.
Look at that.
Maybe they should have let him TP out, right? They're like, okay, go. And he's like, okay, I got KSN. Who do I want more? Let me just kill a Disruptor. Why
He's
not?
like, you really want me to stay? All right, bring it.
He's not banging drums. He's banging their heads one by one. Look at the net worth. Oh my, oh
14,000. And they found Old Man Gandalf. He is going to be sent to the old folks home. Dead man Gandalf now.
I don't know, I mean, old folks, the grave, it's going to the grave, not the homes. He's skipping that part.
He's skipping the old folks home.
Alright, so they still haven't taken the melee rack, so it's not the worst thing for YG, but you are behind. You are behind.
I mean, the offlaner of Gengar is higher net worth than the post one of YG.
It's very tough. It's very tough. These BKB they need them. I mean, they need them badly. And even then, I don't know if it's enough. VT faded. He is almost what 4,500 gold ahead of the enemy carry. Twice the net worth of the enemy mid.
I mean, just now I heard someone say that Cho is not a good hero, but I don't know who it is. You know, I believe he was standing beside me. You know, Storm isn't happy with that. It's like Cho is not a good hero.
Cho is not a good hero.
In your hands, probably.
Look, he's just Giga Farm, but he's taking buildings, and as you mentioned, he is a building demolisher right now.
He's the opposite of Bomb.
But he doesn't have. Oh, okay, the jump.
Foil, Disruptor, he's dead. Nothing you can do. They still have the global silence and the raw watch down. Disruptor still alive somehow. Saved by the Illuminate. Shoti.
Can they get
Orchid
someone?
looking for the pop. Can't find it, and now BD Fader going to work. He's going to keep this fighter in place. And Young
can't kill anyone.
They cannot kill BD Fader. GY is like, you guys want to fight?
Oh, Shoti.
Shoti just joking around the wall, but ends up becoming a bit dumber as he loses 2 intelligence. Mega Q streak for Sans, and this set of racks is gone.
And KSS, what you want to do is you want to go in and hit someone a couple of times to get those essence shift stack, but that's not happening. Can you glimpse someone on the way out? That could be a way to at least get something, and they actually TP's
he got silence?
and gets size. He TP'd in just to get the glimpse, and he doesn't get it. But there's still a chance you can still get the glimpse. Anyone.
The side lanes are gone, right? Any glimpse from this point onwards doesn't matter because you don't bring the farm back.
Right.
The mid tier 2 is going down. This is without Aegis, by the way. 16k gold lead for Gengar. They are absolutely crushing this game too.
And Shoti is going to come up in a few seconds, but you don't have the Static Storm available. Even Shadow Dance is not available right now. This is a very, very difficult fight for them. And you can see KSS, he's scared to go in, and I don't blame him.
I mean, there's a pipe on this Beastmaster. What do you do? TP in. This could be the one fight that you can win. Straight to the back with the Young BH using most of his mana. Going for the Skyram.
He's got Glimmer.
He's all the damage. Look at that BT Fader.
It's
He's
over.
straight to the support. There's nothing else left for Yangon Galacticos. And we got a series on our hands on Tomo. Gengar with his game too. And Tro, he's a beast, man. He's a beast and he's Giga Farm.
He's definitely a beast. And the laning phase from Gengar was what propelled them to victory, right? We saw it with the Silence of the Skies, made super powerful in the lane, able to crush them, and from there they made it. And look at the smiles on Gengar, taking a game from Yangon Galacticos, one step closer to that grand finals.
Redemption from game 1, right? We saw a bit of the shaky start. The BT Fader was like, I heard someone say Tro ain't good, but not me, I'm a good Tro.
I imagine, GY, he also had a fantastic, like that drums of Slum, solo work by himself.
Light work, these things.
Smiles all around there, kudos to them. So we're going to have at least 2 more games with these 2 squads.
Oh yeah, we have so much more to come, but this is definitely a great start. I mean, let it sink in for a while, right, Gengar fans? It's definitely not the end yet. Now, we came into this thing looking for who has deeper pockets, who has more variety. What is going to kind of propel them towards the very end, past the finishing line. So far, at least we know that Beastmaster is highly contested.
Look at our highlights coming out here. powered by Monster Energy. This is Zaure at the very start, losing his life. I mean, the blood grenades, the damage from a distance, and this really sets the stage, right? Top lane from there feels like it really goes well for the Beastmaster.
And then this part, right? They go for the Beastmaster with 4 guys. The Storm ends up dropping, and I mean, ever since that point, Young PH has not been able to do much.
Yeah, they were able to get to. Young PH had a great laning phase. He was doing well, but they got picked off. This was another fight. I feel like GY was.
I mean, this one was absolutely disastrous.
Even though they glimpsed the puck, it didn't matter. He was still there, and this showed up. I gotta say, GY, MVP of this game. Game 1, I was on the guy's case. But on this more stable Beastmaster, less performative, less big jump, you can just get focus one by one. He had
just shout at someone,
Yeah.
Shout at them, throw axes,
That's all you need to just shout.
Just shout, just. Can't be quite scary. Go through BKB. I mean, we saw like 2 orchids. Again, we go back to Shoti, right? That orchid pickup.
Didn't do anything.
We were looking for the pipe, right? You say you need someone on the side of YG to stand in front, has to tank the fight a little bit, has to play aggressive, clear out the waves, dominate that one lane. That orchid is not that item.
This was beautiful. Just banging the drums and killing people one by one. Then he goes for the disruptor. He's like, I'll just get him.
I mean, science say that if you are in an environment with high decibels for a long time, you go deaf. So this is what GY did, right? He broke their eardrums and also their spirits at the end.
Yes. So kudos to them evening up the series. And it looks like we are going to go to at least a game 4 at some point in this. But, man,
I mean,
GY, just what performance.
I mean, when he got the Ultra, you hear the claps from the crowd.
Right.
We're getting heated up, It's a Saturday, we're all out to have fun, whether you're doing your shopping, whether you're here to see the game. At the end of the day, this is a good place. When was the last time we have a LAN event for Dota? I would
It's
say
been a while. Hey,
it's been well, not for you, but for me. It's been 5 years, right?
I mean, actually, now that I think about it, I did have a LAN event a couple of months ago.
But
not like this.
Do you have a crowd that's a passionate? No, you don't have a crowd. Come on.
My mom came and she was kind of passionate.
Your mom, yeah. Oh yeah, you say your family is going to be dropping by today or tomorrow, right? So I'll say hi to your mom. But before that, I'm going to try and get his mom's number while we go on the break. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for Game 3 of this upper bracket finals.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are, and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Welcome back to the Dota2 Masters SEA Cup 2023, live here at Pavilion Bukit Jalil. How is everyone doing? Make some noise! Alright, I mean, we're gonna warm up. We just cool down. We just cool down. I'm gonna try in just a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna do it now again. Okay. So, Dota fans, make some noise out there!
That was sadder than the first time.
We got some improvement. Thank you very much. I love it. It's like climbing rank. You gotta get better with every single cheer. But game 3 coming up, Otomo. This is getting a bit spicy. Beastmaster very highly contended between both teams. We've seen it win both games. You know, one for YG, one for Gengar. Is it gonna be the same?
Seems like it. Seems like both of these teams we talk about. Southeast Asia Dota tends to go very late. You know, one team, and that's something you want to avoid. So if you can go end the game very early with a push strat, with a Leshrac, with a Beastmaster, that seems to be the key to victory for both of these teams.
To be very honest, both games have ended, you know, pre-40 minutes, right? In SEA standards, that is very, very fast. SEA standards is 50 minutes and beyond.
Yes, but it's going because of Beastmaster, right? That's what we're saying. Beastmaster comes out. One game we had Beastmaster plus what was it called, the Troll Warlord, and Troll Warlord, despite his many flaws, he can push buildings very quickly.
All right, oh man, it says put that to rest. Right, Troll Warlord won the game. You know, give it some credit.
He gets some credit. VD Faded won the game using Troll Warlord. The Troll Warlord didn't win the game, so it was VD Faded.
No. Troll Warlord won the game.
All right,
okay, Beastmaster won the game.
But Beastmaster, and game 1 was with the Leshrac, game 2 it's with the Troll Warlord.
Yes.
And it does feel like both the teams, and here you go, Beastmaster comes out. First pick for Gengar. The bans for the two teams has been exactly the same, by the way. Meepo Morphling versus the Pango and the Timbersaw.
Now we get a bit of a different flavor from YG. You know, you get the techies out, you get the Ember out of the cage. We talk a little bit about techies, right? And how techies is going to fare when it comes to these drafts, and now we get to see a little bit great kind of that early to mid-game tempo control, decent in the late game, Snapfire as a response for Gengar.
I like the Snapfire with the Beastmaster because that's another hero that does well against buildings. Lilshire does reduce armor by 6. It lasts for quite a while. She's not bad with in the laning phase as well. You can cookie the Beastmaster, you can cookie a boar, you can even cookie a bird. Like there are so many options you can combo with. So it's pretty solid here.
And don't you think it's pretty funny that you can use the Snapfire cookie on the hawk that is flying, and then it somehow lands while flying and stuns someone?
That is the magic of Dota, you know, that's how it works.
Dota logic, you know.
Another hero that Yangon does not like to play against is the Faceless Boy. We've seen ban all 3 games, and in this game particularly makes sense just because you don't want it to be with the Snapfire, right? You don't want to have that Kisses plus the Chronosphere. It's too strong of a combo.
Faceless Void has been a staple ban for YG. You know, all 3 games so far banned out. Medusa also with the ban list. Rubik now being taken out as well by Gengar.
That's different.
That is a bit of a deviation.
That's
a bit of a
new.
difference from what we've seen in the first 2 games. Yeah.
It indicates that maybe we'll be seeing some very big team fight spell, and you can see there's a bit of head scratching, you know, going on. Like
the Tide, the Enigma, you know, Magnus.
Magnus is of course even a hero like Jakiro or
Mars
Earthshaker.
or Phoenix. Maybe not Phoenix.
Maybe not Phoenix. I was like,
that one's a bit hard. That one's a bit hard.
In my entire life of watching Dota 2 Pro, I've only seen the Phoenix Egg stolen once.
By?
FY.
Yeah, if you say anyone aside from FY, we're gonna have a talk after.
I was like, I've only seen that happen one time in history.
Because only him. I mean, the biggest stage at least. I'm pretty sure it has happened a couple of times. Oracle banned out by YG this time. A hero that they did kind of show up, right? Zorain on that Oracle. Big, massive menace.
If they are thinking of going for a giant team fight, they might have to consider getting rid of the Silencer. You know, like if you're saying Enigma, because those are the counters. There's Rubik and the Silencer. They counter Enigma every time. We'll see. Even a hero like Dawnbreaker doesn't like playing against the Silencer. We'll see. They still haven't used much of their reserve time. They're starting to dip into it a little bit now, wondering what it is they want to remove. This Rubik ban is very, as they say, sus.
Very...
unusual?
Out of the blue?
Out of the blue?
Okay, maybe that's not the right way to
No,
say
I mean, it is out of the blue. We just did not see
why are you banning Rubik? You know?
Why is Rubik being removed here? What are you thinking, Gengar?
BKB piercing ultimates, you know, what are we...
We
talk a little bit about the Primal Beast.
To be fair though, I mean, Rubik is good against the Snapfire to steal Kisses.
Yeah.
I mean, the Kilkey is also pretty good.
The Roar as well, you don't want them to steal the Roar.
I mean, even Scablas, and they do get rid of the Tide Hunter. Interesting sub-ban. They ban a carry, a support, and an offlaner. And for Yango Galactus, they get rid of the Undying. They take the Clockwork. Generally, this hero, when paired with something like a Viper, could be very deadly.
At the same time, it's also, you kind of want to have someone that can also play the vision game, right?
Yeah.
In both game 1 and game 2, it has been the Beastmaster and the Hawks. Now you got the Rocket Flare. You find a Mortimer standing, you know, Snapfire trying to spit some fireballs. You get on top of her with a hook shot, and that is a good way as well. Oftentimes,
we see the Clockwork come out with something like a Drow Ranger. You know, you want, because I do imagine this is going to be a Clock 5. Clock 5, there's not a whole lot of range heroes that give you that slow, but Drow Ranger would be the best. They go for a Dark Willow. Okay, that Morphling ban makes a lot of sense. You don't want there to transform into the Dark Willow and
Machine Gun Morphling.
Yeah, the Aghanim Scepter on it. But, okay, decent lineup coming out here with the team fights, by the way, as well. War, Bramble, Terrorize, Kisses. What are they going to go with? Are they going to show their carry or are they going to show their mid?
I mean, it's also very hard for heroes like Techies or, you know, Clockwork to navigate when there's a Bramble, right? Like, they kind of want to stick onto you. Oftentimes, they just jump in and start things off, and then when you have a Bramble to work with, it becomes hard. And now it's even harder because you got a Shadow Demon that completely ruins all these engages.
It's a core snap. It's a mid snap. It's a mid snap. That means there's the carry coming left for Gengar. They took their 2 supports. Lots of disable on this team. I feel like if you're Ember Spirit, you are going to be very scared. You
like Lincoln's Lotus, right? Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, and some of them, the Lotus, Lincoln's doesn't do anything. Like Bramble Maze, you walk into it.
Lotus doesn't do anything. You know?
Cookie, you walk into it. There's nothing you can do against it. So. It's a bit of a very difficult Ember Spirit game.
It also kind of stops you from going for big team fight ultimates, right? Because it's not the most effective. I mean, there are some ways to pull it off, but a lot of conditions need to be met.
Here's an interesting thing though. What if they move the Snapfire to another role and they take the Huskar? We did see that YG was scared of the Huskar Ember
Like
matchup.
Huskar won? Huskar mid?
Huskar mid.
Wait, who is one?
Snap?
Snap
Maybe?
won?
I mean, I don't think it's good, but
I mean, Snap disrupted. It doesn't sound too bad.
we've seen. The thing is, the Huskar will crush the
Ember, you
That's
know?
what you want, but at the same time, yeah, I feel like Snapfire actually does kind of well against Ember as well.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what they
I
want.
mean, he has Flame Guard, but you don't really care, right? You just Little Shredder, Scatter Blast, Flame Guard does nothing. And you're strength based, so you're naturally gonna have more resistance.
You're universal.
Sorry, you're universal.
She's
Used to be
universal.
strength based.
She used to be. I think Dark Willow is also universal. And the Underlord comes out. I like this. Okay, when you have a lot of stuns and stuff, if you can simply tank through it, that is a big boon for your lineup. So I like the Underlord. He's interesting. His eyes are
He's
yellow.
discolored, he's discolored a little bit.
Usually his eyes are green, aren't they?
Yeah, he looks less fierce, that's for sure.
I know. I like the green. And all right, so carries are the name of the game.
Yep.
Let's see. We have Terrorblade still in the pool. Slog's just been removed. Monkey has been a hero that has been banned. I think all 3 games. PA was banned the previous game. I don't like the PA much, but it is an option.
Doesn't feel like you want it in this game for either team, right?
Naga Siren is always pretty solid. Who would I think Naga Siren for Gengar would be insanely scary for them. Right after the Terrorize, Mortimer's Kiss is on top, Bramble Maze.
But how is the interaction between Underlord and Illusion Heroes? Because normally he just destroys Illusion Heroes.
He does, but once you get the heart, I don't think he does enough damage. It's one of those things where it's a problem early, mid. It's not a problem late game once you have a few items.
It'll be a problem for a while.
Exactly. All Illusion Heroes are going to struggle against that, but I think Naga Siren is among the least when it comes against.
What about Bloodseeker?
Solid, but I don't think there's anyone on YG that's particularly mobile. Ember as well as the Underlord kind of like they move, but they don't move a lot. It's kind of the support to move. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the Bloodseeker in general. Could be good though, just because of disruption. Then you have the Blood right on top.
You got the Slot ban, TA ban out as well. So again, no one to do with the refraction, so they get rid of that threat. The last ban from YG. You talked about early on, right? Someone like a Drow, someone that can play long range, like maybe TB that has long range with the meta. That feels like the last choice of a range hero. No more Morphling, no more Medusa, no more TA.
I like the TAs. I like the Drow with the Clockwork. I think that's pretty good. You generally will have that long range. If you're up against 4 range heroes, so you can stay far up and hit them with the it's not marksmanship. What's it called? Rain? Was it the rain of arrows? The one that you shoot a bunch of them.
The volley. Was it volley?
Something like that. Damn it. We should ask the crowd will tell us at some point. After the game, they're like, "You idiot! You don't know it."
It's called arrow. I don't know.
It's arrow.
Something volley. Right. Yeah, I'll check it out in a bit.
Alright, so Gengar, they need a carry. They need a melee carry. I would like something like that. Naga Siren is generally the one I'm feeling. I do think that could also deal well with the Drow Ranger if they go for it. So I would like to see the Naga Siren here.
Yeah. I think, I was also thinking, does Gengar want to go for the Drow as well? I mean, you have 3 melee heroes, one that wants to come into melee range.
You have, plus you really buff up the Snapfire. Yeah. Like you give them so. But marksmanship is not. It used to be 25. Sorry, it used to be a 30, 40, 50. Yeah. Now it's 15, and they go for the Ursa. The 15, 20, 25. I like it. I wanted the melee carry coming out here. They go for the Ursa. Does make the Drow feel a little bit better if you are Yangon.
It's like like Clockwork, Underlord. You want to come at me? All right, let's brawl.
And the Clockwork is pretty solid. They go for
the
Drow.
We've been talking about the Drow. We needed to see that, right?
We've been talking about the Drow. And she's super good with the Clockwork. And secondly, like she will be able to stay behind. You have a lot of meat in front of you. You have, like you said, you have an Underlord. You have a Clockwork. You have the cogs also. There's something that Ursa will have problems with.
Yeah, and also like they don't have the best way to kind of go on top of the draw, right? If you are on the side of Gengar.
So it's an issue for them. And by the way, we want to make sure we also thank the people who made this tournament possible. So Soting for Sotinge.
Sotinge, yeah.
Sotinge, thank you. I was like, imagine saying that one wrong.
Yeah, Sotinge. I mean, we took a sip early on. It's very energizing. I like it when the things I consume refreshes me.
I like when the things I consume, I actually like them.
I like them and they refresh me, That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so, and also we want to thank Time Internet for they're actually responsible for all of this. All the internet is being provided, and it's been pretty steady.
I mean, you play with like minimal ping. You look at all these, pixel perfect, time, instant hacks. You don't get that.
Don't give me that 15-time puns. No.
No, that one was unintentional. But well-timed hacks, the instant hacks. There we go.
No.
Instant hacks, the precast, whatever you call it, right? But you don't get to experience that every day.
Yes.
I have trouble getting these hexes off.
I'm just glad we're having minimum delays thanks to them. So that works a lot. But in terms of the two teams themselves, I am thinking this is a tough one.
You're putting in a pickle, huh?
I am putting in a pickle. I'm sitting on the fence, and I feel like the two drafts are relatively even-ish.
I feel like when we go late, Brad, that draft is going to have a slightly better time against the Ursa and Gengar, right? We have very good, mano-to-mano fighting capabilities, but who is going to jump the draw in the late game?
Yeah, I mean, Ursa can if you get Blink Dagger jump, but it's not the easiest, right? And and you look at the Shadow Demon, you look at the Dark Pool, you look at the Snapfire, these guys can't really get close to the
not that they want to.
No, not they are. I think I'm going to go with Yangon, guys. I've been with them 3 games in a row.
Right. Has been 50-50 so far.
It's been 50-50, but I'm going to be improving my my prediction rate after this.
It's going to go either way, it's definitely not going to be 50 afterwards, but it depends on whether you are 66% right or 33%.
What about you? Are you with Yangon?
I'm a bit on the fence, honestly. I'm looking
at
YG.
It
is a tough one. I'm going on YG. I think if we hit that late game, if we hit the C standard, the SCA 60-minute tier 5, I think YG is going to have a better chance. But we've seen how Gengar controls that early to mid-tempo with the Beastmaster, right? You put an Ursa on top of that, that is going to be the problem if YG can't keep up.
That's the problem, right? Like you mentioned, because Ursa can take the Aegis, Beastmaster can take the towers, and suddenly you have this unstoppable. Are going to be starting off with a little bit of a pause, not because of internet though.
I gotta say that as much as Ursa's name is called Fuzzy Wuzzy, he's definitely not cuddly at all. And by the way, I figured out the name of Drow's third skill. Yeah, take a guess.
What is it? Oh, I have to.
I'm asking you to take a guess.
Wait, it's not marksmanship. That's the ultimate.
That's the ultimate. Yeah.
It's not gust. It's not frost arrows. It's rain of arrows. I don't know.
It's multi-shot.
Multi-shot. Damn it!
Yeah, it's the simplest name. I like it. Our boys, Malaysian food. How have you been enjoying Malaysia? I heard you flew in last night.
Who? Which team?
You.
What flew in last? I live here. I've lived here longer than you.
Oh,
yes.
Sure.
I
was born here.
I was born here too, and I'm older by only a little bit though. Just a little bit.
Yeah, I heard a decade is pretty.
A decade is nothing.
Yeah, a decade is pretty short,
in terms of the millennias of life and all that.
Yes, absolutely.
But we are having a bit of a pause here. They're enjoying this pause. They know
that is the best part, right? You want to be enjoying the process. I mean, that there are prizes at stake, but I think enjoying the process does make it a bit more smooth. I get in the experience. You don't want to go in and look at the teammates and be like, you sucked the previous game.
Oh, I love that we have this the hero portraits in front of the player playing them. I haven't actually checked if they get grayed out when the hero dies yet. This is one of the things that we really want to see, and we'll be going back in. Looks like all right, 10-man smoke.
Oh, there it is. All right, so they're gonna duel at the bottom side of the map.
Not good for your health.
Okay, who's gonna get first blood?
I feel like Yangon has a slightly stronger, but they've. Yeah, I think Yangon would be the one with a slightly stronger skirmish, but it can go either way. Like whoever catches the other one, that's it.
Basically just sidestep.
They're all no one's gonna find each other.
Whatever it is.
Gengar goes north, Yangon goes south, and suddenly they ship sail in the night. But if Gengar goes back and they go up that cliff, they could be in a lot of trouble here. And in general, it's often that the Radiant side is where they fight.
Yeah, they're going to stay on their side of the map. I mean, YG has already covered basically the entire bottom side, right? There's no easy way for you to make it back there without make this big turn around the base. And
it's at this point you just take the enemies two and you lose your two.
Yeah, and you just TP.
And you're like, alright, that's it, whatever.
They might still go and check though. I mean, again, right? You say level 1 skirmish, you have the battery assault, you have the blood grenade, frost arrows. They can still contest it.
It's decent, yeah. But I mean, on the other side, it's also kind of these like, cookie, disruption.
Like you don't want to walk into it.
neither team I feel like will be very ultra confident.
Oh, there it is.
They
see him. It's gonna be disruption instant.
That could be his death.
That's gonna be first blood for sure on the side of his clockwork. Battery sound was used. It doesn't really matter. A couple of the right clicks could be there. Stands once more with the first blood.
Well, there's a couple of people in the crowd. They are big Gengar fans. Anytime they do something good, they just clap like.
Hey man,
it's nice to see that.
Just what I was waiting for.
Probably brothers of players, or
they just hit clockwork, you know. Or they just hate Clockwork.
Right.
Either way.
Anytime Clockwork dies, like we're so happy. Or they don't like Zhao Rei and they meant him in the palm.
Hey, I feel like it's more of the first and second, you know.
More likely for sure.
I mean, you say even Zhao Rei ain't happy with that. Back again. Maze trying to sidestep everything. He's pretty good with those movements.
This is pretty good.
The dancing shoes, 2 consecutive better results used as well.
That's pretty solid. They get GY to about a third of his health. Sanzos is about a quarter of his. And Zion is just going to be able to heal up. Lots of stats on the Beastmaster, by the way. Starting with +7, I think. 3 iron branches and 2 circlets. Alright, so bottom lane is Ursa versus Shadow Demon. Not a combination that I would say has a lot of kill potential.
See skill. I mean, these early disruptions, when you put it on the techies, it actually hurts more than you expect, right? I mean, universal hero stuff.
They do 30. Each illusion does 30% of the hero's damage, so 2 of them, 60% per volley. It's ranged. It does hurt a little bit. All right, so mid lane, Young PH. He has been, and I say in all 3 games he has won. Sorry, in both games he won the lane stage, but he wasn't able to always use that to win the game. But this time he's also off to a good start as usual.
Again, it's one of those few matchups that Flame Guard kind of does nothing, right?
Yeah.
Like, you want to clear the way for sure, but every time you kind of walk up, you're going to get blasted in the face.
Oh, Sans taking a few hits, but the great use of the Brown Mace keeps the enemies away from him, so he's going to be alright. Clockwork in general, you want to wait until you get level 3, because then battery assault damage goes from 20 to 45, so it more than doubles.
Also has a Shadow Realm, so it's not the easiest to catch, right? I mean, going after will, unless you Cogger.
Faded.
He faded, not in a good spot. Again, it's just the techie stuff.
Skillet used all his spells, but he does have that remote mine if he wants to throw for it, or I believe it's called remote mine. I'm not sure. I think
yes,
one
it
is his ultimate. His Q is whatever, and banished again, or they're gonna go for it. They can't do anything, right? It's like the banish comes out, the disruption comes out, but it doesn't really change anything in this game.
This is probably the best spot you want to be if you are Show T as an Underlord. You want to keep them under the tower, keep them away from farm, harass them, poke them when they come near, and you just get those free damage, sort of chip away at the structure.
And they were able also to remove that, unblock their camp, so now they can pull the creep waves if they want to do that. And how about top? Looks like GY, he's okay, slightly behind the Draw Ranger, but a lot of it comes to the fact that he has summons, he has the Dark Willow, so it's not the easiest thing for the Clockwork to get next time and get those skills going. Oh, and he's got a Ring of Health, so harassing him is almost pointless.
Yeah, just a usual day in the office for Beastmaster. I mean, offlaners.
He played the Beastmaster so well in the previous game.
He did. He dropped the beat.
Alright, definitely the start. Looks like Zhao Rei.
It's not going to be as easy as last game, right? In this case, if you kind of go down the same route, it's not that easy to get on top of the Draw Ranger. You know, you have supports that can isolate you in these fights.
I think phase overall seems like it's going fairly even for everyone. The biggest loser seems to be Shoti and the bottom lane on the Underlord. He is not having a good time. Oh, it's Zhao Rei, he's going for it. Nice multi-shot.
Will be in trouble. No mana for the Axis. Sans is going to try to run him down. Rambo may sidestep, but did force the cogs out. He's going to try out the Blood Grenade as well. Sans might lose his life. KSH turns around. He's going to use the Verifier. Not enough.
GY.
Lovely pick up a KSH. And now GY in trouble. Kind of juked around. No mana to work with. Might just try to get as much last hit as possible.
He's staying near the creeps. Wants the barrier assault to avoid him. But
yeah,
it may not be enough.
The armor and regen, right? From the banner creep as well, but it is not enough. KSH just finds the double.
Yep, this is the combination we expect. The Clockwork and the Drow, the slow with the mini stun, with the cogs. It's very powerful. I in the drafting phase, I was like, what about Clockwork and Viper if it's a position 4? But if it's a position 5, you put it with a Drow, you win the lane.
I mean, one of the biggest problems for Drow is to keep someone in position, in place.
Oh, Zhao Rei should be relatively okay here. He's low health, but okay, get the hit.
No more magic shield.
Full Shadow Realm hit. Nope, not happening. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah, broke vision as well. Broke line of sight. Lovely stuff.
Broke ankles, baby. That's why he broke. Oh, Ponyo is in the top lane. Can he get a KS edge? I mean, you probably know this is happening if you're UIG. They actually did this in the previous game as well, remember?
Yeah, and there's a hawk vision, right? So they just forced the clockwork home.
KS edge is staying near the tower, but now he's starting to move out a little bit. Ponyo wasting a lot of time. This rotation, I think, is just gonna.
I mean, it has to happen now, right?
Okay, yep, there you go.
There it is. But I mean, Zorian's gonna TP back. They might have missed the timing a little bit. Not the destruction. On top of the Bramble Maze, the Blood Grenade, it's easy kill for GY. Ponyo will pick that up, and Zorian now tries both of them in the top. Backup coming in with the blast off, but it's still 2 for the Gengar. So
I think it's a 3 for 1.
It ran down. It's gonna be the slow from the board as well. A couple of right clicks,
one
the
more,
job stance.
one more.
Will pick that out. The remote mines trying to chase him down. It explodes, and it's gonna be a double for skill lay, but 3 for Gengar.
So at least, you know, they had to, both teams brought 3 people top, but in the end, it's Gengar who walks away. Very happy with how that trade went. You're killing KS Edge. I think it's a double kill, and you can see he's not getting the creeps anymore. He was ahead of GY for a while, but not anymore.
Again, GY biggest winner, right? 3 assists, I believe, going over to him.
Second net worth right now. KS Edge still at the top, and actually. VT Faded is having a bit of a tough time. Look at that experience going up. Of course, very early, so just 1 or 2 kills makes the graph shoot up or down. Ursa is going for the Battle Fury, just wants to farm up. Wonder Boy, he has hit level 6. He's going for the ADOS first item. Doesn't have boots yet. Ah, there you go. Boots come out. Might go for boots of travel after that.
Support spotter also on the top side.
Ponyo.
Stack as well. Ponyo looking for some stacks. He's gonna give his life for this for sure, but
the Yangon Galacticos, all their games they made sure to stack. And oh, he needs to be careful. Ponyo, he's going for the Wisdom Ruin. He's trying.
He's gonna get it?
He is coming out in a few seconds. They cannot walk through the tower.
They're TPing in. They're gonna get it, yep.
Underlord's like, surprise, here I am.
Very, very needed. He's gonna free go on Ponyo for sure.
And what was supposed to be a Wisdom Ruin steal is actually a free kill, but Zarain, is he gonna lose his life? He does.
Trapped in the cogs with VT Faded. KSH on the run. They don't have Monument, but they're gonna cook before the raw and the movement. Lovely stuff from Wonder Boy.
Dude, this GY on Beastmaster is a beast. Of course, it is Wonder Boy who set him up, but like, it's just been winning the lane phase, and B-Fade comes top, they get a kill, and now they're gonna get the first tower of the game. Gengar, they are playing this fast-paced Dota, and it is working out for them. They already have the Beastmaster.
Again, Beastmaster has been a pivotal hero, right?
Hasn't lost the series. Three appearances so far.
2-0 so far.
2-0. Well, I mean, true. He might lose this one, but it's looking very good for Gengar at the moment.
We haven't really seen much of Young PH so far. He's just been
he's surprisingly
occupying the middle lane, yeah, pretty
right. And on the Storm Spirit game, the same thing. Like I was like, oh, he's gonna be rotating out. He did a few rotations, failed, and then he was like, okay, I'm just gonna farm. AFK, go jungle. Oh, bomb lane. This could be a good kill.
You gotta drag for 10 more seconds.
No enrage.
Back up very soon. Does it still have the verifier? It's gonna instantly take the gate to get out.
He's just going to go top lane, just going to be able to farm up very close to the cornucopia. Once he gets that, it's going to be very hard to zone him out. And Ponyo, can you make it out of this? PH, is he going to follow? Drops a ward, I don't know if you can see him, but he does know where Ponyo is.
Get it with the sleight of fist, but Wonder Boy is going to be around the corner, so
nice.
keep Ponyo out of the way.
Good slide to dodge the Scarab Blast.
Yeah, I don't think you want to stay here. He had the shield rune, he's still going to try. Remnant forward.
It's over.
No, it's over. It's done.
A bit of a waste of a Remnant as well, since you're not really going to be jumping to that one anytime soon. He is still hungry for the kill. Decides in the end it's not worth his time. Goes back to CSing. He is slightly behind the Snapfire, but not by much. And there's the cornucopia on VD phase, so suddenly, harassing him is not worth it. He's just going to be able to get a massive amounts of regen anyway. Alright.
The KSH also, I mean, look at the items queued up, right? Dragon Scepter,
Dragon
Lance.
I like the Dragon Lance, just he wants to keep his distance. And he needs to be careful, doesn't go too far. Sans is right there. Doesn't have level 6, but Bramble Maze is still a dangerous spell to go for.
They surely see this, right? Courier flying by.
Shoti, Bomb Lane's got the Vanguard with the Atrophy Aura, very hard to bring. He took an early point in his ultimate, not something we see very often, but it will allow him to show up anyway. And unless he has Pits of Malice, like at level 8 it becomes scary if he shows up with Pit of Malice, maxed out Firestorm.
Definitely slower.
Sorry?
Start. Definitely a slower start for, you know.
Yeah, but these two teams, I think they respect each other quite a bit.
I mean, when you compare kind of the Snapfire and the Ember, you do expect the Ember to
be doing
a
lot
more moves.
Right? I mean, once maybe the Rob Atos comes up from Snapfire, she'll be almost as active, maybe with the boost of travel, but overall, oh, GY is here, throws out Roar.
And that's should be a kill. He trapped himself in a cog. That's going to be a dead Zari. Great accuracy from the side of
big jump.
Wonder Boy. It's going to be a blast off on your hit. He's down. Skule walks away with his life.
Sans.
That's going to be chased down using Terrorized. Cancels it, tries to do a fake, but also loses his life. KSH picks up that one. 2 for YG.
Huge jump by Skille, by the way. He was able to get both supports with it, and they did lose their life after. So nice rotation also coming out from KSH. And overall, it's looking pretty good for Yangolex. What is the win percentage? Oh, GY.
Oh, yeah, they're going to come in with the gate as well, GY. GY's get out of this.
Nice.
Trapped in the pit of malice. That's an easy kill. Wonder Boy jumps in. Scatter blast. Damage not sufficient though. Disruption used on top of the Draw Ranger. The gate still out for 5 more seconds. They're going to fight this. Zore arrives, and the KSH finding a double kill. And an easy one for Young PH. YG striking back with 3.
Yeah, they are starting to take control of this game. By the way, one of the benefits of the Draw Ranger is that as a carry, she's really good at taking down buildings, especially once you get that Dragon Lance on her. Alright, KBB, he's thinking about jumping in.
He buffer it, right? Now they're going to run at him. The tier 1 is going to be down. TP in with GY straight into 4 people, and
Zare taking some hits.
Trying to work on Zare, but it's a clock race. Not possible. You have to always be kind of be careful, right? Like you say, a lot of meat on the side of YG.
Yep.
Zare with the cogs, you have to blast on from skill lane, you have the pit of malice that you got to walk through. Very, very tough for Gengar to just keep running at them.
I like one of the things about the Drow is that she's such a natural counter to those jump and melee heroes because you build a Hurricane Pike. So you know people jump on you, straight away push them,
or you just blow them away, right? You just
or save allies. That's another way. Is that if she doesn't have it yet, she wants to go for it after the Aghanim Scepter, but it is a nice option to have if you are the Drow.
He's getting a big stack as well.
Stacking some more, by the way. He even uses the Pit of Now, so the creeps don't go back in time, so he can able to get the more stacks coming out. So very impressive. Top 3 net worth, all on Yangon Galacticos.
Drow is having a fantastic time. Almost 1,000 go ahead in terms of net worth.
And fortunately, the Ursa is a hero that really gets, like, his farming speed really...
He just used his cookie to farm the cam, and now he might be dead. They throw everything on top of him. He destroys the mine. Ponyo needs to
nice
save
save. But it's not gonna
come up to his death, right? Pit of man is on top of him. Young PH.
I hope it was a tasty cookie.
Yeah, some revenge kills.
It was worth his life. Chocolate chip, probably.
Probably found out that it wasn't.
Right? He's like, oh my god, it's raisins.
Lovely hook shot. Pushed back by the cops into a gun. They are ping-ponging him like a ragdoll, and this bear is dead.
Dude, even Shoti shows up and he's like, I'm leaving. I don't even need to do anything.
He's like, what's up? Alright.
Yeah, I think he shows up. He gets the assist gold, by the way.
Yeah, he shows up, he gets some money, and he's alright, thank you very much. I'm back to my top side.
And he has got Vanguard, he's got the mech, and I'm worried because the damage, besides the Ursa, is very spread out right now. Especially the Snapfire, she's got good burst damage, but you kind of rely on that level 20 talent. Little Shredder does your attack damage to really become a,
that's
a core.
50 minutes, right? We're talking about the 40-50 minute territory right now. It's a long shot.
I mean, at least level, 30, 35 minutes before she gets 20. Alright, do they want to go in for this fight? The ability to poke on Yangolex is amazing.
One ahead, lovely stun, he's dead. And we talked about this, they needed some sort of shutdown on Young PH, the most valuable player outside of KSH.
And Zare can't help him, he doesn't have the hook shot, wasn't available in that fight, so it's like, kind of on you. Draw Ranger opting not to go for either the Axe or the Hurricane, but for the Manta instead. You can remove the Cursed Crown, and you can also dodge the Roar. If you see the animation, you can Manta, he'll have to do Roar again.
Tumbler Toy into the maze.
What a shot!
Lovely stuff with the hook shot.
But he might be dead anyway!
The mech at the end! Great save by Shoti, and they end up losing Sans as he tries to chase for Zare.
Dude, Yangon is like they're baiting them. They're like, come into me, and then just make sure they get these kills every time. What a move. It's only a support kill, but that was the more skills being used. And I'm not feeling that fast pace. Look at that. Great hook shot, jumps at the creeps, and they tried to follow
this was great as well, right? If not for the mech,
he was dead. He was dead without the mech.
And the raindrop. The raindrop blocked 120 damage at the end.
And just overall, Gengar, they're trying to play this fast pace, but it's not opting for them. GY, he's going for, he's got the, what's it called, the Crimson Guard, that's nice, but you're up against a very mixed amount of damage, very mixed type of damage. 69% for YG, that's a good number.
Oh, very, very nice. Trying to go for mid-tier 1 again, losing Sands. Now this cross-map play is very deadly, and a hook shot onto Ponyo also.
He's dead. That's it.
Disruption, he's gonna use it, but it doesn't really matter. The bomb.
Disruption just to delay the inevitable for them, and that's going to be, by the way, those creeps, that's 50 gold going into the illusions into KSH, so he's having fun. And Shoti, every time I look at him, he's using his ultimate to move around the map. And
it's so hard, right? I mean, you get a free boost of travel, level 2. You can go to anywhere you want on the map.
Oh, Zhao this could be a nice kill.
Does have Cox, gets Rod instead. Whoa, the barrier side.
The roar comes out just to ensure that kill.
I mean, they have to run, you know?
That's only position 5. They might be able to turn this around saying no roar.
Not what you expected.
Alright, if you are Gengar, what you want is you want to sneak Roshan if you can. You know, right now it is on the dire side, which is something that young Galacticos can be comfortable with, but if you can smoke, get it, it would open up a lot for you.
I think Yangon know this also.
Yeah. That they are
on the top side.
That's why they're pushing top, like you said. They want to push top, they want to make sure that you don't get it. And I like what Teki is going for. He's going for straight up force staff. Usually Tekis can go for like Greaves, because they farm really well.
But they're going to Underlord, right? Underlord's going to go Greaves.
Underlord, then I'm going to get...
Daddy Underlord, you know, he's the nanny, he carries everything.
I'll counter the Bramble, I'll counter the Ursa. Even Roar, you get Roar, you face in the right direction, you can just escape from it.
Yeah, no Raw, no mana on GY, so this defense is not going to possible.
Look at Underlord. Not only does he have the Greaves, by the way, he's got the Occult Bracelet, that's 10% magic resistance, with a great healing Lotus.
Oh yeah.
That is a lot of health. I'm kind of scared. What do we have here for young PH? Oh, okay. Oh, did you see that?
It's going to be very important. If they find him though, they need a bit more control. Terra is going to be there. He's running in fear. But fear ain't enough.
Very close. They almost messed up. They used the disruption along with the Rod of Aethos at the same time.
And that's 800 gold, but they might lose Roshan though. You can see that. I mean, Gengar, they are posturing all the way to Roshan pit, but it's done. It's done and dusted. Roshan gone. KSH can get this. At least something.
It might still be worth it to go for it, because young PH is dead. You could take a 5 versus 4 fight. You do have more risk.
Oh, this is awesome.
They want it. Okay, they spot anyone.
The smoke instantly breaks.
Smoke breaks.
There it is.
They
it's
see
on
it.
It don't matter. Smoke shot straight on the GY. KSH is firing away. Can they find him straight into the back?
Kisses,
around.
baby.
GY, look at the Crimson Guard. So tanky. The force stab used by KSH, but his whole team is dying. I mean, the Cookie's gonna save the Willow as this Drow TPs to safety. I mean,
can they get more?
Too.
Otek is almost caught by the disruption, but I think he's going to be just fine. And it's a 2-for-0 trade. Gengar, they don't take the Aegis out of their hands, but they still get lost. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. I think he was in range of Rod of Aethos, but maybe he decided not to. And look at the kisses, man. Going for GY, he is so tanky, and like they're spread damage. They lost 2 people very early on. Luckily for them that KSH make it out. GY, not tanky enough.
No, not tanky enough. He's gonna get an easy one. It's too dead already for Gengar. While you're trying to TP, the Cox just missing by a hair's breadth.
He uses a good use of the Tumbler's toy, but you need to, you know, it's always one of those things where it's like, I think it's on the edge and he's about to TP, you have to do something.
Yeah, let's nullify a little bit of, you know, what Gengar did earlier on, right? Again, the Silver Lining, Aegis still in hands of Drow. Drow TPs out, comes back, gets a kill onto the offlaner on the side of Gengar. Perfect.
It's still in the YG's hands, but Gengar is playing this really well overall. Like that was a good time for them to contest. Alright, but it's 3.5 minutes for the Drow Ranger. Thing is, are you really going to be pushing? Drow can push, but I feel like this is going to be mostly a farming Aegis. You know, you don't have the Beastmaster on your side or the Snapfire. Your heroes are what? Ember Spirit, Clockwork. These guys don't hit heroes.
I mean, you're looking at a comp that is pretty good at sieging, but you have an anti-siege comp, right? Like, yeah. Not the easiest to run into.
And Underlord goes for the Dragon Scale. So Dragon Scale against the Ursa. 5 armor with a Crimson Guard with an Atrophy Aura and a Guardian Greaves. Like, he is just not going to be doing much damage to the Underlord.
I mean, well, back to the offlaner buys Aura meta, you know.
I like that meta. Nothing wrong with it.
Big rocket.
On Yoke, and he's trying to
They're
they
gonna,
get him?
They're gonna try and block
Hook
it,
shot?
right? Ponyo trying to protect GY. GY is gonna get out as far as he can.
He's aiming it.
It is
too short.
Yeah, too short.
But I think he's still dead anyway. Yeah, he's probably dead. Doesn't matter.
I mean, the most important thing is that GY gets out, right? You need this Beastmaster to stay alive.
He wasted a lot of time, honestly. Like,
they drew like what, 4 guys to the top side.
Like, yeah, you get a kill, but Hookshot is down. Ember Spirit used the Remnant, and the main target makes out. And yeah, you can see Underlord. With he doesn't have Crimson, so he has Vanguard, Greaves, Dragon Scale. He is very tanky, and I believe that's okay. Who has Philosopher's Stone? I think one of them is on Zalrain, and one of them is on the Shadow Demon.
Okay, Duelist Gloves for the Drow.
Interesting item.
It is. It's interesting.
Isn't that tier 1?
It is tier 1.
It is a tier 1, right? And
that means that they didn't get the Growth Bow.
Oh, that's true, right? Growth Bow is the item that you always want. Growth Bow if you're Rage Heroes.
Pyrus Head if you're in 60 minutes in the game. Or do you get Pyrus Head or Apex?
I like Giant Strength. I love getting that 70 strength or something. And
you like to walk through walls, you know?
That is also fun. Alright, so yeah, each team has a Philosopher's Stone, each team has a Dragon Scale, each team has a Bracer.
2 fairy trinkets on, you know, for...
That is the difference. The fairy trinket as well as the whip and the Pedro. Oh, we got fight? So it's not a fight, they are just going to go.
They're fighting the Tormentor,
And
right?
who does it go for? Oh yeah, this is actually one of the best shards. You get the Demonic Cleanse. It's a heal. It removes a lot of... You remove the Pit of Malice, for example. It's fairly helpful. You remove
Great
the
for the Ursa, right? It's like a mini enrage for him.
Like, it is actually pretty good. You know, the Searing Chains as well as the Pit, they don't matter for you. Even the slow from the Drow, but that's usually reapplied very fast. So I like it. Drow Ranger doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter, so she is going to be getting that Hypothermia. Really good percentage damage added to her. I mean, it's a slow and then does some damage as well.
It's yeah. This is the only time, I mean, this is probably the most logical thing in Dota, where you can literally die of a real life element, which is a hypothermia.
Yeah, it's very cold.
Hypo means low.
I mean,
means temperature.
Yeah, but it's very
Emia means in blood, in your body, alright? In case you didn't, it was a reference from a YouTube channel.
I like how he goes for word for it. Alright, Ursa, he's got the BKB, but this has generally been a bit of a quiet game, so...
It is.
We'll see if the BKB is going to be enough. You can dodge everything except the cogs and the hook shot. Those 2 things, they don't care, and then what they're going to go, they're going to go for it themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork is one of those robots. It's like my job is to serve my master.
Right,
I stick onto you, I trap you, and I become scrap metal.
Alright, so what do they get here? They get the
Reactive Taser, yeah.
It's not as good as it used to be. It used to be that you get the disarm on it, but that was added naturally, so it's still good, but it's not amazing. I would have preferred the Clockwork, honestly, just so you get that the jetpack flying.
Yeah,
it's so cute.
It is really fun. The overclock, you know.
It's the best ability. Jetpack is cancelable on casting hookshot.
It is really nice because it gives you flying vision, right? So
it is. That's the thing. You can also cock someone then fly, and you just leave
and also
them there.
multiple rockets. You know, it's
Oh, that's for the overclock.
Overclock, yeah. And there it is. I mean, this could be a big one.
Yeah, they're going from behind.
This is big moment. Snapfire is seeing all this happen, right? The tower just went down. KSH has to be very careful.
Aegis is timed out a minute ago, and if they take, by the way, if they take this, that's a signal. If you take the
Oh, they're going for it. Straight in. BKB finds Zorian first. Hook shot, force stab, trying to buy some distance and some time. Massive Pit of Malice to keep the rest of Gengar in the back. They're going to
wants to kill someone.
Over to the show team, but this is the Underlord. You cannot beat him. He is a punching bag for the side of YG, and they're going to end up losing too. There's nothing that's good that can come out of that.
The problem in that fight was the Ursa cannot get his claws on anyone. You can see he tries to go to the Clockwork, Glimmer. He's like, okay, I'll go for the Underlord, but Underlord we mentioned is so damn durable. And look at all the damage. All the damage is just Ursa. The rest of the team...
Pit of Malice also, right? It kept everyone away.
Actually, we have a replay. We can check that out. We can see Ursa just has no chance of catching anybody in these fights. And 7,000 gold advantage for Young Galacticos. At this point, by the way, Drow also becomes quite durable.
Yeah, and it's starting to get into kind of the territory we discussed earlier on, right? Who is going to jump the backline?
Yep.
Honestly, Ursa is the only guy, but at the same time, he's kind of like the guy that struggles to stick onto. It's not like a troll that can root you in place, right? This one needs you to stand there willingly and beat you. Or
you get yourself a basher and hope for the best. But overall, right now, YG in a good spot, and the thing about Gengar's draft, the Snapfire, this is the worst part of the game for her. When your magic damage is falling off, but you don't have physical damage from your level 20.
The transition phase,
yes.
you know? And look at that, he's just just starting to build a Chrysalis, but you also are thinking about the Blink Dagger as well. So very, very expensive. This is why we say, right, 15 minutes and onwards, this is what you are looking for. Your Snapfire.
You're struggling if you're Wonder Boy.
Age is catching up.
Nothing wrong with being a bit older.
No, nothing wrong for sure, but
you know, with age comes maturity and wisdom.
Yeah, but don't win your Dota game.
No, definitely not the Dota game. MPH, by the way, another quiet game, 5-2 and 5, so he's been involved about 10 kills, but not really in your face, kind of content to farm. And to be honest, I don't see why YG wouldn't want to farm.
They have plenty of time.
You're the team that has the late game, unless Snapfire does, you know.
So you're gonna win either way, unless Snapfire gets multi-little shredder with a Divine Rapier Daedalus and kind of one-shot 3 of your teammates, and then maybe yes. But also we gotta start kind of addressing like when this Ember gets this axe, right? How are you gonna catch the Ember?
Yeah, their control is a bit limited. That's gonna be a problem.
They have like what, 2 stuns? Excluding the Bramble Maze, right?
They got disruption. You can use the disruption ship, the cookie, but it's not
4 stuns.
It's not. But they're
not the
not
most
easy.
reliable.
Yeah, it's not like a hex where it's like
the best one is just the raw.
All right, where we don't have the drums of Slum either.
Not
in this game.
time. Yeah.
So that is going to be a problem. It's just he should have to be. He's barely. Look at the techie's net worth compared to the Beastmaster.
He does hunt pretty fast.
And if you're Gengar, you're always thinking, when are we going to start making the comeback? And Roshan's going to come up very soon, and it's going to be on YG's side, and they are right in the area.
Can you still fight YG?
Not really. Doesn't feel like it. I mean, maybe if you take them the Roche Pit with Terrorize, you can do something with it.
Everything has to go right.
But they haven't checked it. Look at it. He's got Greevils on top of him. Is that some sort of cosmetic? I've never seen. He's got like children. They still haven't checked. They don't realize it's up or not. They're not using a rocket or anything.
Oh, they have the hog. They see this happening.
All right, they're giving them. This is a lot of time, and you can see Gengar. They're on the way, but Roche is already half health. And
I mean, they're waiting for the smoke, right? They're waiting for everyone to arrive with the smoke.
It's gone.
It's way too late.
They need to be there like a minute ago, basically. And second Aegis goes for KS Edge. Ursa does have the basher, so if he can jump on someone, he can claw them to death, but I don't know. I'm looking at this. I'm feeling like YG has got this one in the bag, barring an insane performance by Gengar.
Okay. Very tough territory. I mean, we got the Blink Dagger done for Wonder Boy. Still needs to go for the Daedalus. And even if you get the Daedalus, it's one of those things, right? It's just like the IO core back then by Ana, where you have the item, but you need the levels as well.
Exactly.
It has to go hand in hand. They are going to lose Ponyo for sure. This high ground defense is going to be very, very tough.
I like how Zarian actually hook shots for it. He's like, yeah. He comes in, they get 700 gold, almost 700 gold for that one, so really well played. Like, it's just a nice free pick-off for them. And unfortunately, if you're a Shadow Demon, you don't have great targets to disrupt. Maybe the Underlord just to get the Atrophy Aura.
I mean, but we say the high ground defense is good for Gengar, but now it was good. It was good, but now it's getting a bit tough.
I mean,
decent clear by the Drow Ranger.
Look at Drow, she
just
just stands there and shoots, and there's nothing. Look at that, with that freaking crossbow, stands there and hits.
That's without the shard. She hasn't built a platform for herself to shoot yet, and that gives you flying vision, alright? And you don't see her.
This tower's gone.
It's gone.
And after that, now you have to worry again. How are you going to be engaging with this?
There's a Blink Dagger for both Snapfire and Beast, but again, there's a Lotus, right? Lotus on Underlord.
Here's the thing about those Blink Daggers, that they don't give you any stats, and I feel like you're so far behind. Like, when you need stats, you don't need to be able to catch them. You need the items that give you those numbers, you know, make you a bit tankier, a bit more damage. Alright, so it's only VT Faded who's been having a game.
He might not have a game any longer because the Halberd is now out.
I mean, plus we have 4 staffs on 3 of their heroes, right? Hurricane Pike on the
If he still had some sort of game, now probably not as much.
It's gonna be so hard for this Ursa to catch people. Like, if you can catch, I don't know how you get it. Yeah, the Heaven's Halberd on the Ursa. For people who don't know, the Enrage does not remove it, nor does the status resistance reduce the duration.
And by the way, this is one of the few items that Quinn has a big problem with because he just hates the disarm.
Hey, look,
remove this from Dota, you know.
Well, Quinn ain't here.
Yeah, he ain't here. No one cares.
No one cares what he has to say right now. and Ember Spirit's got the cheese. So even if you focus him down, it's gonna be an issue for them. They're just gonna go hit the racks. They have a dragon skill on the Underlord, so that's 22 damage over time as well.
Smoke up. Third Blink Dagger also picked up, this time by Ponyo also. Look at the back line. It's going to be awesome. The clock is going to block all of this. He's going to see it, right?
Big jump.
Game with a raw. Wizard again. He's going to be on the clock. They're trying to break Zori first. Force that away. The fear be that lovely stuff. Instant buyback from Zori to rejoin the fight as the Ember now in a 1v1 against GY to force him away. That is going to be a kill for Young PH.
No buyback.
But Gengar has no more follow-up for this.
Okay, they were able to get a kill, and it was a good kill, but unfortunately, he just buys back, and you lose someone. So 1-for-1 trade, but in the end, Young guys, they're fine with this because there's no buyback on GY. Use the roar, so even if buybacks is not useful, they might consider going for more.
The Aegis is still there, Cheese is still around. They practically lost nothing.
Nothing of value. You know, it's a buyback on your post 5.
Pretty cute force stab, blink in, BT fader, look at the Underlord, it's just not, he gets instantly disarmed by the Halberd, they lock him down with the ATOS, Bramble Mace is going to be there, but the Underlord just likes getting hit, lovely hook shot. It's going to be a force stab to save stance, and that mid-Rex is also going to be taken down. Lincoln Sphere on KSH.
That was just a hook shot just to zone them out. You know, it wasn't a hook shot for them to go kill, it's like, yo, move, you know, like don't leave me alone here.
Let's get away.
It's going to be another set of racks coming out for YG, and if you are a Gengar, this is it, you know, this is the mega.
The fresh Lincoln instantly blocks the disruption and causes Ponyo to die. The timing could not have been worse as the Dark Widow also falls. GY just respawn and he's going to go down as well for another 50
it feels very
seconds.
over.
This could be done deal and that's GG. Gengar could not withstand the bulwark of YG, and it's now 2-1 in favor of Yangon Galacticos.
That was, I mean, like the draft from the start, we were saying like it's kind of feels a bit flimsy from Gengar, whereas for YG, we love the clockwork and the drop. We were seeing drop. Perfect pickup at the end, counters the Ursa, and just fantastic performance. And YG celebrating the game right now. They still need one more victory to go to the Grand Finals.
At least one more.
There's one more game, but yeah, they need one victory.
More game, right? I need one more.
But
we have minimum one more in this one, or 2 more if Gengar closes it. Again, either way, for fans of both teams, you know, they're going to be playing tomorrow depending on which side of the aisle they're on. But we have the high game highlights powered by Monster Energy right here. And lots of go through, right? We see this first blood, you know, kind of expected for Gengar, but things started going wrong very, very fast.
This one, they played around GY so well. Even though KSH and Zarin are low health, they still are like, yeah, we can play around them. We can do enough damage.
A little bit of breadcrumbs here.
He's trying to survive by staying near the creeps, not take the battery assault, but it doesn't matter. You might not take a battery assault, but you're taking arrows to your heart.
It's a tough one. I mean, we hit like 25 minutes and you start to realize that the problem...
Oh, this was a good one. Cookie.
No, this one was great.
But
that's it, you know, that's pretty much the extent of it, you know.
I don't like the Snapfire mid. I think the Snapfire mid, that was the big problem because this hero has a massive transitional problem from magical to physical, and she just suffers in that. Zarin loses his life in this one, but you don't really care. They were able to get, I think, 2 for the price of 1 in this fight. And Skillet actually makes it out just with the skin of his teeth.
Yeah. It's never a good sign when a techies makes it out. You hate to see it.
But that guy's kind of, he wants to die in a way, and he just jumps in. And
but you have to make him.
And Zarin was able to get this one also. He was just able to hookshot himself to safety. The mech comes out, and that's a Snapfire Kiss. Kisses core Snapfire Kiss is wasted for nothing.
And the best part is the Skillet even jumps in with the ult, takes the Monimus Kisses, and still survives and baits Ponyo in to die. Pretty hilarious.
This was a decent fight for them right after they got the Aegis, but again, unfortunately, KSH was able to make it out alive, and they also were able to make it. Skillet also survived, so it wasn't a big deal. And then they fed 2 kills right after. So Gengar, it was like an even trade after a really bad trade.
It kind of felt like the desperation, right? You feel compelled to get more, but this is where a disaster strikes at.
Exactly.
Absolute disaster. Nothing for Gengar. They lost 2 members.
This was Ursa, like you talked about the pit, the force stabs, and the fact Ursa, he's like, I can't get my
He just runs away, right? He's like, alright, you guys, that's it, guys. Piecing out.
It was a bit of a quieter game. I think neither team... If I was Gengar, I would imagine that you want to play a bit more aggressive, right? Because with this waiting situation, when you're behind, you're just giving them more advantage. So, unfortunately for them...
I mean, it's always tough when you're in a spot where you are not... Like, it's hard for you to win fights, but you can't walk out on the map, right? It feels very suffocating for Gengar. Got one more game. At least one more, depending on whether they win or lose. But we gotta also thank, you know, this our one off-field beverage partner, Sotis, right here for kind of boosting us, because I'm having a great time just just enjoying the crowd and the games, but I'm also getting juiced up by Sotis.
And they have, of course, a bunch of flavors that you can try. So we have with us the grape. We're trying to try the peach afterwards, watermelon and lychee. So whatever you like, there are options for you. And yeah, make sure you try it out. We have a booth over there if you guys want some samples.
Yeah, I just finished my second, third bottle, so I'm gonna crack this open probably very soon. I'm gonna keep that energy going.
No, not this one. This one is for we have to put it there. We can get other ones from under the table.
Yeah, we got plenty. We got plenty of stocks going. I mean, but for Gengar, they don't have much else going in the series.
Backs against the wall.
Backs against the wall. They're on the edge of playing one more game, and they're down to the lower bracket finals. Good news is that they are still going to be in the tournament, but it's going to be a longer road if they drop the next game.
Yeah, and I think we are going to be taking a little bit of a break here. We are going to give the players a chance to recoup. For Gengar, they have to find a way to at least win one more game. And for Young Galactus, like one victory and you are guaranteed at least second place. Bit of money in the pocket as well.
And you play lesser games, right? So we're gonna take a short commercial break, and we'll be right back for Game 4 of this upper brackets finals, the best of 5.
Hey, I hope you guys have a good showdown. It's 1-1. And what's going to be the next? I'm not sure what's going to happen, so do your best. But anyway, this is Andy Cole on behalf of Dota2 Master Cup Southeast Asia 2023, powered by Sam. We had the opportunity for an interview special for Monster Energy. So we have the team here from YG, from Myanmar. They flew all the way here. It was kind of hassle to fly them in with the visa. Thanks again to Events Canada and Minds Euro for their immediate support to prepare all those letters. And also thanks to all our other sponsors. Yeah, especially special thanks to Monster Energy today. It's really very energetic. Yeah, they came here with all their drinks. They came here with their promoters. And they came here with the full support. So on behalf of the whole crew, I sincerely thank you, Monster Energy, for this. And perhaps we can take the next few minutes to talk to the players. And YG, would you like to introduce yourself? Let me help you, bro. Yeah.
Hello, hello everyone. We are from YG from Myanmar. I'm very honored to be here to compete this tournament. I'm very proud.
Good. Maybe I would like to ask you about some of your experience. I know that you guys have a lot of challenges when I hosted this tournament together with Event Canada and Minds Neuro, empowered by Tam. But I just wanted to hear from you. How do you feel about this tournament compared to many other tournaments that you have attended? I can't say names for sure. I'm not here to shoot, but I'm just want to hear, what is your experience so far from the time you check into the hotel, the gaming gears, and the atmosphere and the support. Do you feel that you have received enough support from the organizer in Malaysia?
Yes, of course. I got everything good. Like, for example, this PC gears, etc. All the gaming aspects are very good for us. Very comfortable to play. So I'm very enjoying this.
So I know that Burmese people eat very spicy food, right?
Yes, yes.
And it seems that Malaysia is also in a country in the SEA region, and I believe the food definitely suits your bad taste, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Wanted to check with you. Have all the drinks that you try for Monster, do you like the taste? Or which is your favorite? You guys like the black or the pink? Not black pink, I'm not talking about black pink here, guys. Yeah. So which color do you like the most? Okay, so guys, we have a clear winner for the esports player. Black. I think maybe they like it not because of the drinks, it's probably because of the color. But of course, the drink, Monster Energy drink, has been notorious for their drinks, right, as well. Yeah. So tell me, right, for Monster Energy drink, if you do drink a can, like, do you think you can go to play longer hours of games? Does it keep you energetic?
I haven't tried yet, but I think it's gonna be good for long term tournament. I think it's very good for.
Good. So also want to discuss more about the Dota 2 tournament that you have. What is your? I know that you guys lost the first game.
Yes.
You lost, like you were almost trashed, right? So sorry to say that. But you came back strong on the second game. What do you expect yourself on the third game now?
I think we know we made very mistake. The second game we from the draft. I think we knew that we can fix it. Yeah, we could fix it, and we did it. I think.
I see. Okay, maybe let me hear from your next player if you don't mind. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. So you're the most handsome guy here. So sorry. Yeah. So tell me, what do you feel? Your team player feel that the next game they have a chance. So why not you tell me? Next match, is it going to be a win or is it going to be lose? Or are you going to bring everybody here to BO5? Everybody hope that you guys lose so that we can watch BO5, right? Yeah. So share with me your thoughts about your next match. Do you think you will win or do you think you lose and why?
I think we will prepare for the game 4 and we will play our best and we don't care if we lose or win, but we try our best to win the game. Yeah.
That's a very, very humble opinion. I like what you say, right? We are not here to win or lose. We are here to try our best.
Yeah.
Every match, we have to just give out our best, right?
Yes.
So, if you do have a chance to win Gengar, who do you think you will face next? Neon Esports or Manta?
I think it will be Neon.
Who?
Yeah, Neon.
So you guys want to face Neon?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm also a supporter of Gengar. I don't know where are you guys. But anyway, I wish you all the best for your next game. But maybe before I finish the last part, right? I wanted to know what is your main strategy, especially the second game. How did you guys, have such a good win over Gengar? What was your strategy?
I think we know that they're gonna beat Beastmaster. Yes, I think we prefer for that. Yet after we lose game, when we talk about the draft, we knew that they were gonna beat Beastmaster, and we prefer for it. That's why this game was easy.
I see. So you probably outbeat them in the draft, you believe, right?
Yes, yes.
So I think for all those fans, esports player out there, right? Dota 2 is a game about not only about the skill, it's also about strategy, it's also about mindset, it's also about experience, but a lot is also about picking the best hero. It's just like when we go for war, we want to pick up the best soldier, the best weapon, and we want to fight them in a situation that is most favorable for us. And I think truly YG understand that. So maybe again, let's give a round of applause to YG. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, this special interview is brought to you by Monster Energy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life. guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Unlock imajinasimu dengan soda berperi sebuah baharu. So Tinge.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
imajinasimu dengan soda berperi sebuah baharu. So Tinge.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant.
Welcome back to the Dota2 Master Cup SCA 2023. Again, as said from the very beginning, we have a treat today, right? Everyone came here, us included, thinking it's a best of 3, but no, we got a best of 5 coming up. That means it's going to be game 4 time. Yangon Galacticos leading the series 2-1. One more and they're off to grand finals.
Yep, and we are seeing like the meta of the series, come out. One of them is that we're seeing a lot of Beastmaster being contested. Snapfire is also emerging as a hero that both teams want. Ember Spirit, I believe, has been picked in almost all 3 games. So we are seeing some of those heroes that, like both teams are like, okay, we want this hero if we can get our hands on it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out. We've seen Beastmaster being contested, right? Like you said, all 3 games, but Game 1 and 2, Beastmaster win. Game 3, not so much. I think we kind of found an answer to the Beastmaster. We identified a couple of issues that Gengar were facing with, the inability to dive the Draw Ranger and just mid to late game tempo, not in their favor. Now, Draft's going to be pulled out very soon. We're apart in Beastmaster and Death Prophet for Gengar.
They are doubling. This is not just doubling now, this is triple down on the push. We have the Beastmaster, as we mentioned before, and we also have the Death Prophet with the Exorcism. On the other side, we're seeing I believe this is, I'm 100% sure that this is at least the 3rd time I see young PH go on the Ember Spirit, and he's also going to be playing with a Snapfire on the side. Gengar, they get rid of the Draw Ranger, a huge problem for them in the previous game because KSH took it, just hit the towers, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, honestly, for for Gengar to do with. I mean, in this case, right, Draw, like you say, banned out. Medusa also banned out as well, faces Void taken away. Not too much of a deviation in terms of bans for the side of YG. They're still sticking to what they're good with, but you can see that Gengar making some massive adjustment, right?
Yeah.
You see the Morphling, Techies, under the Draw Ranger. 3 out of the 4 heroes were in the previous game.
Yep, the only one that wasn't is the Morphling. Even the standard bans have been... Wait, this is different, right? Because I remember it was Timbersaw, Pango, that's what YG always bans, but this is different, the Morphling Techies. They had different opening bans in the previous series. I can't remember them right now, but I know that this is not exactly the same. Either way, last ban coming out here from Gengar. What do they want to go with? I don't know. Clockwork was an issue for them previous game, but I don't think it's going to be an issue when you are playing against the Death Prophet as well as the Beastmaster, simply because these two heroes are like, you know, you hook shot in and they're like, here, come here, Habibi, you know, let's have some fun.
Yeah,
so
it's kind of a weird spot to be in.
Yeah,
we've seen like a lot of deterrents, right? Some methods of deterrents. I think this might we might head back to the kind of illusion heroes. I'm not really sure if that's going to be the case for YG.
Yep.
Because you do have, again, the Drums of Slom, you have the Death Prophet, pretty decent in clearing waves.
Yep.
And that has been kind of a minor theme that we deal with, you know, the high ground defense, right? How good are you at sieging?
Ooh.
The Rubing now kind of goes through for the side of YG.
Also, he's yellowish, not the usual green eyes, green background. So slightly bit of a different color coming out for the Rubik. So that is, I'm assuming YG support's coming out. They might pick a carry next, so they can still flex the snap as either a as either a support or a 3. But that's what I would imagine they're thinking about. Gengar, you're probably going to be taking both of your supports right now. You already have 2 of your cores. Supports might be the option for you right now. What would you like?
They had a silencer ban as well, right? Just to make sure that if any spells get stolen.
This is massive push power. This Undying, you know, you drop a Tombstone next to a tower, suddenly you're like, how do we go in? It's kind of risky to pick Undying into the Snapfire, but to be fair, it's not like Snapfire is always going to be right next to the Tombstone with a little Shredder ready.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's harder than it seems to just walk up and hit the Tombstone, right? Now you have the Juggernaut around.
This is Gengar is going massive push strategy right now. I kind of like it. You have the Healing Ward, the Tombstone, the Exo, the army of the Beastmaster. There's
Soul
a lot.
Rip, right? Drum of Inner Beast.
Drums of Slom, whatever auras these two heroes can get. Because, you know, DP might get like a Crimson or a Pipe, and then the Beastmaster gets a Greaves.
Yeah, that could work. Just Solar Crest right now. Now it kind of looks. Is that still a viable item? Like, is it still worth going for like Solar Crest or Bearings?
I'm not a big fan of the Solar Crests. I like them on very specific heroes, but in general I feel like you can just get auras and it's better than the Solar Crest. You know, it's not the same as Lotus Orb, which can dispel and reflect spells. But yeah, YG, I feel like you really need to get heroes that can delay this push or crush the lanes. One of 2 things you have to do.
I mean, we might see, you know, the Helm of the Overlord show up, right? I mean, when you talk about massive push power, you talk about auras.
Naga Siren?
That could be an option.
I'm feeling Naga Siren would be the ideal
for
hero.
YG?
Yeah, because you can send her illusions to other lanes to push out. That could be something that you can work with here. It could also slow down those creep waves. I'm liking the Naga Siren. They go for the Monkey King. This is a hero that has been banned against them, I think, in all 3 games. You can set up with the Wukong. The issue now is that YG needs the hero to tell them, don't run away, stick with me. Because look at, you throw Wukong and you throw Kisses, what's stopping Gengar from like leaving?
It sounds like we're going into like a TIE Hunter or an Enigma territory, right? The Magnus as well, you have to empower, great for both the Ember and the Monkey King.
Yep. You need some sort of off lane that can keep people staying where they are.
Mars,
Enigma, Magnus, and they go for Legion Commander, which is still fine. It's also a very solid single target lockdown.
Yeah, especially against a Juggernaut, right? He hates the Legion Commander.
Gengar, if I was them, it was an option. I imagine Chen would be the ideal thing. You can get that creep army. He can get some auras, or Io. Io is another option because you can just tether to someone like a Death Prophet. Just
you bring them around the map, you know.
So some Io, Chen are the heroes I'm thinking for Gengar.
The Willow banner by the side of YG. I mean, we're definitely tapping into the support pool, right?
Yeah.
At least for the side of YG, they have a very clear role that they can focus on.
Yep.
But for Gengar, you still have this potential flex of this Snapfire. You don't really know where he's going to go.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like the offlane is where you should look out for, right? That's why the Legion Commander gets banned out.
I agree completely. I feel like a Snapfire is kind of, it's like, oh, it's cute, it might be an offlane, but no, it's probably a support, and you want an offlane with a lot of lockdown.
Age is gonna take Grandma out, don't worry. With enough time, you become stronger.
You know, no need to worry about her, don't need to expend anything on that girl. Alright, Gengar, what do you think of? They do get rid of the Enigma, which we talked about, that does leave Magnus, Mars, Tidehunter. I think those are probably the 3 options.
Probably the 3 ones that keeps you in place easily.
Yeah, because remember, you are looking at a death ball. You have to answer it with a team fight that can keep you locked in. I don't know which one I prefer the best.
I mean, we look at aura bias, right? Is the Necrophos in the conversation?
For YG?
For YG.
No, I feel like no. You need someone. No. Why? No, I know. I completely don't think that we'll be seeing that. It would be an amazing call from you if you do, but he does give you the auras, he does give you the heal, but what we need is someone to keep them locked down in the Wukong, locked down to the kisses. And oh yeah, Bite Rider comes out. That's a decent support ban. Is it Chen? Will Gengar go for Chen?
Ench or Chen? Either or. I think Chen probably is the best.
Chen, Ench, and Io. I'd say all three are really good for your push lineup.
Witch Doctor.
Could be Witch Doctor, but I think you could be bursted down with a couple of hits, you know.
So you just get ran down by the Snapfire and the Ember. He likes to stand still, so spells aren't the hardest to steal.
No, I wouldn't want the Witch Doctor too much. Maybe they could go for something different, like a Spirit Breaker position 4 that's actually kind of solid. You know, it doesn't have to be all heroes are push. You just have something else.
4 guys in front and one guy just like, yeah, go, push it.
You know, Spirit Breaker, I choose you, and they go for a Sky. Okay, so it gives them a lot of damage. It gives them that silence, which is really good against them. Because you look at their lockdown is
again
limited.
Double silence in a BKB piercing stun. The Spirit Breaker comes right out, right?
We were looking for it, so that's going to be the hero that he is really good at keeping people inside the Wukong, but only one person most likely, you know?
Yeah, and he's really good at running people down like the Skywrath, who absolutely hates getting ran at.
I feel like that is, but it's a tough draft from YG. For the first time in this series, I do think that Gengar's draft might be better than YG. I believe YG is the better team, but I don't feel like that they have the better draft in this one particular.
Are we just looking at, you know, kind of a death ball 5-man, we run it down, end it in 30 minutes? What is kind of like the plan B if things don't go well for Gengar?
If they don't go well, your plan B is you start planning for how to come back from the lower bracket. No, because seriously, like Death Prophet is a good hero, but she does tend to fall off a little bit as the game goes on, and you are going with what was it? Undying?
Undying, yeah.
He's really only later on good for the save. It's not the same value you get from him. So I'm not digging their draft, 30, 35 minutes. I'm digging the first 25.
Yeah, running a fast draft in SCA is you gotta take a lot of balls to do that.
I mean, well, they're 5 guys. They have plenty between them. It's like 11 balls, you know?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the...
One of them's got extra.
Sure.
But in the meantime, yeah, I do like Gengar's draft more. I don't know if I like it so much more that I think that it's way better than YG. Like, I think YG has that single target. They have Ember Spirit jumping around, Monkey King finding people, you have Spirit Breaker. I believe it's Spirit Breaker core. So they have options of finding these pickoffs to delay.
You have multiple options to work with, right? It's more like, is that draft a linear one? Is it one-dimensional?
Yeah.
Kind of feels like it, right?
Yeah, it is, but so is the other one. You know, one draft is pickoff, one draft is push.
Yeah, but I mean, when we come to late game security, clearly.
The thing is, I think that YG can find a way to actually split push well enough. You have Spirit Breaker, who generally gets charged into a lane, you can TP out.
And the wave just dies.
Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Monkey King.
Yeah.
Like, you have multiple ways of keeping 2 lanes pushed, despite the overwhelming team fight out of Gengar, and I feel like they're doing well. I do think it's YG, and I believe that the winners are mistaken. YG has 2 wins and Gengar has 1 only, but you know, keeping it spicy.
I like how. So by the way, for those who are watching the broadcast or just tune in, it's actually 2-1 in favor of YG.
Yes,
a bit of a graphical error.
We're seeing which of the audience is paying attention.
Yeah.
You know,
so it's actually 2-1 in favor of YG. So Radiant is 2-1.
Yeah.
Gengar, if they win this one, we go game 5. So don't worry. No, I like how Young PH was like all chatting like BM picker, Beastmaster picker.
Why not, right?
Absolutely disgusting.
It is. I mean, this is what GY's 3rd game in a row of picking Beastmaster. He won the second game.
It's 50-50, okay?
It's 50-50.
Don't write him on just yet. It's 50-50. If he wins this, he goes positive.
So, our current prediction is 66%, right? We got the last one.
Yeah, 66.
We'll buff it up to 75 of this one. I believe YG can take it. I think that YG can actually take it.
They get a 3-1.
We're gonna make it. 3-1
for YG.
I believe it's 3-1 for YG.
All right. Watch out what you say, Otomo. The fans are sitting right in front of you.
Well, not my fans.
You're gonna get a beating from YG after this.
What are they gonna go with? Oh, good try.
That was actually a very, very nice attempt.
By the way, it's easier to do that now because when you are there, it used to be 0.2 seconds. Now you're 0.25 of a second. So you have a little bit of extra time to get a very, very nice move.
It's pretty crazy. Like the 0.0 seconds actually matter in Dota.
Actually, I've seen when he fights Brood Mothers and Spider Legs. You press slide of fist and you go to the bathroom. You come back and you're still like fisting all of them. You're like, dude, it takes forever now. It does add up, actually. All right. So mid lane is going to be Wonder Boy versus Young PH. Young PH, I feel like, has won the matchup 3 games in a row. In 2 of these games, they went on to win the series. He is not the most active mid, despite winning it. I feel like that's kind of weird, but he should be doing fine. Meanwhile, top lane is going to be Shoti on the Spirit Breaker, along with Skillay's Rubik. And Ponyo with the Undying, just zoning him out a little bit. But he's got the creep, so he's going to be fine.
Yeah, by the way, the Undying cosmetic made him look like what Mars would look like if Mars died. And
right,
revived.
with the shield.
That's a dead Mars right there.
He's got the same helmet as well. It's very...
It's a deceased Spartan.
Yeah, right. I was going to say Roman. I'm not sure. I think the Romans are the ones with the red...
whatever you call that thing.
Alright, so bottom lane, Zhao versus KSH. I feel like you need to be really scary.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup before, and you know, Zorain at that point of time was heavily punished. I believe, is this the first time that Gengar is on the dire side? Or is it the second?
I think
they've
so.
been
I feel like they've been raiding the whole time. I think bottom lane I favor Yangon. Monkey King and Snapfire is very deadly. More so, I imagine, the Beastmaster and the Sky. But both of these lanes are quite powerful. Oh, my Ponyo's taking some hits.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine, you know, double DK.
He's got a couple of mangoes.
He has a shield.
He's got a shield, that's true, the biggest deal. And look at that charge coming out just to get a little bit of CS here on VT Faded as well as Harass. But overall, it's looking really good from Gengar. Look at that CS.
Yeah, and that stack is gonna push right underneath the tower as well, right? So VT Faded is gonna have a very decent time in trying to kind of secure the last hits. I mean, Spirit Breaker is probably one of the only heroes that you start maxing bash on because it's so good with the charge.
It gives you, charge as well as Nether Strike.
Yeah, so there's a fun fact about the greater bash, right? So it's a constant 17%, but if you level it up, it actually lands easier. Mathematics works that way. For some reason, Spirit Breaker bash lands easier. I've seen way too much clip of Spirit Breaker landing 2-3 bashes in a row.
I'll take your word for it, and they should be just fine. Just charge away, no stuns. So whenever the tombstones drop, they can do it everyone. Ponyo taking some hits, but he's alright. And this tombstone, I think they want to farm it. If you can farm it, it is worth a lot of gold, 125.
But with the way pushing towards YG, I think that is going to get denied, right?
That's the problem, right? I mean, I think you're going to deny it if it only has 1 hit left, so you're not going to be able to deny it. But yeah, probably YG can't get it. And bottom lane, KSH still suffering quite a bit.
I mean, you are because spammers, you know, go straight for Ponyo and a 10 from Shoti instantly eats the stick charges. Blood grenade on top. No spin from VT Hated. You know, 5 more seconds, so time is a bit off.
And it looks like Shoti is just going to be kind of fine. I mean, it's pretty low health.
I mean, offlane Spirit Breaker, right?
Right. Offlane Spirit Breaker is always a tough one to play because there's a reason this hero is usually played as a position 4. You want to be mobile around the map, and you don't do that as an offlane very well.
And when do you start doing that, right? Because no one is there to catch the wave as you would have any other offlane, like a TIE Hunter or Enigma. Sans takes the bounce back in the face. That's first blood for KSH.
Well, we said it. This is a very, very powerful combination of the Monkey King and the Snapfire, and it works out for them perfectly. Alright, I'm liking what we're seeing here from YG, and looks like Monkey King slowly recovering. If he can get this creep, that creep is always makes me nervous because it's worth 2.
It is.
And especially when...
And it also gives it to your support.
Right, remember, can you imagine when the support's there and you miss it and you're like, I'm sorry, man, I'm sorry.
The one time support can blame you for missing the last hit, you know.
He's like, dude, that's the only goal I was gonna get for the next 7 minutes.
I had the legal rights to earn it, and you messed it up.
I could have, Crystal Nova'd it, but you said no.
Yeah, you had to get it, and guess what happened, you know? Good job.
Faded is having a fantastic game, basically free farming the lane, but we can see that Shoti is also doing well. Bomb lane is the one where I think they're more focused on killing each other than they are on killing creeps, and does show though. KSH is slowly coming ahead.
I mean, if you survive the first few levels, the impact of Sans does drop a little bit.
Exactly,
it's just a little bit. And he goes for level 2 concussive blast, right? So it's not like he has the most damage.
Yeah.
No ancient shield, ancient seal. KSH doesn't really care too much.
And you can also usually dodge the spells pretty well. There you go. I was gonna say, right when you use your mischief, you should be able to dodge because they're not the fastest abilities in the world. You know, I was like,
he's in trouble. Cookie in front. Good dodge by Sans.
But it's not enough.
He's gonna die. That's gonna be a second kill for KSH. I mean, Skyruff is pretty fast though. He has the boost, but good Primal Spring for the kill.
That was actually pretty good footwork, right? Dodging the cookie, almost making out alive, but not enough. And Young PH, he's taking some damage, but he is just as, same CS as Wonder Boy. So overall, Gengar, they are not off to the start they need to accelerate the game. They have to be winning the laning stage. Now I can't say they're winning the laning stage right now.
Expiring, Young PH has to consume the 1 charges.
Doesn't get the creep, the flag bear, but he's gonna be fine. Oh, GY!
Yeah, he might go down, try to heal up a little bit, but again, Primal Spring just to catch up. KH having a massive opening.
If they win this game for YG, it's because of the bottom lane. Because the other lanes are fine, like they're going okay for getting up. Bottom lane is the one that YG is winning, and they are winning it hard.
And that's the Beastmaster lane, right? That you need him to kind of start sieging. I mean, you have Wonder Boy alone, but it's not enough. He doesn't have much mana though. The Shield Rune is going to block some damage.
It's okay.
They put the supports mid. Starting to put a little bit of pressure on that mid tier 1.
Ponyo, he's going to take some damage, but they're going to be fine. Spirit Breaker's coming in. This tower is taking a while to fall. It's not quite instant.
Zorin also shows up. The charge onto Ponyo. Use the tools on Ponyo. The decay not sufficient, and if they're forcing the boy back, that's little to no damage dealt to the tower. They do take out Zorin, but this is pretty much it. Tombstone falls, and now you have Young PH trying to deal with the Sky Wrath as Wonder Boy does find both the support. Young PH trying to heal out with the bottom a little bit. No Crypt Storm, no mana. So that tier 1 stays alive.
They trade 2 supports for an enemy support, which is also not too bad. Oh no, they are not gonna get the Wisdom Rune goes to VD Faded, and that means that Gengar is very likely to get both Wisdom Runes. That's actually a massive victory for them. Like you look at the mid lane, I was like, okay, it doesn't matter if YG hold the tower, but the 2 Wisdom Runes, that's a big deal.
A big deal, especially when Skywrap is gonna get it, right? So puts him closer to level 6. If he, if he is close to it, he's gonna get, the what do you call it again? Mystic Flare.
By the way, there's research was done on this Wisdom Rune, and if you get both Wisdom Runes, the first one you have something like a 62% chance to win the game. That's pretty
just
wild.
like that.
Just like that.
You can hit him
Look
more.
at that. This one says 73. That was more than 62. So that double Wisdom Rune it does a lot for them.
Experience adds a lot of value,
Well, that's what the Wisdom Rune gives you. It gives you experience.
We're waiting for the next siege wave.
Alright.
It's gonna come in anytime soon.
They want to go for it.
There's a big charge coming out. Watch out, Wonder Boy.
Nice slow coming up from the snap.
They're gonna start coming into it with the lift. Now Remnant's gonna be there. Instant kill for sure. Nothing that Wonder Boy could do. And a double for Young PH.
Oh, do they have the little shredder? No, they don't, but doesn't matter. They just farm it up. And that's going to be a triple kill for YG. Doing a great job of slowing down this fast push coming out from Gengar.
And just after this takes an observer ward, 3 goals.
That's insane.
The supports are gonna start suffering, right? I mean, we say Undying, he stands in the fight, not the best, but he needs DK stacks, and it's hard to decay people who are in the trees or flying around,
We mentioned this, right? They're so elusive on their side. It's that they will be able to sort of open up the map on YG. It's Spirit Breaker, Monkey King, and Ember Spirit, of course.
Bottom lane,
GY.
The supports, they don't have TP, so they might not reach in time. GY gotta start running, but even then, tries to cut the tree, doesn't get the stun. Good raw to stop the charge. The Boundless Strike does miss.
But
GY finding refuge. Supports have arrived, but GY still stunned up by the cookie. And landing 2 of them, GY still falls. Mega kill for KSH. But now, the Death Prophet has arrived. The strike not enough, as the TP will start to get channeled. They all make it out. The Skyrim Mage drops again. And at the end of the day, maybe the Juggernaut can get this kill. Cut the tree with the falling blade, and that's KHA spun to death. Wonder Boy with double to get the shutdown. Very, very much needed.
VD Faded putting his team on his back just now and making sure that they get something out of this tower. I think he's going to be losing his life as well. There it is. Triple kill for Wonder Boy. And massive victory from Gengar. A lot of it comes down to GY getting the roar just before the Spirit Breaker.
The precast.
That was insane.
Holy.
He made sure to face the direction as well.
And I don't think he had vision, right? Because he was in the tree, so makes it even crazier. But they're going to run him down for sure.
Okay, alright.
No more this time, huh? There it is. Q.
That is unfortunate. The guy went for Arcane Boots instead of the Vanguard, and that lack of durability is costing them right now. So Gengar... They punch hard, but they do lose the GY right after.
Yeah, I mean, no Omni Slash right now for VT Fader for another minute. So this is a big window for YG to start making these pickoffs, right? Because the resistance is not going to be as much. Blade Fury stolen by the Rubik as well, so massive skill to keep himself alive when the Death Prop, the Skyra runs at you.
I'm wondering, VT Fader, he's not going for Maelstrom, he's going for Battle Fury, which is the slower build-up. You usually want to spend more time farming if you go for that. don't think it's wrong.
But more durability, I suppose.
Yeah, just that I'm wondering if the team would like prefer him to go a bit faster. You know, remember when we talked about why by 30 minutes mark, I'm all in on YG, and I feel like the battlefield encourages you to farm even longer.
I mean, KSH is also going for the battle.
That's different.
But that's different for the Monkey King, of course.
Yes, it's completely fine if he goes for it, I think. But it is interesting to see what VDP is thinking.
Higher sense of urgency for Gengar.
Exactly. It's like for you, I feel like you have to be go. And Maelstrom's a way better fighting item.
Oh, GY is going to go down again, and one of his kisses on top of him, and Young PS looking to get the kill. Still has one last remnant to leap away. Into the triangle he goes. Wonder Boy chase after him. He doesn't have mana, but they just can't catch up to him.
Even though the DP is actually much faster, and Zarain does lose his life, but it's kind of irrelevant because you kill GY, who, look at the farm on this Beastmaster. He's really low. I was about to say he's barely ahead of the Spirit Breaker, and I was like, oh wait, Spirit Breaker scored. But yeah,
I mean, even then, right? Even then, he's still pretty low. I think that was his second death, at least, second or third.
It's still a very, very poor Beastmaster. Oh, okay. You can see KSH is like, I want to go in, and then he sees VTP. He's like, no, my nemesis.
Sees VTP. He's like, no.
He killed me once before. Oh, now that's that's a stack of stacks, man.
That is money.
Cash money.
All right.
Wait.
Not one, two more. You need two more.
Possibly three, I'd say.
It is a slow process.
It's a slow one, but I mean, at least okay. So this is
some vibranium axis. Look at it.
Take your time.
Got some. Meanwhile, mid side. Searing Chain, the silence is there, the damage might be enough, Young PH! Silent Fist dodge, Flame Guard is up as well, they're trying to whittle him down with the right place, Wonder Boy gets the kill, lovely stuff, as Skillblade tries to spin Ponyo to death, but that Blade Fury is going to run out, and his life as well, silence and destroyed. That is a mega kill streak for Wonder Boy, and he got a +1 on top of that, and now Snapfire, Zarain gets rid of the rune, and he most likely will also get run down.
Again, there's a use if Wonder Boy wants to use it. So far I haven't seen him use it once. There you go. And
up you go.
Tries to TP away, Zarain, but not. That is a kind of a blunder from YG.
I mean, Wonder Boy is having a great time. I mean, most of the kills on Gengar is on him.
It's his best game so far, by far. The best game, his best performance. And I gotta say, I'm kind of not liking what YG did right just now. Losing so many people like that, you have to make sure that you don't give him a chance to snowball. And you just did.
Yeah, and we're seeing a little bit of a problem with the Spirit Breaker, right? You are not moving as much because you need the farm.
You're on core, yeah.
And when are you leaving the lane, right? It doesn't feel like there is a... It's harder to find the time to move around because if you're a post 4, you don't really care so much. But if you're a post 3, every death is a grief, it's a setback.
As a post 4, you can charge anyone who's about to die. It counts, you get assist gold for it, even if you were nowhere in the area. But you can't do that as a core because you want to save your charges for escapes, to push out lanes. So it's just so much more cumbersome to place here. I see the kisses, the sounds, he's losing his life.
It should be fine.
Oh, one more!
Oh, that was not enough. They're going to charge him though.
Okay, but he's being charged up.
Did we commit to it? I think you commit to it.
I think there's another fight happening.
Oh, wow, Young PH. Right, I mean, at the edge, a Silent Fist, but they do take out Skillblade. There's 4 members of Gengar running at Zarain. Grandma is starting to run away, but they have vision. Can they catch her? The Grandma turns around, blasts her in the face, and takes an army straight. VT Fader taking no prisoners. Not even the OP.
He's not playing around.
He's not playing around.
He's like, I want blood.
Yeah, I want your blood, your dragon. Is Mortimer a dragon or a dinosaur?
He's a lizard. He's neither. He's a lizard.
Depending on the cosmetics you wear, that's the correct answer. Because he could be a crocodile.
He's the thing that I usually, get a slipper for when I find it in my house, and just, that's what it is. Overgrown slightly. Ponyo, being charged up.
I mean, they have vision in the top jungle, so easy for them to pick people off. But the support value is gonna drop a little bit. Right?
Yeah, but he's still the most farm support. That's fantastic for Gengar because you really want Undying to have a good game. We're getting very close to GY's Aghanim Scepter, and overall win percentage, I imagine Gengar, it's not 72, but I imagine it's still up there. Oh, 78.
Does it? I mean, does the 30-minute timing still change, or because of the gain that Gengar is having, that it's going to be extended a little bit?
No, I still feel like 30 minutes. Maybe if they take a giant team fight, then you're like, okay, but for now, it's still, that's 70% for Gengar. If they end within the next 30 minutes, if it goes longer, switches massively in Yangon Galactico's favor. Oh, and I think they were able to get that 3rd Wisdom Rose. It's a lot of experience.
Yeah, they are smart. There it is.
Can they get any pick off here? If you're Gengar, you might also consider taking Roshan fairly soon. It's on your side. You have the healing ward. You have the exorcism.
Almost got the raw off. And meanwhile, Zorin just got. Why it was in the jungle, placing us some wards as well. So that means that entire jungle is going to be cleared out by Gengar, and they're going to get to top tier 1.
You take this tower, you can take Roche.
Oh yes.
It would be a good option for Gengar here. There's the creep wave.
Silence.
Okay.
They have a follow-up. They don't have a blink to engage
Too hard. Too hard.
It's fine though. I mean, this triangle, right, is starting to fall into the control of Gengar. TP to mid for 1 point, and this wave is going to stay. Meanwhile, Skillay. Okay. He just got out instantly. Tumblers Toy forward. They get the lift off, but it doesn't stop Wonder Boy. He puts the rejuvenated seed down, but gets drained down. The Omni Slash does perfect. Bounces onto the Bara. Spirit Breaker used up into the air. He is going to be dead. Wonder Boy finds a double because of that, and Ponyo finds Zalrain. 3 for Gengar.
By the way, I don't like what we're seeing Shoti, but he got a Hand of Midas. A Hand of Midas in a game like this when the enemy is pushing. Oh dear!
No, that's a I mean, Wonder Boy is having a great time. Godlike on this Death Prophet.
Young PH, he's like, take my life. I want to join my friends. Why do they get to die and I get to live?
The captain sinks with his ship.
And look at that, Ponyo's got a mech. He's got 1,000 gold in the pocket as well. This could be a very fast Greaves if he wants or something else. Either way, Monkey King, he's going for Echo Saber, so he still needs the BKB to fight. It's going to take some time.
It is a time. Is it fair to say that we have not extended the deadline for Gengar? Massive extension.
I would say at least you got yourself at least 5 more minutes here if you're Gengar. And look at the Spirit Breakers.
The drum was slow also for GY.
You know, and by the way, look at Spirit Breakers. Look at his farm. He's a support.
There's no map for him right now, right? There's no lane for him. And again, that is the woes of a Spirit Breaker.
Okay, Rubik's coming in, but Rubik's going to be...
He's dead. Oh my god.
Skillay. Come on, bro.
Who would you rather die to? A zombie, 2 boars, or anyone else?
Anyone else, probably. You know, maybe Death Prophet, you know. Like, she sucks your spirit out of you. That seems kind of okay.
Sure, or her sisters.
Or her sisters.
Her sisters around you.
That's the party then, alright. So it's like do they want to take a fight without Skillay? 4 versus 5?
They need 5 more seconds though. There's a charge.
Wow, we're going in.
Is there a follow-up though? He just spin out of this, right? Instant silence, one of us gets it right there. They get the raw off. VT Fader takes the Mac from Ponyo and gets out. You're gonna have Wonder Boy running straight towards the back onto the Shoti as Zorin breaks the tombstone, but Wonder Boy does not care, just runs between the tier 2 and the tier 3s for the kill, and now he finds the use of Zorin, and Grandma is about to get sent back to the grave as VT Fader, well, not really. Wonder Boy finds a double, again beyond Godlike streak, and under Vision, hey, they're still in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that Gengar did was they did put a deep ward behind them to go get those kills, and my god, we talked about the fact that they needed an offlane to keep people in the Wukong, and this game...
The offlane was running away.
Right, everyone just runs away. And do you see that they had Tombstone healing ward? And if you're YG, you're like, well, what do we do now? And Mech, of course, like, besides the sustains, also like, I can't enter this area with like, EXO and all this crap.
Ideally, I want to create this area and keep you there, and then you create an area, and I'm like, alright, your area is stronger, I know.
And now, what are we going to be doing here for Gengar? They're just going to go straight up for Roche. This is one of the advantages of Undying, that when you use the Flesh Golem, you do buff up you increase the damage enemies by 40%, so it makes Roche a much easier option. If you are YG, you cannot fight until you get some of those BKBs, and until, I don't know, this Spirit Breaker is a support.
So what is the highest HP amount you've seen on an Undying?
I think I've seen like 5,000-6,000.
I've seen the 10,000.
Holy crap! Was an Aghanim Scepter on
yes,
yeah, Aghanim Scepter.
10,000 HP.
Why not, man? It works out pretty well for him.
All these lane wars are also diminishing in value for the side of YG because you can't take the fight, right? Like there's no way of stopping them. You're not able to cut the wave.
That's 2 couriers killed. That's pretty good by FPS. It's actually like 700 gold for his team. Does make a difference.
Mid-side though. They might be going for Wonder Boy.
Can we look at Wonder Boy? Can we look at Death Prophet?
Be gone on. Charge as well. Silence massive. Use one of his kisses. Also delayed.
Oh, he has
coming in and he might go down. Needs a bit of damage and they found him. KSH with a perfect kill, but they need to start thinking of how to get out of here because they're getting surrounded by the Gengar. Skillay in trouble. Omni Slash tanked out by Zalrain. Skillay also is gonna fall. And VT Fader finds a double.
Even the kill on the Death Prophet is not that bad because the Exorcism cooldown Like it's still off cooldown, so it's not the biggest. I'm not sure if you use it in the fight. Yeah, okay, you didn't use it. Now it's available. So you do delay this a little bit, but you lose both of your supports. And are they gonna go high ground? They don't have Omni. That is a big deal, actually.
No Omni, no Raw, no Tombstone.
But no Wukong as well.
They're gonna try. Drama Slom is gonna be there, so GY is like, I'll take over for now.
Oh,
Charge
there we
coming
go.
through. Hitting on the trio of them.
3 versus
You
4.
get a double bash, then the strike onto GY.
Nice
Now with the perfect boundless in the middle. GY tanking
more.
this and ends up going down to the Monkey King, and now BT Faded on the run.
Ponyo
trying to throw this to protect his core,
Will they get
and
plus
they're
one?
gonna do the same for Skyruff as well, and that is gonna be 3 kills for YG.
Alright, if you are Gengar, can they get this?
Do they have the
Holy
spin
moly.
those? It is already back up. BT Faded is
Doesn't
gonna try
have
and turn
Omni.
for it. Shadow Blade for Shoti.
Decides that it's not worth the chase. But wait, he actually stays to farm. Don't find him. That was very lucky. That was a bit greedy by BT Faded to keep going for that, but they don't see him, so he's going to be making out. Either way, yeah, Yangon. We talked about it with that 30-minute mark, 30-minute mark. We're getting very close to it.
And you're seeing them win those fights, right? And
Yep.
that was a big fight as well.
If you don't have like a couple of lanes of barracks by 30 minutes, I don't think Gengar can take it.
Wonder Boy needs to be with the team. I think that's kind of the crucial part. He's the one that keeps the support away, that keeps the Spray Breaker in check.
I mean, the use is also a nice way of controlling Spirit Breaker because you can remove Bulldoze while it's charging in. You can just interrupt the charge. It's a very easy ability to use.
And then they open up the top tier 1, right? That is what you want as YG. Better late than never.
Alright, in the meantime, BKB is finished on the Monkey King, so he is now battle ready. Put him in Wukong, and he'll have a lot of physical damage mitigation. He'll have magic immunity basically. So, well, as magic immunity as much as BKB
It
gives
takes
you.
very less magic damage.
Very much less, yeah. So,
Very resilient.
alright, they're going to go for this tower, and now suddenly YG, who is playing the defensive game, they're putting a bit of offense here.
All it takes is just one good fight. You look at the swing. Well, I say the swing, but it's still 85% for Gengar.
It's still massively in their favor. It was higher. I think at one point it was like 90 or something. But they got all their ultimates. This could be the push. The one for all.
Butterflies queued up. Great item for a jump. You don't really see much MKB on the.
Sure. Oh.
And funny enough, like even though it's called Monkey King, you don't really buy a Monkey King bar.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's his weapon, not yours.
Yeah,
you don't want to use it. I'm surprised BT Faded teleported top rather than continuing bottom. It feels like they could have just continued, bottom, put all their ultimates, get the kill.
It's pretty obvious as well because they saw 5 men of Gengar bot and then suddenly they disappear.
This is a massive waste of time for Gengar. They had bottom as an opportunity.
Right, they show up on the map and they left, right? So
Yeah.
YG is like, they're calling for a gank. And
I mean, maybe they might lose this Tormentor, but that's not the biggest deal in the world for you.
And suddenly it's recovery. I mean, this Spray Breaker has recovered for sure. He's getting the split push to lane better, more
got Hand of
efficiently,
Midas.
and yeah, he's using the Hand of Midas better as well because it's hard to kill him.
All right,
He's finding more space.
Unluckily for Gengar, it goes to the you get that Shield of the Scion. It's not that great. It gives you a bit of armor, a bit of
He survived against the Wukong for like 0.5 seconds long.
Oh, one thing I didn't find out is that the Mystic Flare, every time it hits someone,
adds a stack, yeah.
So it adds a stack. So it is.
If you hit 2 guys,
You are, so it says every time he deals magic damage. So it doesn't say like per spell use, it's per tick of damage.
yeah, per spell use, that shot it will be garbage.
Does it also work with Blood Grenade? It is magic damage.
Good question, actually.
Oh,
we have to find out.
We should ask the audience after this, Oh, well, we got a bit of a... There you go, we're fine. Well, in the meantime, though, Death Prophet has the BKB. I believe that's a fresh, juicy BKB. Are they going to be ready to go high ground, though?
They just slow down just a little bit, right? In a raw, this has to be a kill.
Oh, yeah,
it
it's easy
should
kill.
be there. This kill ends up dropping for sure.
Does he have buyback? He does have buyback. Okay, actually, there's quite a bit of buybacks on the Young Galacticos. Even KS Edge on the Monkey King has buyback. So they are predicting that this is going to be a difficult hold.
Let's start with Glitch first. Again, the healing ward kept alive. That is the most crucial part.
They get the courier. Zhao Rain. Okay, that's nice.
They're gonna give away this tier 3. Like there's no contest at least for now, but the Rex, that has to be protected.
But the backdoor protection should kick in any second now because there are no creeps. They aren't coming anywhere nearby.
Cut by Zori.
Cut by Zhao Rain, so they maybe didn't even need to use that Fortify, but it's fine, just to be safe on the safe side. And KSH, what's he looking for? Nullifier.
No, it's the Harpoon.
Oh yeah, so he has Harpoon, but I think he had Nullifier queued after, my bad. Meantime, we're looking here for the he's the one with the nullifier. My bad. I was like, someone's going for the nullifier. I did not think it was going to be for the Monkey King. But yeah, you can remove any Glimmer, Pavis, Force Staff, Bulldoze, even the Jingo stacks on the Monkey King. And also, that's probably the biggest one.
Alright, be a plan. I mean, you have a 4-man smoke from YG.
VT Fade is very nearby. If they can find him.
VT Fade is going to break the smoke. He's going to run out into the open.
Next to the ward.
Instantly healing ward. So
he's charged up.
You really gonna go for it? Nope. They use the dust, but they don't see anything.
It's a very scary
Instant retreat.
fight.
There's a silence.
Nice.
Linking the raw 4-staff save. Lovely stuff from the side of YG, but they will give up this Rubik.
It's kind of okay because Tombstone's dropped. That means that you don't have to worry about it in the next fight.
And raw, charge in. It's gonna get a buyback. Instantly has to go into the spin to get out of this.
Can they get
no killing ward. Net the strike, knock him back, buying some time. And that's gonna be the harpoon dragging Ponyo back into the depths of YG. He will be dead. KSH finds that kill. Gengar, I'm not really sure if you want to stay there. No run, nothing left. YG looking to run for it. It's going to be an Omni Slash straight onto the Spirit Breaker. That goes down. It's going to be a buyback for this Rubik. It's going to go for Jingu. Boundless Strike. Use Scepter on Wonder Boy. Spin out of BD Faded, and Wonder Boy just clobbered by the Monkey King. Another Harpoon drag back. Sans is dead. And KSH is starting to come online.
Dude, skill lay with that buyback. He wasn't in time to get the lift on the Juggernaut when he was stunned, but he does steal Exorcism. And that's pretty awesome for him. And all of the damage does go thanks to KSH, who has been playing an immaculate game. This time, Gengar has one more fight in them. If they lose a decisive fight, the game is over for them. They were able to get a couple of bonus skills here on Sans as well. Yes, they lose Shoti, but I don't think that's really too relevant for them.
They're flying Rubik's Cube.
Well, it is a very scary situation. Oh, actually, we didn't see the graph. Can we have a look at it just a second again?
It is going up a little bit.
But almost,
it's just fluctuating. You know?
For the first time in like almost 20 minutes, the experience advantage is in favor of Yangon Galacticos.
It is.
And the gold it's a very small. Oh well.
The Budos though, it does get the raw away very fast. They can't catch up. I don't think there's enough.
Might do something. Oh yeah, he's fast. Yeah,
I mean the Budos again. The Budos just mitigate all the duration of the raw.
70% stats resistance. Why? Thank you very much, sir.
Every time there's no raw, it does make it hard for Wonder Boy to fight this. Gengar to fight this. Even Wonder Boy is starting to struggle with the physical output.
We've talked about this. The Death Prophet is a good hero to go fast, but when you are going later in the game, she falls off. Her damage is very over time, so she relies on being durable, and she's not that durable when she's, her net worth is good, but it's not good enough.
An issue that they had to deal with was you can't get to the support, right? And now you have the harpoon. You just come here, come on, boy.
You're not moving away from me.
No, I heard you like my staff.
My King Bar.
My Monkey King Bar.
Oh, Monkey King.
They see him?
He's alright. But he needs to be careful. They have a ward.
They have the deep ward, yeah, that's for sure. And the random broke all the rest of the smoke. Lovely stuff from Young PH.
And by the way, Young PH was also able to get the Wisdom Ruin. If he is able to run to the other side, he might be able to steal their Wisdom Ruin.
This is wasting a lot of time, by the way. And Roshan is up.
Gengar, they are approaching that critical moment.
And he's going to TP out.
As they have this Roche. If you are able to get the Aegis, you have that one push left in you, basically. Alright, in the meantime, it's like there might not be contesting here on Yangon Galacticos.
But, I mean, you look at the members of YG, they are cutting the waves very deep. Yep. Look at where Zorian is.
Every single lanes we said, like, the Spirit Breaker could do it, the Ember Spirit could do it. Even, apparently, the supports are doing it.
He has the Pavis.
The Pavis.
The Pavis.
The Pavis.
Can he put it in? It's half a second off.
Right.
Again, look at the Rubik's Cube.
He's like,
he's not letting this spell go.
It's timing out, might as well use it. I like it. And they got the Aegis on the Juggernaut, they got the cheese on the Death Prophet, so if things go a bit dicey, she could still cheese and be fine. She's got a Shield Ruin, so I'm looking at it's go time. It's go time right now.
There it is. Dive Bomb.
It's fine, I suppose. I mean, you get it for free from the Tormentor. But like you said, you have a Shield Ruin on your Death Prophet, you have all your ultimates available. It's as good as it gets, really.
It kind of sucks that you didn't get the Tombstone. Meanwhile, Raw, this has to be a kill. BKB by KSH. Instant Wukong's command used to stop this Spirit Breaker in range. He's losing a lot of health though, but they have enough damage. Massive Nether Strike for the counter attack, and GY ends up going down. They're looking for Shoti. He's going to drop for sure, and now the spin from the side of VT Faded, finding skill late, just gonna commit everything for the kill. That's no more Omni for VT Faded.
Shoti can buy back, but not skill late. Remember, he does the buyback in the previous fight. Oh, losing Zalraid would be a big problem. He does have buyback, so two of your people have buyback. The enemy team did lose their best pusher with the Beastmaster, but you might have to use buyback if you want to keep those Raxes alive.
And no Omni, does have the Aegis and keys left. The fortification just off a little bit. Not that it matters too much in this context, but can you hold off against this Juggernaut? Nullifier, Butterfly, so, Aegis, it is not going to be easy.
Exos, I'm out. This is going to be a melee Rax at least.
They're going bot side. Again, Healing Ward is keeping them alive, very healthy. Support staying out of range as well.
2 versus 4, and they don't want to commit the buybacks, which is kind of crazy actually.
Without the Spirit Breaker, it's so hard to start a fight, right?
I don't know. I mean, are you willing to give they're willing to give 2 sets of Rax rather than the buybacks for their 2 of their players. I don't know if this was the right move here for Yangon.
Massive swing over to Gengar. 10k gold lead right now.
The most even game we've had so far.
Which is a crazy thing to say considering one team has 10k gold advantage and a 93% chance of winning. It's actually very even, you know.
I know it says 93%, but that's like bribe.
That's just based on numbers, right? Yeah. You know, it doesn't factor in a lot of external circumstances. Like for example, your keyboard disconnecting or the enemy diving the fountain.
I don't think anyone's keyboard is going to be disconnected.
Or you do a 23 savvy celebration at the end. You know. Well, these things loses you games, alright?
This is now Yangon's in an incredibly difficult spot. I'm really surprised they chose not to buy back because now all Gengar has to do is focus all their efforts in the top lane.
Like they win one team fight and it's mega creeps. You know?
Yeah, that's the point, right? Like you just go. They don't really care. It's so crazy for me that YG did not buy back in that fight. And that's a D root. Delicious.
Oh. Yeah.
Almost picked it up by the way.
Anyone else would have died right then and there.
Alright, so that's double damage, Aegis Juggernaut with a Beastmaster on top. Is there anything scarier in the world?
They're running it down. I mean, one Omni Surge can kill the whole team at this point.
Basically. He is hitting for 400.
He has a Divine Rapier. Alright, let's put it that way.
He's hitting for a lot. He's going to go for it. Still not about half duration on this. Can they get it?
You need to control him though, alright? Not bad.
Looks like enough.
He does get the spin off, doesn't die. Healing Ward is going to keep him alive right now. Stolen Blade Fury. Can he do too much though? VT Faded instantly with the Omni. And just eviscerates 2 members of YG. They get the roll as well. Onto the Monkey King. KSH dead. No buyback on the Monkey King. VT Faded and Wonderboy putting the team on their backs, but they need to finish off a couple of loose ends as well. Zalrain rooted down, chopped to pieces by GY as everyone starts falling. Zalrain buys back. They want to look for the Skyrock, finally charging to the grave, but Young PH also fall. No buyback for December as Gengar starts investing their buybacks into this fight, and VT Faded is looking for some sort of high fight. The charge away from Shoti,
2 seconds
but
to go
doesn't matter though. That tier 4 is getting engaged on. VT Faded working on the structures. The blink fall from GY, beating the drum in the face of Zalrain. They drop the nullifier, force him back into the fountain as the rest of Gengar start working on this tier 4. 2 more seconds for Rubik. Buyback from Young PH. They gotta keep the throne alive. VT Faded working on the throne as fast as they can. Instantly Zalrain ends up dropping. They need 30 seconds for the Monkey King, but I don't think they have the time. The throne less than half, 20%. VT Faded chopping away. Game 5. It's gonna be happening.
And my god, it all comes back to not using your buybacks to defend that second set of racks. By you force yourself to defend one spot, very unfortunate for them. And you can see Gengar there, like, that is a sigh of relief for them to go to the 5th game. Winner has a spot in the Grand Finals. Loser, you're going to be playing at least 1 series tomorrow, possibly 2.
Yeah, this was a best of 3. YG would have been in the Grand Final, so best of 5 is a treat for all of us. But VT Faded, Wonderboy, just incredible game.
It was such a close one, by the way, because if it was like, I still feel like it all comes out of that buyback. They were on the clock for Gengar. They barely made it to victory. Let's look at some of these highlights powered by Monster Energy.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about kind of the ticking time bomb, right? 30 minutes, and then it got extended. And at one point, you see the Monkey King coming online. They were winning some of those intense skirmishes. You know, Monkey King was completely destroying the Death Prophet with the physical damage. Pre-Nullifier, pre-Butterfly Juggernaut. We thought that they're closing the gap a little bit.
I thought so.
And Aegis goes over to Gengar. I feel like if you can't one-shot this Juggernaut, you take away the Aegis, and first you have no chance of winning fights.
It was so close, by the way, that last fight, because remember, if they had killed him, he would have lost the double damage on him as well. So
And Aegis breaks, right?
the Aegis breaks and the double damage goes away. That's like the thing. So really unfortunate for them. That's almost getting the kill there. So almost getting the escape on Shoti.
Wonder Boy, this Sephiroth is something else.
The entire game, Gengar was like 5 to 10,000 gold ahead, and it feels like that's why Yangon Galacticos really wasn't in their face as much as they would have liked.
Just running people down. And this is one of those good fights. I mean, KSH, great support from the team. You keep them in the Wukong's command, and you know it's also one of those few moments where you get to see the support from YG doing a bit more for the team, right? You can facilitate this Monkey King to start getting those kills. Not that it matters in the long run, though. You see, I mean, Gengar, they try to spend some time trying to hunt for the members of YG, and it ended up being a Roshan, and afterwards it was just 2 sets of racks.
The Omni Slash being used, I thought that would be a bit of an issue for them, but he had no buyback, so really good attention to detail. VTFA remembering that Skillet doesn't have buyback, so a kill on him is very worth it. At this point, why they didn't buy back is beyond me. It would have been a 4-on-4. They could have defended their racks, but they decided to give away 2 sets of racks rather than using 2 buyback, which is crazy because then they had to buy back in the next fight anyway. But now you have no, like, I don't know I don't know what was the thinking there.
Saving the buyback for the last fight, probably.
Saving the buyback for tomorrow, maybe.
We still have next game, right?
We still have one more game, and the winner.
They're gonna go into game 5 with an extra buyback, okay?
So that was a little bit unfortunate for them. Then they lose Shoti in this fight as well. So really well played by Gengar.
Yeah, and no, we kind of went through a bit about the struggles of a posty Spirit Breaker, right? If he gets a hit, it's really good. If he falls behind, he starts looking like a support.
It is. The hero is not great at farming as a core. He's great at better at farming as a support, if that makes sense.
He's good at farming enemy supports, but you know he can't farm waves as much. So I mean it's been back and forth. You know, game 1, game 3 for YG, game 2, game 4 for Gengar. I think this game 5 is destined. We're gonna go for a short break, and we will return for the decisive game of this upper bracket finals. We'll be back.
Changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Unlock imajinasimu dengan soda berperi sebuah baharu. So Tinge.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go.
Oh, and he's snoring as well.
Welcome back to the Dota2 Master Cup SDA 2023, powered by Time. And we have a Game 5 coming up, so it's going to be an exciting one between Gengar and Yangon Galacticos. It feels like fate has willed it. We have to go the distance to figure out which team will be our first grand finalist. But before that, I have something I want to share with you, Otomo, which is I would like us to cheers on this, because our official beverage partner, Sotinge, has been keeping us awake and topped up for the entire day. So I'm loving this flavor. I'm having the great one. You know, early on you had the peach one, I believe. So it's a great experience. You know, I'm loving the flavor. I'm loving kind of the sugar. I love sweet stuff, and you know, some of the gas in there, and that is perfect for me as well.
He loves sweet stuff. That's why he always asks to cast with me. You know, he's like, I want the sweet things in life, and that's our partnership. But yeah, it's been going pretty interestingly today, because I did not think that we would see Gengar put up this much of a challenge against Yangon Galacticos in almost all the end of the draft phase. I'm thinking, okay, it looks like YG is going to be alright, but in the previous game they even went for something crazy with Gengar. They went for this very fast push strat. It looked like it was about to fail, but it did succeed in the end. And now we have a Game 5.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about how kind of YG coming in as the slightly more experienced team. You know, Gengar, they have something to prove. And the fact that this thing went to 5 games, you know, it kind of defied expectations a little bit, but you can also say that it's Gengar coming in to prove a point, right? And at the end of the day, it's about those baby steps. You know, we're looking for some validation, and I think they are well on their way to find it. If this Game 5 goes that way, they're going to be in a very good spot.
I agree. And a reminder, winner here goes to Grand Finals, loser goes to the lower bracket finals, where you tomorrow might have to play up to 10 games if you win, because best of 5, that's a lot of Dota.
And there's a lot of stress for the Grand Finalists to look at.
Yeah, you know, the whole time you're playing, you're like, if we lose this, we can't go. If we lose it again, it's like, oh God, what a headache. And yeah, that's going to be a lot of work for the two teams, for both teams. Whoever loses is specific.
Yeah, again, right, we have seen 8 games come back, 8-game run to a trophy. We are now seeing a 10-game one.
It can be. I mean, it might be a 6-game run though. You never know, right? Could be
3-0,
3-0, and that's it. You end the game. But despite how it is, these teams have been battling out for about 5 hours now, which is pretty wild.
Yeah.
We started at 1 p.m. Now it's almost 6 p.m. and they still have one more game to go.
And we still have one more series to go.
You still have a whole, well, that's for us. That's when we get tired. For them,
no, don't worry. I mean, like if anyone needs an excuse to stay in the mall,
there you go.
Right here, Pavilion Bukit Jalil, you want to stay here until like 2-3 a.m. This is your chance. to watch some Dota, you know.
I mean, there's also all sorts of things you can do. We also have we have a bit of cosplay. We have a bit of gaming as well. We're giving out free stuff.
You can make your own jerseys.
Spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel. Make
Spin
your
the
own
wheel
jerseys.
of. I'm not sure what it's not fortune. Spin the wheel of something though. And we are in. This is the 5th game in a row where we see the Beastmaster come out. In 4 of those games, GY has played it on Gengar's side. It's kind of wild.
It is kind of wild, right? It's like. If it works, I mean, he has a positive win rate, you know, 66%.
That's
he won
true.
2 out of 3 games.
That's true.
Whenever you have a positive number, you want to stick with it.
I mean, there's nothing there I can disagree with, but it's very interesting because YG in all Gear games, they have banned these 2 heroes, the Pango and the Timbersaw, saying we do not want to play against them no matter what. And what?
There it is.
Alright, they take out the Tie Hunter.
It was a hero that we have been kind of discussing on and off, right, for the past 3 games, like this Tie Hunter. Pretty decent in a lot of situations.
You know what's interesting, by the way, is that by picking the Tide Hunter, if they ban, they can't ban, like Gengar wasn't going to be banning offlaners. Before, Gengar can ban offlaners to limit YG, but now there's no point banning offlaners, right? And anything you ban, if it's a support or a mid, you're also hurting yourself in a way. You're limiting your own hero pool. So it's kind of interesting how they adjusted with this. They're like, oh, you're taking offlane first? We'll do the same thing.
Yeah, we do the Undying also, right? I mean, the Undying, Rubik, same thing, same support picks for both teams. We talk about Undying in the lane, right? We see this post 5 Undying.
Yeah.
Not too many ways to deal with a Tombstone, right? Even if a Tie Hunter, he doesn't really like Tombstone.
You could take a Snapfire, put it as a 4, and then that's okay.
That is true.
But in general, Tie Hunter is actually pretty bad against the Undying. One of the reasons is because you spam Anchor Smash, and that just gives him so much Magic Stick charges. It's it's the same as going against Bristleback.
Yeah, you spam Anchor Smash, and Undying was like strength.
Yes, thank you. You know, I was like, why not? And he would, and you know, Tie Hunter would want to go man-to-man fight, but Undying that's his zone, his area. Overall,
I'm gonna draw Medusa ban.
If you are Gengar, I think you're looking to run something very similar to the previous game. That fast push strat. If I was YG, I would think that one of the biggest problems was kind of the Death Prophet. I don't think there's a lot of mid laners that give you the same amount of push as the Death Prophet, besides the Leshrac maybe.
Probably just ban on the Death Prophet, right? There is an incentive to go for it. The ban of Faceless Void again.
They have been sticking.
They have been banning Faceless Void.
The exact same bans. Almost every game that we've been seeing, and a lot of core bans coming out. I believe only core bans in the second phase, and apart from techies, all of the bans are just core bans.
I mean, SEA Dota, right? I mean, everyone wants to carry, so if you ban out the carries, no one can carry, and you win.
That's the way you want to do it for sure.
Yes.
I like that though, right? It's like everyone's like, who cares about supports? I don't.
Yeah, sometimes I ban a carry because I don't want my post 1 to use it.
Alright, so what are we looking for here? Both teams have an offlaner. Both teams have a position 5. Rubik is usually played as a 4, but he can go for either side. They take away the Dark Willow. This Snapfire comes out. So, yep, they see that Undying. They're like, I want to make sure we get that Tombstone out of the way. We take the Snapfire. It wasn't very effective in the previous game against the Undying, though, was it?
Yeah, it's like you don't get much opportunities to just walk up. And I mean, we saw some fights where the Snapfire was like little shredder the Tombstone, but his whole team was dying around him.
Didn't matter at that point. Alright, what are we looking here for Gengar? Chen is in the pool, Death Prophet is in the pool. They could go for Skyrath, Io. These are also heroes that you could consider. Leshrac as well. I'm feeling like they succeed with the fast push. They might be thinking, you know, let's run it back. You know, round 2.
Still a decent Death Prophet game, right? But in this case, we talk about needing an offlaner to keep you in place, and that's something that they were lacking in the previous game, right?
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker, not really the hero to help them out. So this Tie Hunter does add a little bit of value, but we are seeing the exact same pick so far. Juggernaut third pick for Gengar.
Yeah, with arguably the best carry when it comes to these fast push lineups, because the healing ward tops everyone up. He can go up to the high ground with the spin on.
And Kraken Shot doesn't do anything in his Omni Slash.
Neither does like or Blade Fury, right? Kraken Shot is
it's like, yeah, very
both.
cute, you know, like you're shedding, but sure.
He'll just shave him off one by one. Alright, so Leshrac or Death Prophet, or will we see one of the supports come out here? Io, Skyrath, Chen, Enchantress. I'm feeling like we're gonna get one of these heroes.
I think the Chen still has a space there. I mean,
it does, but it depends on whether they want him or not. The thing is, Chen's usually a 5 and Undying's the 5.
Yeah, we saw the Skyrath in the previous game.
No, it's just fine. IO.
with like Ember right now. You are not seeing the Ember just yet. And the question is, do you want to hold on to your mid laner? I feel like you. Do you just review your support here?
I wonder if you want to do that actually, because then, yeah, maybe you will take the support right now, reveal them both, save the mid for your last pick right now, and they do go for the
Alright, they're gonna go. Yeah, I mean same
draft,
four,
right? same four. We said the Death Prophet or the Leshrac would be their mid.
If we beat you this way, we're gonna do it again.
Why not? It's on you to change, not on us. Our draft worked. Yours is the one that failed. So what are they gonna go with here? Monkey King is actually not a still solid pick. I don't think Monkey King was the problem the previous
Illusion
game.
Heroes.
Huh?
What about Illusion Heroes?
Naga Siren. If I'm thinking either Monkey King or Naga Siren, I can use the Naga Siren illusions to split push the map. That would be ideal. Or I take the Monkey King. It's one of those two for me. You could also consider taking a mid themselves.
Right. You just match the mid, right?
But the problem is that if you take a mid, no matter what you take, it's either going to be the mid or the carry. So the next bans will still target you. You know,
which one do you prioritize more? You know, who do you want to have a better game? I feel like in this case you might be looking at that mid lane pick, right? Because the only underwhelming game that Young PH has had is probably game 4.
I don't think Monkey King is good. Yeah,
I think they go for the slot, right?
They go for the slot. I don't know if I love this, honestly. I do like that it. You look at the disable coming out from Gengar, by the way. It's pretty sad. This roar and the silence from Death Pop. That's about it. Juggernaut and Undying give you nothing, which means that Slark could do pretty well, especially if you get the Depth Shroud. You know, Omnislash comes out, you Depth Shroud, suddenly he's like, wait, I'm hitting air. There's nothing there. So that could work.
Where's the support that can deal with the Slark? Yeah, instant ban on Skywrath. That has been a pain for YG. And then both Skywrath game has been wins for Gengar.
And now, honestly, the Chen Enchantress IO don't feel so good because you really lack lockdown. Like, and you are picking a support next. They might. What's the position for with good lockdown here? Doesn't seem like there's too much.
You're looking at Lion, Spirit Breaker.
Lion, I don't like because there's 2 dispels. Spirit Breaker feels better to me. Nyx is decent, but no, I don't know. I think Spirit Breaker might be the best 4 you can get. There's Tech
They just Disruptor and then Undying 4.
They could do that. They could do that, but I actually would prefer. They put the Disruptor as a 5, right? Put it with the Juggernaut. The Kinetic Field is good regardless. Like neither Slark nor the Tidehunter like playing against Kinetic Field, so I wouldn't mind that at all.
Wind Ranger and Ember ban. They're heading down the mid lane pool now. What is the slab? I mean, we have the Puckstorm, Lesh as well, and there has been a hero that has not been touched.
I don't know if the thing is, I don't know if I want to be Lesh against EXO, against Juggernaut.
Tombstone.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to walk into that. You might, you know what you need? You need something like a sniper, and they do ban out the Disruptor. Just when you said Disruptor, because you're no longer thinking about just push. You're thinking, if you are Gengar, you're thinking I need disables of some form, some shape or form of
like what enables me to push, right?
Exactly.
To catch people.
Yeah, it's like if you can't kill, something would have been really good with the Glimpse and the Kinetic Fields. What do you want last pick here? Or will you double down, Chen, Enchantress, or IO, and just go heavy on that push strat? Spirit Breaker.
I was about to say Omni Knight, but that makes no sense.
Omni Knight.
Dawnbreaker 4. Man.
I wouldn't mind Omni Knight, honestly. I feel like the thing is, Nullifier isn't going to come out fast for your YG.
Yeah.
Right? But then again, they also have last pick. It's going to be a mid. What is there a mid that can? No, I think you're fine. I also think you're fine.
I think there's a chance that there's still a minor chance this Snapfire goes mid, right?
You know what I'm thinking, honestly? Maybe they should bring out that mid Necrophos for YG. I think mid Necrophos in this game is not so bad. You know,
very little way to cut through her, you know? Very little way to cut through him.
Yeah, right? It's like there's little control. We haven't seen that unless they go for something like an AA or whatever, but you should be able to, get a good amount of healing. They go for the Hoodwing. Okay, that's the position for... I haven't seen her in a long time.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to feel about this. I mean, you get the break for the Tidehunter, right? You get some decent burst.
It's solid.
Some decent control, I guess, you know?
It's a decent... Alright. Maybe not Necrophos anymore. I mean, it's wishful thinking. I'd love to see a Necrophos, but I don't know if we'll be seeing a Necrophos mid. It would have been pretty fun, but alright, what else is there? I don't want Leshrac. I like the idea of a sniper, but again, these are rather unseen heroes, the sniper and the Necrophos that I'm suggesting. Maybe a Dragon Knight, actually. Just go frontline for your team, but the break is annoying.
Yeah, I know. You kind of have to rethink it a little bit.
There's a spirit. There's the spirits which you can jump on. But I don't feel like you're going to be able to catch one person by themselves on Gengar's side. They're going to be.
This is a team that wants to stick together.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to jump on the hoodwink and catch her. It's like they're going to be all together one way or another. So you need something that can, as they say, hang and bang.
It's my first time hearing that.
Thank
you. That's a decade difference of wisdom.
Wow, a Queen of Pain comes out from YG.
Yeah, it reminds you of your parents, that's for sure.
What's wrong with my hair? It's luscious and...
your parents, not your head.
Oh, yes, she does.
The Queen of Pain.
My mom on one side, my dad on the other side. Scream of Pain versus Primal Roar. Definitely was a long weekend when that happened.
Yeah, which one is worse, Sonic Wave or Primal Roar?
Roar.
Sonic Wave is for the whole family.
Primal Roar is that one guy.
Yeah, so like the mom Sonic Wave the whole family.
Yes.
Because the son did something wrong, and then your dad comes to you and
Primal Roar on top of it.
Yes.
You lose both eardrums out of it.
And that's usually how it works.
I'm liking Gengar's first 4 picks. I don't love the Hoodwink. I feel like the Hoodwink is the question mark for me. That I'm like, But the other 4 are good. The other 4 really help that push.
I see the DJ effect, the DJ Hoodwink. It's a long shot, right? It's a long shot.
I don't know. I don't know about the Hoodwink at all. On the other side, that last pick, what did they take last for the Quap? Also,
the Quap, yeah, the Q.
Don't love it. I mean, the Sonic Wave is good, but I feel like you need a bit more single target damage because they're gonna have auras. Everyone's gonna be buffed up.
Yeah, but you do have some ways to base defense slightly easier, right? You have the Tide, the Q. That was something that they didn't have in the previous game. And then also your team fight is slightly stronger. And again, something that they didn't have in the previous game, right? The elements, they do come together a bit more in game 5.
It's true. The team fight is better.
Yeah.
It is quite superior. Like, you just the Tide Hunter, the Queen of Pain, you have a lot of AoE damage that you can work with. So I like that part. And we are going to go into the game where we have a pause from this. Oh, no, sorry. We have the teams to look at first.
It's going to be an interesting game 5. I mean,
right,
expectations have been defied so far.
True.
But I mean, like you said, game 4 was sort of like the closest game we had. But at the end, right, the conclusion, it was still sort of like a dominant win, like 10k goal lead, 15k. We'll see if this one goes the distance. I mean, it's a game 5, right? Divine Rapiers have to be purchased. Right? It has to be 60 minutes.
Am I crazy, or is Yangon Galacticos the Dire? And
YG is Dire. Don't worry.
Okay, so
you're not
all right.
crazy.
So there's going to be Gengar is on Radiant. So we have the. we have that. We'll fix that later.
Yeah.
I don't like the Hoodwink as much as I like the Skyrath Mage. I feel like the Hoodwink gives you a bit less control somehow. Either way.
She's going to be breaking the smoke, right? You don't really want to run into Gengar at level 1. Like,
Slug is so bad level 1. It's like, you have that essence shift because...
And there's that tree there. If you don't cut that tree, you're going to get bushwhacked.
Are they going to try for it? Both teams? I feel like both teams know the other team is there. While Gengar can see YG, but YG, they have that spider sense telling them. And they decide, you know what? We don't want it. We're going to go for other bounty ruins.
That's the Grandma Croc sense. The crocodile.
They're tastier anyway.
What? Have you had one?
No, I'm talking about the other ruins. I'm like...
right. I was like, have you had crocodile?
No, I haven't eaten crocodile. I'm not sure what's the weirdest animal I've eaten. It's probably something basic, like a duck. What have you eaten? I was like, I've eaten a duck.
Sure. We get an equal distribution for the bounty.
Alright, so the top lane is going to be the Snapfire as well as the Slug. This could be a very, very dangerous lane, especially because the Hoodwink doesn't have a whole lot of health, and the Beastmaster, you hit him a few times, Essence Shift, you get the cookie, a few more hits, jump on him. Like, you can really ruin GY's life right here.
He's used to being a punching bag at this point, right? The past 4 games has been just him getting...
He does get... it looks like, we changed the logos. There you go. We'll check out the last hits in just a second here. But overall, top lane, I think I slightly favor Yangon. In general, we'll see what they can do. I don't think that the killing potential is up there for Gengar.
How is this mid side gonna go? Death Prophet and Quap, not a matchup that we see often.
I think it should be a wash in general. I don't think either one of them should be able to kill the other. If I would favor one, I think I'd favor the Quap a little bit more. You throw out those daggers, you blink away if you get Spirit Siphon, so I would favor the Quap a tiny bit. He's starting off with a lot of extra stats, and there you go. See, Spirit Siphon comes out, and he's like, I'll just blink away. Waste it for you every time.
Yeah, BT Fade and not having the...
Oh,
kind of
courier.
at the same time
Courier.
as last time.
There you
Courier
go.
kill. Skill League is grab
That's
that.
125 gold. That actually adds up. That is like 2 creeps for your whole... Well, 3 creeps for your whole team.
Yeah, I mean, unlike last game, right? This Juggernaut is not going to have a time as smooth as it is. It's not getting Spirit Breaker. You are actually going to be taking some trade damage into this TIE Hunter, which, you know, over time, as the level increases for the TIE, it gets harder to chop him.
I'm not really... I think it can go either way though, honestly. Like, TIE Hunter loses a bit of strength. Tombstones drop, the spin on top. They do have an option to always TP out, which is nice, but you can take quite a bit of harassment time. And you can see his lowest CS among all the cores, only 3.
See, he is also a punching bag.
And Zhao Rei taking a few hits.
Yeah, no bushwhack to follow up, but
And he eats the tree that he dropped, which is very cool.
it's very environmental.
By the way, it's a double value tree, similar to dropping a tango. Sorry, not to dropping a iron branch.
You save an ironwood branch. Yeah.
Save the trees by eating the trees.
You save the trees by planting your own trees, and I believe that's how it works. There's a net increase, okay? There's no net decrease.
Well, Shoti, what are we looking at here? Mid lane, Young PH slightly ahead of Wonder Boy, but not a big deal. You know, it's basically anyone's game right now. And Wonder Boy is going to catch up right now once he gets a few of these creeps himself. Top lane, we are seeing the Slark farm pretty well. Beastmaster, where is he actually?
He slightly zone out, you know, from experience range.
No, not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot, yeah, for sure.
So far both teams playing it a bit on the passive side. No team wants to be the team that, you know, gives away first blood. No player side wants to be that.
And I mean, it's not as easy as it seems to kind of stay in lane at level 6 onwards, even for the Slark. So you can cut the trees with the axes. You kind of, you know, remove the cover.
Yeah, Slark doesn't care about trees as much as Monkey King.
Oh yeah, of course. Without any spin for 20 seconds, I mean, you still have to be pretty careful if you take that much damage early on.
He's low health right now.
That's level 1 Kraken for sure. Yeah,
the Anchor Smash trying to reduce the damage, but just, you know, the crits come out. It's not the crits, but just the damage from the Juggernaut is pretty high in general.
Yeah, he's gonna get Blade Dance at level 4, right? So those crits are gonna start landing, and you might have some unlucky moments. But that bounty rune will be stolen away, no problem, by skill lane. He's gonna grab that for his team, and
the other bounty rune is not taken. What are we looking at here? It looks like Gengar starting to slightly pull ahead here in the safe lane. The Juggernaut is twice the CS as the Tide Hunter. Mid lane is... That's the only Young PH is doing. That's the only lane that Yangon Galacticos is winning is mid lane. But that's standard. Young PH almost always wins the mid lane.
some scuffle on the top side, nothing much. There's a Wonder Boy trying to TP out. In another second, the Spirit Siphon just keeping him topped up.
And I like that they keep attacking him, because sometimes they TP to like the tier 2 tower and they just join back the river. It's like, no, keep hitting him so that when he goes, if he goes to tier 2, he still has to walk back. Alright, so they are leaving Shoti just a little bit by himself. He's doing okay. I wonder why he's building, if he's going to go for... This is one of the few heroes who doesn't want to get Vanguard.
It's not a game that you want the Vanguard. You get an early pipe, right?
You know, you get a Meteor Hammer, that's usually
what
you can work with.
We saw that from... what's that guy again?
That guy.
That Bad Boom guy.
The Bad Boom guy. Pure?
No, not Pure.
Pure
Post 3.
Yeah, isn't Pure the post 3 for Bad Boom?
I don't know what we saw this morning. I completely forgot.
I think it is Pure, man.
Okay, it could be him.
It is, alright. We should ask the audience. We'll be like, is Pure the offlaner for Bet Boom? And
I know. Who watched a Twitch stream in the middle of the tournament? I bet they know that.
Dude, Tide Hunter is really losing this lane right now. Even KSH on the Slark, he is also suffering.
Yeah, he is having a mind control moment, that's for sure.
Like, just play like Seb.
Yeah, just play like Seb.
Why can't you play like Seb?
It's not that hard to win against me.
Okay, this could be something. But KSH has barely any health himself.
Yeah, watch out. I mean, the Scatter Blast is doing some damage.
He just has to go back. Like, Hoodwink may be easy to bring down. She doesn't have a whole lot of health, but KSH just got nothing to work with.
It's a net negative as well, right? The wave is pushing into GY, and he's not afraid to fight this. You know, while the siege cannon took away one of the creep, which is unfortunate.
Young PH is going to have to do a lot of work. He's got to be able to open up the map for his team, and all the axes come out. He isn't able to deny. Zarin does get that Lotus, but it feels like it's a very small victory overall.
Yeah. Now VT Fader is starting to chip away at the tower health, right? And again, this is a almost, I mean, more than 1,000 net worth lead for the Juggernaut as compared to the Tidehunter, and he's almost 1,000 ahead of the Slug also.
Yeah, I mean, we said that the Tidehunter, it's like your Kraken Shell does nothing against is the Juggernaut, and we're seeing it now. Young PH, he's level 6, but he hasn't actually put a point in his ultimate, which it's awkward because if you're Quap and you leave the lane, you might lose the tower.
Holy, that's a bushwhack, Akon shot, wow axe. Pre-6, I mean, Pre-6 Slug is like a baby, okay? You can kick him around and there's nothing you can do about it.
You kick babies?
No, I don't kick babies. I'm just telling you he's as easy to bully as a baby.
Of course. Well, I don't know. I never bully babies.
Yeah, well,
and
you
by the
bully
way,
your son, okay?
No, I don't. My son bullies me. Trust me.
You can ask him that question when you get home. You know?
Trust me, kids are the bullies, not the parents.
I can attest to that. My sister beats me in a fist fight.
That is not the same thing.
And she is.
Because I'm talking about like children. Anyway, GY, he's just farming. He is second highest net worth. He has absolutely shut down KSH. But Young Guns, they have some team fight going for them. I'm just surprised Young PH does not want the Sonic Wave. I believe he's like level 7 at this point.
It's all about playing the lane.
Yeah, he's gone 4-1-1.
Bushwhack, Silence, they don't have it.
Okay.
And now he puts the point to Sonic Wave. He's like, I need this right now. It could be a Q1 to Ponyo if he walks on forward. And you want that? No.
Looks like it's just gonna go back. Oh, wait.
He's coming back. He's coming back for more.
Ponyo.
Oh, Akon shot slow. There it is. Bushwhack, max range, and that's first blood for Ponyo. Lovely stuff from San. Sonic Wave on the Wonder Boy. Not enough. Forced to blink away.
And zombies right after him, but they do the tombstone times out. Young PH, luckiest ruin he could ever gotten.
I mean, the zombie got tired and just died. Okay.
I think zombies don't get tired. That's kind of part of being the zombie. Well, in the meantime, though, that is a big kill coming out for the Undying. Now you can see he's farming. He is farming almost as good as his Death Prophet, actually.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, this Death Prophet doesn't have a whole lot of gold. Why is that? Well,
level 4 Shadow Strike, right? Well, lovely telekinesis. Sans is gonna drop, and now VT Fader, he's like, I'm ready to fight this one. They will take out Zorin first. VT Fader, do you still want to continue this? Drop the healing ward, instantly taken care of by Young PH. Actually, it was a miss uphill, so he still keeps it.
You know, I gotta say that is actually a better trade for Gengar, just because you are giving a kill to one farm person, one poor person. The poor person appreciates it a lot more.
Yes.
You know, and you can see like the gap for Wonder Boy and the Quap percentage-wise has decreased because of those kill trades.
I'd say Young PH, he is same net worth as the Juggernaut, right? So you kind of have this balancing factor for YG.
Do they think they can kill KSH? If he gets roared...
I mean, if he gets silence or anything, he just...
there's no silence on the Death Prophet. She hasn't taken a point in it.
Oh, there it is.
So it was roar or bust, and you can usually see the animation of the roar.
Yeah, you just press dog pack. You know?
Yeah. So you press W, or you press your ultimate.
They're just gonna use Raw and Grandma. There's 5 men on the side of Gengar just showing up, showing Grandma how it's done. They really do not like the Snapfire.
Yeah, they just yelled at her, and she's like, please, young people, stop doing that. And unfortunately, she lost her life.
Yeah, she has some hearing problems, but I'm pretty sure with 5 people surrounding it, it works out the same.
Alright, so trade of towers. In the top lane, Gengar is going to get that one. Mid lane is going to go for Young PH, which is pretty good because you only have the Quap pushing it. It's almost there. She's got 5. Young PH forced to blink away. Has a ball, but doesn't have anything on it. GY, he is going to be scaring away the Slark.
Young PH is winning in levels. That's what winning in levels and experience, winning massively in Go as well, right? You kind of see the parallel between Juggernaut versus Tidehunter and Quap versus the Death Prophet. There's this one core on each team that has this
overwhelming advantage.
Great lead,
Yeah, except Beastmaster and Slug, where it's not the biggest deal. 500 goals, like, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, look at the circumstances. You can kind of accept it, right? Beastmaster and the Hoodwink, they made life for Slug very hard pre-6.
Yes. And I wonder, though, that when Gengar is going to consider pushing together, similar to last game. Oh, Undying might be losing his life. Undying.
He's gonna run as Green will pay. One less DK is gonna be dead. The sharpshooter is gonna find a kill. more work for Gengar, that is for sure, and they might lose more as Skule tries to run away, but you have Wonder Boy sticking onto you. Is Mami Dead Prophet killing spree for him once more. And I mean, this Dead Prophet has, in the game 4, beyond godlike streak, and right now game 5 is off to another good start.
Yeah, Wonder Boy on this hero is insane. And I do feel like Young PH is a mid who is very conservative with his spells, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't rotate as heavy as some of the a lot of other mids that I've seen.
He's saving for the big moment. You know?
I mean, the big moment could have been, 10 minutes ago if you wanted
you want me to Sonic Wave 100 HP Undying? Are you mad?
Yes, and live. You can live after doing that. But Wonder Boy uses the EXO, but he's not able to actually, do too much to the tower.
Yeah, no siege wagons.
By the way, do you notice that in the audience we have half that supports Gengar and half that supports Yangon Galacticos?
Yeah, what a perfectly balanced as it all should be. I probably butchered that quote, but you
very
get
much so.
Thanos reference.
Thanos would be like that. I don't know, not him. Anyone but him.
He's gonna snap me, that's for sure. Like I will be the half.
Everyone's random except you.
Yeah, except me, because I got his quote wrong.
It's like I'll snap him, then everyone else. Alright, so we're looking at here for GY. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter. It seems to be that standard build that he likes. He goes Vanguard into the Aghanim Scepter. And in this game, there is not a huge amount of burst damage that you have to worry about. Like, you can expect the fights are going to be fairly extended.
Yeah, and by the way, we have not seen Thai Hunter getting active with the Ravage. He just got a 12-minute dagger. We are going to have to kind of wait. There will be a dagger review pretty soon, right? And it's kind of that one big moment to put YG in the lead.
We'll see if Shoti can actually get that big Ravage. If he can, you got Kisses on top of it. You can do quite a lot here. The RPS is pushing this lane. They don't want to reveal the Thai Hunter Blink. You can see him, he's hiding in the trees. Doesn't want to show it just yet. Smoke comes out. Who can they find? They really want to use this Blink Ravage.
And I mean, VT Fader, he's just hiding in the trees at this point, right? You're not showing yourself, and
he's
going to take the gate to the top, Quinn Gate.
He's like, I don't want to stick here anymore.
This is probably the worst target to find. If the Hoodwink breaks the smoke, then there's very little value. You do see the Observer Ward, so Hoodwink's going to lose his life, and it's completely fine.
That's fine.
The rest of Gengar just moves away from that bottom jungle.
I mean, if you're a Gengar, it's not bad though, because you didn't use any you didn't use Ravage or anything, so you're kind of okay for this for Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, but YG is like, it's a free kill, Huh? We're not investing any too much.
True, exactly.
But it did show the Blink Dagger.
It did show the Blink Dagger, but it's still kind of worth it, because remember that first Blink Dagger we saw this series?
Oh yes.
The Mars Blink Dagger, that was like one of the worst Blink reveals in history.
No, it's the unluckiest one, okay?
Unlucky, worse, whatever you want to go with. Either way, if you're YG, a free kill is a good kill. And
yeah, we talked about keeping people in place, right? So the ATOS bought by Wonder Boy, that is kind of a decent way to kind of root people down.
Yep. Another thing is that if you are Gengar, you are also on a timer, and those kills they give you, they take away 1 minute of that time basically.
Oh, yes.
So it matters a lot.
Shave it off.
Slowly. Every second counts for Gengar. Every second for Young Galacticos, it brings them closer to victory. They want to go late.
Not that easy to push into YG also, right? Fate Bolt, Anchor Smash, Monimous Kiss, Scallop, and so many skills to do with it. Again, no Siege Wagon, but they're gonna try with the EXO anyways.
Yeah, not the easiest.
Jump in by GY. Landing on a trio of them. Monimous Kiss is to follow up. GY would definitely drop before getting any raw off. No opportunities to use it. Stolen wild access before he drops.
Good engagement. They don't separate, they just say, oh wow, look at that wild access. Look at Ponyo loses like half his life.
And they have healing more, right? So it's go time. They can
Ravage is down.
They have the sharpshooter to break the passive. The Kraken Shell might go off. They use Wonder Boy losing massive health, but he was up just in time with the Cypher. Now Omnislash to the back. Zari drops. Choti comes out to try and tank it up. It's going to be VT faded. Spin to safety. Ponyo absolutely eviscerated, and a Sonic Wave to blow Wonder Boy out of the water. That's 3 for YG.
Now the other side of our audience starts clapping. They're very happy with that fight. And honestly, that went really well for Yangon Galacticos. Despite the fact they didn't have Ravage, Gengar, they were like, let's force this fight. That is kind of crucial. If they are not ahead in net worth, this is a very bad game. Sans is gonna be okay.
Oh, he's in the trees.
Oh, the trees, man. Well played by Sans, but still a few essence shift stacks given over.
They say save the environment. You never know when trees become useful.
I'm quite worried for Gengar. Yes, 60 minutes and only 2,000 gold advantage, but this is a push lineup. It never can fall behind, basically. And VT faded. Are they going for it?
He's in trouble. And they're gonna spin on top of me. Like, let me show you how this is done.
Oh, he's got no Omni, he's got nothing.
He has no Omni.
That's one of the freest kills I've ever seen. Did he have... Can we click on Juggernaut for a second, please? Just, no, yeah, okay, he didn't have the TP scroll. That's one of the reasons why he's like, yeah, I can't TP out, can't spin TP. Still, that's a valuable kill. Like KSH takes the throne.
It always feels really bad when a Rubik kills you with your own skill. You know?
Yep.
It's like
60%.
like someone counterfeits or copyrighted stuff and it just beats you with it. You know, it's never good.
I wouldn't know too much.
Yeah, it's like if I can't go there. It's like if LOL beats Dota. You know, it's never gonna happen. I'm just saying, you know. Ponyo is gonna drop those scatter blasts in the face. Yeah, then young PH finding that kill.
That's what happens to people who say LOL is better than Dota. That's what we do to them. We do what we did to Ponyo.
We did a bit of Ponyo, sure.
He's got. By the way, you can see his game is not as good as the previous one. He had mech on Undying. This game's got the drums. He's going for 4 staff, so less of that aura sustain for the team. And overall, we are starting to enter very, very dangerous territory for Gengar.
17 minutes in as well, right? It is not like the previous game where you have Wonderboy cutting the wave between tier 2s and high ground tower and getting kills on off laners. And that is not happening this game.
Philosopher's Stone on the Rubik. That's going to help him scale up for as the game goes on, which further puts Gengar on the timer. But hey, look at that. They do have the Aghanim Scepter finished on the Beastmaster.
It could be Roshan time, right? I mean, this is the best time to do it right now.
Yeah.
Flash Golem, jump to slow and just beat this Roshan, get the Aegis away from YG. Extend that timer by a couple of minutes.
Yeah, if you're lucky, you can force them to use a Ravage to get rid of the Aegis, and suddenly you're not in a bad spot. But it's not like Young Galacticos is sitting on their laurels. They are actually farming quite a lot. Mid lane, bot lane, and even the jungle by the Tide Hunter. So this was...
GY actually takes the Aegis.
Huh. I guess they feel like he's more valuable than VT Faded.
I mean, if he dies and no Raw goes off, then sure, I mean, that is a problem. A VT Faded has to play the game of his life right now.
Yeah, I imagine if you're GY, then you have to be really in front for your team. I don't know.
It's him and Wonderboy, but we saw how he gets like Gush, Lil Shredder, your armor just disintegrates.
I guess they think that if they burst down GY, he can come back with a second life with the drums of storming. He can actually kill them.
I mean, the armor reduction on the side of if you have no AC, they just destroy you with physical damage, right? It's not as clear clean cut as it seems. If we get the axe for Slark also, so double leap. The number of problems continues to increase for Gengar.
We'll see about that. We'll see how Gengar can handle the next. They have the Aegis. They have it on GY. If he can absorb you, wow, what a jump!
That leap actually lands. Wonderboy in danger, lifted up. No use, but does have the H. Sonic Wave doesn't really connect, but they still have the second leap, and he's gonna go Ravish. Only on the Ponyo, and it's actually Omni slash Yu. Shoti ends up going down 4v4. The Raw onto the Ruby. They're gonna go straight for skill limit with Bushwhack. Both teams trading members so far, but this DHS in trouble. Ponyo still alive. He leaps over the wall. That is the axe in effect, but Gengar keeping it within control.
Big opening right now for Gengar. They keep the Aegis. Yes, they lose the death problem, but she didn't use ultimate. So as long as she comes back, she can push again. Okay, I said she wants more.
Oh, looking for the hoodwink. Cookie on top into a leap, but can't find a kill. But this kiss is going to be used as well. Forced to cancel. It's VT Fader. He's not going to let that slide.
I think Zaren's dead.
He's going to look for Ponyo though. KSH, lovely stuff with the flank. And Zaren just TP's out of it. They just toy with Gengar.
I love how he just TP'd right in front of them, and they're like, oh, it's Beastmaster, Juggernaut. They can't do anything to you. And that was a big deal, because before that fight, Gengar won, but getting the kill on the Undying, delay, and it's not like they just got the kill. They delayed like a minute of their time with the Aegis. We're at 20 minutes. What is the win percentage? I imagine it favors Yangon by quite a bit with the fact that they have the net worth advantage at this point.
It's one of those few times where the Aegis is primarily just used to delay the game, right? You're used to you're extending your lifeline, but you're not able to do much positive things with it. You're not taking towers. You're not able to take big fights.
And time's out. That's why. I was gonna say time's out.
And it times out, then it doesn't really matter if it's on GH, right? At the end of the day, you still.
I was like, oh, it's on VT Fade, and I was like, wait, it's GY.
GY, not GH. GY. Right?
GY.
GH is
he's on a different team.
He's on a different team.
Yeah, Team Star. Alright. Well, do they want to push? Think about Gengar.
They're looking for something, right? They have a
they
Raw.
found someone.
They go in, that's the slot. No Dark Pack. Cookie, Lotus on. They're just going to force stab him into safety. So that tier 1 goes down. Good
use of the
cover from YG. You
That
love to see
Lotus
it.
Orb. Lotus Orb cooking into 4 staff, keeping their team alive. And now Gengar is like, well, we don't have Roar. What do we do now?
Well, that's it for us, I guess. Back to farming, and then back to the paddy field.
No sharpshooter as well, so that's 2 problems that they have to deal with. Wonder Boy, he's going for the BKB. Once he gets it, that'll help. But the smoke comes out from Yangon. Who can they find here?
I mean, you talk about extended fights, but I feel like the longer the fight goes, the happier Yangon
that's Wonder
will
Boy
be, right?
gone.
Wonder Boy, again, this time no use. So he doesn't have a way to keep himself alive for long. Those Spirit Siphon will not be sufficient as he just gets clobbered. 40 seconds by YG.
Not the game that he had in the previous one. The previous game with the Death Prophet, he was absolutely crushing it. In this game, not so much. And
not really as wondrous as he was.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, he was Wonder Boy. Now he's Wonder Baby. And not really what we were looking for. And they're going high ground. There is no Death Prophet for 20 seconds.
And how do you do with this?
And they have a Dragon Scale, so they are getting a lot of extra damage on this tower. Every time you hit it, you do 66 damage plus your attack.
It's an easy reset for YG. You know, they are not in a rush at this point.
Why would you be?
I mean, you look at I'm pretty sure that win percentage is going to start favoring YG, right?
By a lot. Check out the Death Prophet's her net worth, 8,500.
The Atos is not paying off.
It's not an Atos game because you need auras. This is an aura game.
You need to stay in the fight. You know?
Yep. Unfortunately, it's like, what does Atos give you? No matter what, there is going to be a Slark, Q, a Kraken Shell, and a Cookie. And like these 3 things can remove them.
Yeah, and if you get leashed on, you have no force staff to break it, you have no use to buy time. It is all about banging your head against YG, and they will find Zorim with the Omni Slash, but VT faded. Almost in danger, the TP cancel, that's alright. I mean, that's a buyback duration added onto Zorim, so 60 seconds without the Snapfire.
That is a big deal. That is a big deal, but the creeps are not quite there yet. You still have a tier 2 standing. And I think Glyph is going to be available very soon for the dire side. So you're going to have to Glyph, refresh the Glyph again. It's like, it's not like you can get too much. They would really like to get this Glyph before. There it is, available. Can they use it? Are they not going to use it in time?
Because he's stolen while access, making life really hard to push as well. I mean, the Scream of Pain reset, right? This Agnes Scepter is starting to get deadly. They get the roll out. And where's the follow-up? Big Ravage! And that's going to catch on to 3, but Sonic will follow up. 2 of them go down. No Beastmaster, no Undying, and Wonder Boy.
Oh, Wonder
Once
Baby.
they get off the TP, he's gonna go for it. They will not chase this. The defense is sufficient.
Wonder Boy makes that just fine. The Roar was stolen, and it is on the Beastmaster, sorry, on the Rubik, so he kept the spell. He can use it in the next fight. 60 seconds. It's a pretty powerful spell, and a huge cast range when used on the Rubik, by the way.
I mean, you get Roar from nowhere, right?
Plus, he's got Blink Dagger on the way, so he's got Blink to Roar. You might be very worried if you're a Juggernaut.
Yeah, unlike the Beastmaster that has to blink in front of you to Raw, the Rubik can blink into
the trees.
And one Raw.
He whispers. You know, he's like, and then he's like from the trees.
It's definitely scary if someone.
Wow, Wonder Boy is level 13.
He is dead. Again, no use, right? No force damage, nothing. He is damage. He is gone. It's a rough game for this. And he needs the BKB right now. Panya will try to TP out. Sans, Sharpshooter can't get the recoil enough. Get the Bushwhack off. Instantly follow up. Sans is also gone. Half a minute for 2 members of Gengar.
This is a disaster. This is an absolute, like, Gengar at this point needs to be hitting that peak, trying to go high ground, but they're not. And Yangon Galacticos, I mean,
it's time to go downhill.
Yeah, there's counting the money that you get for second place.
I mean, in the previous series, right, we say VT Fader and Wonder Boy, massive carries for the team. But right now, VT Fader got to do everything on his own.
I haven't seen him for a long time. It's 80% in favor of Yangon Galacticos, which makes sense, right? They are the team with the net. The moment the net worth went in their side, the win rate. Yeah, the win rate will.
It's not over, but it's definitely not. I mean, they have a +9 level positive because that's 21% level advantage.
I was looking at it and you can see that Zaurain is the same level as Wonder Boy. You know, when the support on one team is the same as the mid on the other, that's pretty bad.
It is. I mean, Wonder Boy can't survive in fight as efficient as he used to be.
Not at all. Not at all. Well,
this is a push without Aegis, by the way. Not that he needed it. It's not that easy. Okay, that's stolen raw. That it is. Wonder Boy is gonna stay dead for another. He does have the buyback.
Wonder Boy, I'm
The
telling you.
harpoon, alright, DHS does get broken by the sharpshooter, it doesn't really care,
The
it's just gonna
roar
start
was about to
stacking
come
up.
out.
Oh no, this is rough times for GY. Can't get the roar off, nothing is
No
done,
buyback.
no buyback for him. The Omni Slash used as well, but to no avail. What is
Someone's
I mean,
in.
VT Fate is not gonna find anything. DHS
Ravage on
Ravage
three.
in front of their fountain, and YG about to break this base wide open.
Oh, Skillay, and they're going for more.
Buyback coming back on both of them. One of the skills is on top of VT Fader, has no spin.
No buyback.
50 seconds without buyback. Wonder Boy gotta keep this game alive. Finds the ATOS onto Young PH. Healed up by the Grease. Blinks to safety. Shoti just casually walks out. I mean, YG just dove the base and walked away as if they did nothing.
They got away with murder.
They got away with murder, you know.
They can do what they want. And look at that. Case
And
is like, I
DHS
want
is
more.
going right back. Who needs
That's
an Aegis?
buyback.
I'm getting the kills. This could be it. YG looking for a grand final slot, and it seems to be very doable. The stolen sharpshooter from afar, and that is Skillay showing us how it's done.
That's why his name is Skillay. You know, he's got the skills to back it up. He steals sharpshooter and hits kills. You talked about the worst feeling is dying to your own skills. Speaking of that, looks like
live into lead. That is going to be dead. GY once more in 50 seconds.
no
This
buyback.
is gone.
GG's called.
Yeah, it's going to be GG. Nothing left. Yangon Galacticos.
Brutal.
I mean, just brutal game 5 straight into the grand finals.
Yangon, game 2 and 4 went in favor of Gengar, but this game, they were from the side. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Great laning phase, which really delayed the push coming out from Gengar, and we can also see some of the items. We talked about the Rod of Atos on this Prophet not doing anything. You need the auras, and you weren't able to get those auras going for you.
It's all about staying alive in the game, right?
And there's the champions themselves after their victory. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very decisive game 5, right? We talked about, on the side of Gengar, they go back for almost the same draft, except for the quick wink. And it's like the onus is for YG to show how to break the mold, and they absolutely did that. And of course, we have the game highlights presented by Monster Energy. I would say, I can confidently say that game 5 was sort of a beatdown.
It was, and we are going into the multiverse of madness. But no, we are going to be looking at here. Look at that. Every time the little Shrek comes out, they are able to get that tombstone out of the way relatively early. Yeah, you lose Zhao Rei, but it's not a big deal here. And Young BH was able to make it out live. Wonder Boy, he overestimates his tankiness a lot during this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, our armor shred, right? Gush, Lil Shredder, no use. I mean, it's just a tough game.
Just Slark on top of you, hitting you, doing that damage. And it is a very unfortunate situation for them. He doesn't make it out of this fight, but by this point of the game, it's basically over. Yangon Galacticos has a net worth advantage on the much better late game draft.
It's sort of like you're looking at Alchemist draft, right? The moment an Alchemist comp just falls behind in net worth, that's it. That's almost GG.
Right.
I mean, when someone dives your fountain, or almost your fountain, without an Aegis, and does this, yeah, it's very close to GG.
You can see the little Shredder also. His armor's he's only got like 7 armor, and they jump in. They are going to be able to kill the GY, and it's over. GY wasn't that first Aegis gave him nothing really.
It's just right. I mean, they saw the Beastmaster take the Aegis, and they're like, yeah, well, I guess we're not fighting this. There's no need to fight this. We don't like if they are so scared of us, you know what? Let's go back to farm. Get the items. We're gonna win the late game.
It was on them to keep on pushing pushing towers, go on playing on this, and if they don't do that,
we run out of gas. That's it.
Yeah, we don't have to do anything. We will just farm up, and that's why Yangon Galacticos secures at least top 2. Team Ginger.
Gengar.
Gengar. They do have a chance. They are going to be playing tomorrow in the lower bracket finals.
That is going to be a tough one, right? We're looking at best of 5 lower bracket finals and a best of 5 grand finals. So a potential 10 games if whoever advances from into the grand finals from tomorrow. But either way, it's going to be tough road for them. So gotta go back to the drawing board and get ready for a little marathon tomorrow. But if you are going on a marathon, whether it's gaming,
what would you like to drink before that?
You would want our official beverage partner, right? So Tinge, right here. This is what's keeping us in this this double best of 5 marathon. I've had a great time with it. We just closed out our first one. There might be 5 more games coming up, and I'm ready.
Yeah, I hope, yes, this will definitely be getting us through the day. So it is awesome that we have that. We have a bunch of it to give away as well. So if anyone here feels like it, there's, we have a booth over there for you guys, all different types of flavors. And, there's grape, orange, peach as well. But You know what? Maybe we should take a break and actually go drink one of those.
Yeah, we have plenty of activities going on while the break is happening. So we're gonna just go for a break. And of course, when we come back later on, we have one more best of 5 in the lower bracket, decide the series between Neon Esports and Mentor Esports. So stay tuned for that.
Unlock imajinasimu dengan soda berperi sebuah baharu. So Tinge.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same.
Okay, thank you guys. We have a very exciting match earlier on between YG and Genka. So sorry for the loss, Malaysia team home ground Genka, but trust me, next year we're going to do it again. This isn't our one time. We are not here to just do a one-time event. We are here to stay, and we look forward for you to continue next year. Once again, let's give a round of applause to Genka first. Yeah. Okay, so tell me, I would like to check with you. How do you feel? Maybe we'll start from the overall experience. Since it's our first time doing this tournament in Malaysia, in particular for Dota 2, and I think some of you guys know that I've been in the scene for the past 8 years. I want to ask you, right, from a coach to a tournament operator, how was the overall experience in terms of the tournament?
Hello?
Yeah. Talk louder.
The experience is good. The environment, everything.
Environment, how do you feel about the crowd hosting a tournament in a shopping mall? How do you feel? Is there a lot of added pressure because you are sitting behind the monitor facing with a big crowd of people? Does that affect your performance during the game?
Yeah, actually it does. Feel pressure actually.
Oh, peer pressure. So fans, next time I watch them online, don't come here. Just kidding. Okay, did you experience any, we know that Dota 2 require very high speed internet and stuff like that, right? Do you experience any technical glitches during the game?
No.
Okay, I see that you guys are holding on the Monster Energy drink. Can you tell me what is your favorite color?
Pink.
Original color, black. Why? Black symbolize power. You want to like peach? Peach for female Dota players. I see. Maybe we pass the mic to one of your star player also. Yeah. So star player, how do you feel? Share us your thoughts during the game, right? It was a very intensive
I think
game.
it's like an amazing event, and like the setup and everything, and also the PC, internet, everything is like good. Yeah, maybe like the first few games it's under a little bit pressure, but I think we overcome it. Like for myself, I overcome it, and I think we will come back stronger for tomorrow. Yeah.
given the chance that next year, would you think that you will definitely join my tournament? Because, guys, we have a hard time inviting all the Dota 2 team. They don't know who are we. So I just want to hear from you. Can I guarantee from you next year you're going to join this league again?
Definitely, I will join it again. Yeah.
Oh, so appreciative, man.
Yeah. And thanks for that I participate this event.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Also, I also like to hear from you, right? We also have the system, the platform, and a lot of other things. In terms of our communication, the event management, did you feel that we have done a good job from the organizer perspective?
Yeah, I think it's very professional way. Because I don't, because maybe you guys is first time here the tournament, but I think you guys done it like perfectly. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. You hear that?
And
I
also
want the
I
staircase view next year.
And also maybe I feel the setup like better than major. I don't know the Bali major. Yeah.
Oh! Did you guys hear that? They said that this tournament was better than the Bali major. So once again, thanks to Events Canada, Mice Neuro, and also Monster Energy Drink for this. Last but not least, want to have one quick question. Why do esports players like to drink energy drink?
I think Monster or either Red Bull.
Oh, so it's either Red Bull. Can you tell us, like, in terms of Monster, right? When you drink a can, like, how long can it allow you to play more? Like 2 hours, 4 hours more?
I think it lasts like 3 hours. Yeah, the things. Yeah, the energy. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so you guys here, thanks again for Monster Energy Drink for supporting this, and once again, thank you, Genka. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
So get ready for the next match. It will be Neon Esports versus Manta. Again, it will be best of 5. So for those that want to watch this exciting tournament, please come back in the next half an hour. Thank you, guys.
Constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. what we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Unlock imajinasimu dengan soda berperi sebuah baharu. So Tinge!
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Hello. Okay, right now we have the final match of the day between Manta Esports Team Blue on my right, and we have Neon Esports that flew down from Russia. So appreciate a lot for coming in such a short notice, and they'll be representing Team Red. And again, we'll do a team of a BO5, and I'd like to invite our caster again. Thank you so much for your earlier on game show. I think it was so exciting. So shall we have Otomo again to come out on the stage, who will help us to cast for the final match of the day? Let's give a round of applause to Otomo. Okay, and then next we shall invite our home ground, Mr. Husky, to come out as well. A round of applause to Mr. Husky. Okay, in view of the time, because we have to do another BO5, so the time is running short, I would like to commemorate officially the game to start now. And then welcome everybody, and thanks for coming for this Dota Southeast Asia Master Cup 2023, powered by TAM. Thank you everybody.
All right, thank you very much, Andy, for the introduction. So it's been quite an interesting day. You know, we had one full best of 5. You don't get to hear that every day. Nowadays, even TI don't go to 5 games, but here we are. We have won 5 games, and we're about to have another 5 games.
Potentially
5
Potentially
games.
5 games.
But it's the best of 5 guarantee.
Yes.
Neon Esports against Manta. We talked about how Manta Esports made it here because we did have some changes, right? UDV couldn't make it, and here it is. Manta Esports now taking that slot, heading into game number 1. This one stakes definitely going to be a bit higher. Lower bracket, loser goes back home. And the winner faces Gengar tomorrow, and the winner of that will play in the grand final. So long marathon ahead tomorrow, but they got to get through this first.
Yep, Manta Esports, as we mentioned, this is a team that was eliminated from the tournament, but they came because UDV couldn't make it, so they came in as the last second replacement for them. These are the players for the team. So this is a team from, I believe, all the players from the Philippines.
Yeah, Manta Esports, there it is, Derek, Earl, Kimizu, Karma, and Aries. And of course, that's Gengar's logo, but Manta Esports, don't worry, this is Manta Esports. We are not missing out anything. And of course, again, right, I think that sometimes these things do happen. You make it in the top 4. Unfortunate circumstances, I think, for UDV, but for Manta Esports, it's a second chance at life. Right? You get to kind of see what your opponents are capable of, and you get to kind of prepare for it. And now the question is, are they prepared enough to take on Neon Esports? Which you have been giving a lot of history lessons about this team.
Yeah, when we get to Neon, I will be talking a little bit about them. But yeah, Karma, this is an actual pro player. I've read this name before, and I have to make sure where it is. But I believe that this is a player who played at the DPC at some point. But yeah, so Manta might be a little bit more up there than I thought, because I was like, oh, it seems like it's a stag, but I was like, oh wait, Karma's there. He is quite a player.
Yeah, I mean, very exciting, right?
There's the carry as well.
You gotta have the top 4 quality. I think that's the important part. I mean, they've come a long way, right? Neon Esports, this is the team that you have been very, very excited to talk about.
Because they have the first South African player to play in the DPC, which is Castaway. He was like, everything he reached 10,000 MMR playing like mid or carry, I'm not quite sure. Then he comes to Southeast Asia, applies for Neon, qualifies there, plays support, and then in his first, I believe his first season with the Neon, they go from Division 2 of the DPC to Division 1. They'll be starting that next year. So it's a very impressive journey that he's had. Of course, we've seen Fortune Soul, Ken Kish, Courage, Nupedero. This is also a team that's made up of different nationalities. We have players from Philippines, we also have players from Mongolia together. So it's a very interesting mix of players coming together from different places, different walks of life. It's fascinating to see.
Hey, it's a very nice thing to see, right? I mean, some familiar names, some old guards, and some. I've kind of gone through like a lot of the interviews and different teams, regardless of what genre, what game genre they play. I think the general consensus is that you have to have a good balance, right? A good mix of veterans and new blood. You kind of have this. You get to kind of share the knowledge, right? I think having some fresh thoughts and some veteran experience is a good remedy.
I mean, we've seen it sometimes when these more newer teams, they go to these giant tournaments. It's nice when they have an experience, but even if it's just the coach being like, hey, I've been here before. I know how it feels.
Sometimes you look at this ingenuity, right?
Yes.
With newer players, right? Sometimes we do see that happen.
Yes.
I mean, we have seen plenty of examples. But again, the question lies in how will these two teams fare. I believe you personally have your favorite.
Yeah, I believe that Neon, on paper at least, seems to be the much stronger team. I wouldn't be surprised if they take the series, maybe 4-1, 3-1 would be like maybe the best score I can imagine. But we've been surprised before, even though the first series we expected Young Galacticos to take it, I didn't think it would go 3-2 in that fashion.
I mean, we were looking at YG to close it down maybe 3-1, right?
Yeah.
It definitely was closer than we thought. I mean, barring Game 5, that was kind of a walkover, but even then it was a mixture of different factors, right? The same draft on one side, answers from the other. I mean, in this case, I'm expecting a slightly different approach. We've seen Beastmaster being highly contested, Snapfire highly contested.
True. Ember Spirit in all the games.
Spirit, and a little bit of what do you call it? Monkey King, a little Rubik, a little bit of Skywrath. Perhaps that would change in this upcoming Best of 5.
I imagine it would. I imagine this is completely different. And one thing we want to highlight about Neo Esports is, of course, their coach Chuan, winner of TI2.
Oh yeah.
So we talk about being veterans in the scene.
You got a winner right here.
You got a TI winner here from a decade ago. So they don't get more veteran than that, basically.
100%. I mean, it's always nice to see familiar faces. And then I think at the end of the day, it's also how it's good to see that we have players from who has been playing for so long, and they can't take up roles. Either they continue as players or coach or analysts, but at the end of the day, they are giving back and that is a good thing. Let's be honest, our population is growing old for Dota, right? We are aging at a rapid pace.
No faster than any other population, if you ask me.
Majority of our
we age the same speed.
We age at the same speed, but most of us are growing old. I mean, Dota fans, I started playing at 9 years old, and now I've been playing for almost 2 decades.
Yeah, well, but the cool thing is that when we do get those new people, they come in with those fresh eyes. We're talking about that. Like, they come in and say, Ayo can be a carry. And they're like,
okay. Absolutely.
Yeah. Why not bring it forward?
Gyro can buy Diffusal.
I'm gonna have that support sniper come out, and you're like, sure, you.
Yeah, well, that one is a bit questionable because
it worked for some time.
It worked for some time. I mean, if you play something good enough, it works.
Yes, that's basically how it works.
And we've seen Post 1 Chen, and that was like 3 years ago, 2020.
Position 5, Faceless Void. You just chrono.
Yeah, that one I remember because it was pulled off by Neon Esports back then. They were making fun of me because they were running 5 Void, they were running 5 Legion Commander, and then they were making fun of me because I always had a notebook and I was trying to figure out what they were going to draft, and they were like, none of that is on the list.
No, the cool thing is that when we used to see the the support Faceless Void, that you time walk chrono, then you'd give everyone on your team a salve. And you'd be like, that was 300.
It's all about the time dilation back then. We have even seen like Post 3 anti-mission. That was rolled out by Aster, right?
Yeah.
That was also a very interesting look when we look back at
Vanguard Radiance, it works.
Yeah. Was it a Bali? Was it a Bali or Lima? Right? One of it. Dream League.
We've had a lot of tournaments this year. We are getting them a little bit mixed here and there, but this is the only tournament that has the upper bracket final, lower bracket final, be all of it in best of 5s.
Yeah. I feel like a part of me is here for a Cinderella story. Perhaps we see the lower bracket run, full 5 games in the lower bracket, full 5 games in the grand finals. You never know. We have seen that before. I mean, the players are getting set up. Okay, so we talk about the contested picks, and some of the viewers, honestly, some of the audience I see in the crowd have been here throughout the first series. They're still here.
We'll be here until the mall closes.
This is one of the few times you can have an actual reason to stay in the mall after operation hours. Why? Because we have a good Dota coming.
Everything stops, but the show goes on.
Dota never stops, right?
The show must go on?
No, the show always goes on.
Well, in terms of actual heroes that you mentioned, has there been a hero that actually stood out to you the entire day, or was
probably the Death Prophet? Right?
Death Prophet.
I think that was kind of one of the Death Prophet and Skywrath Mage. Those are the 2 oddballs for sure. I think that also comes down to like what the team wants to achieve, and then in other circumstances, those 2 probably will be swapped out easily. Yeah. Maybe like something like a Primal Beast, right? That has been a hero that you've been actively telling me about. You think we're gonna see that? Where is the space? Where's the place for this guy?
I would love it if we see the Primal Beast as a position 4 coming out, as a nice support. I feel like he brings a lot of durability to the team. He brings a BKB piercing disable, great chase. Just that's like it's like kind of like Spirit Breaker, but a little bit different.
Yeah. What is the one hero you miss?
I
mean, I say it's Earthshaker, right? But what is the one you miss?
Do you mean like competitively, or do you mean like in my pub?
Competitively.
Competitively, a hero that I miss. I kind of feel like I miss Phantom Assassin. It was kind of fun that she could just jump around, has an interesting laning phase. I feel like that a lot of the hero carry pool has been really condensed into like few viable heroes, and that's it. That's all that we can play with.
I miss Bane a lot. Bane is my favorite hero. Bounty Hunter.
Bounty Hunter is good. That's good.
My one, I feel I'm not a support player, right? So my list is going to be in the support pool.
I'm a support player too, but I still miss playing against PA. She's such a squishy core. It's the easiest thing to kill.
Really?
Yeah.
And being a sniper is easy to kill.
And sniper, I miss him too. I miss everyone that's easy to kill as a support.
Yeah, miss killing things like Witch Doctor, Silencer, and Skywrath.
Silencer's always.
Pick someone on your own side.
So yeah, Silencer's a fun hero. I like him. I know a lot of people say he's boring, but I feel like timing the global and getting that +2.
You have the satisfaction.
Yeah,
right?
it was like I ruined his life. It's nothing he can do about it.
And I tell you, the best counter for Silencer is Ogre Magi.
Actually, yes, because you don't steal intelligence.
You don't steal intelligence, yeah.
And he's got none. And I believe in Neon Esports they are quite good with the Silencer as well as Lich position 5. That's one of these heroes tend to be not easier to play, but very impactful if you are sort of newer to the role.
Oh yeah, wait, really?
I mean,
would you recommend Silencer to a new player?
Yeah. You just, fight begins, you press R, you're automatically useful. That seems pretty good to me.
It's a very low bar to clear in terms of being used, but you're right.
Yes. You're right. I mean, that's exactly what you need. You want it to be very easy for you to do your job.
You're only required to be useful every 2 minutes, right?
I mean, that's better than being useless for 30 minutes.
That is pretty true. That is you have a point. That's why you're immortal and I'm not.
I mean, eventually, once you get to my age, in 100 years, you'll get there.
Sure. If you live to be 100 years, I will be sure to join you.
But we are waiting for the two teams to set up. And in the meantime, we want to make sure if you guys are watching this at home, you can drop on today or tomorrow at Pavilion Book J. Not much time left today, to be fair with you, but tomorrow...
We best of 5, we have a lot of time.
Well, yeah, but the mall might be closed. But tomorrow you can come in here at 10 a.m. And we'll be here for 12 hours. That'll be fun.
It's always fun.
And we also want to make sure we thank all the people who made it possible. We have Sotinge, we have Monster Energy, we also powered by Time Internet, which has made everything run pretty smoothly. I use Time Internet at home because I'm a loyal customer to our sponsors. What do you use, Husky?
I use Time as well. Why do you think I've been landing my stuns, I'm always on time.
That's not what you told me during the break, but sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, we will make sure to thank Steam, Sony, Antec, Empower, Kiss, Bitmar, as well as Valve. I like we have Valve and Steam, even though that's not too different, but we want to thank them both.
Yeah, of course. I mean, absolutely, right? Again, we see that the players, the doors have closed, so they are entering kind of the series.
The zone.
They're entering the zone. In fact, I think that Dota gets more and more enjoyable the later the day goes. I don't know. I'm a night guy.
Yeah, the more drunk you get, the more fun it is. That's for sure.
Yeah, that is the case for anything. All right.
Let's make sure that the guy's not listening to Spotify. That could be a problem.
That is a good headset for Spotify. That's the in-zone R5, I think. Yeah, that's a pretty. Yeah, you want to watch some Twitch streams. Just make sure you don't get caught by the admins.
Well, this is Neon Esports. They are setting up everything right now, getting ready for the match.
I mean, we kind of discussed this a little bit, right? Like, they have been kind of nation hopping a little bit, put it in multiple tournaments, and obviously they just flew in not long ago for this one. So
I wonder if Tron's standing in today.
Yeah, he is standing.
He is standing still. I wonder who is he replacing though. Well, we'll find out when the match begins.
You see, I mean, I not gonna lie, I do miss watching Tron play. It's really fun.
I miss watching him eat the cheese.
That too, but no, he has plenty of chances to eat the cheese.
If
we just need to kill the second Roshan, and he gets the cheese.
Alright, so they have Kishka there, Castaway. I think I saw Raging Put. I think Ken is the one who's not there. They're mid laner, but we will make sure once the game starts. So they are playing. So that makes the things a little bit tougher for them because they are playing with a stand-in. As good as a team can be, a stand-in does kind of change the dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, OG would like to dispute that. They want Stockholm.
Yeah, one last ride.
That's not one last ride. That's one more ride.
Well,
It rarely happens.
and this is team, Manta Esports. They are also setting up, make sure they get everything ready.
You gotta make sure things go well, right?
Of course, you don't want to go in and your mouse doesn't work.
We had like what, 2 minor pauses, but it's it's like the
Less than a minute.
less than a minute is one thing, but it's also a good chance because we saw the teams interact, right? They say that we need the Malaysian food.
We need the Malaysian food. Why not? I mean, these teams, they come in from Russia. Maybe they should try some Southeast Asian food right now.
I tell you, YG hated Beastmaster in the previous series.
They did. They called him Beastmaster Pickup. To be fair, they played against him 4 times.
Yeah. By the 3rd time, they already hated it.
And they lost against it twice. So I feel like, you guys could have, you could have done a bit better.
It's not the worst, right? It's not the worst. I mean, don't you hate it when you see the guy, like one guy just pick the same hero all over and over again?
But if you can't counter it, it's your fault. You know what I mean? It's like when you play, you
are one of the few guys that see a Tinker spammer and then you actually cheer for him.
No, I don't cheer for him, but I'm like, if he's picking Tinker while he's winning, then that means everyone else is doing something wrong.
Right.
It's like
what is your most hated spammer?
I think I really hate playing against anti-mage. I know that's weird because it feels like, why is this anti-mage? But when you play position 4, you have no mana, and when he hits you and he takes your money, you're like, I can't do anything. This is the worst thing ever.
Do you hate Invoker spammers or Tinker spammers?
Nah, they're fine.
They're fine?
You play Spirit Breaker, you don't care about Tinker. It's the best thing.
You are a Spirit Breaker guy.
You see his Tinker, you just press Q, he's dead.
That is true.
The best.
I do it in a more roundabout way. I do it with techies.
You like techies or you hate techies?
I like techies because just like I'm gonna quote AOI on this because everyone is not having fun, but you're having fun.
I mean, the thing is, techies is not as bad as he used to be. Like what he was before and what he is now are very different.
Yeah, when I play techies, I want to make sure I hit 25.
Then send the minefield.
And then get the attack speed. And then I become the carry.
Wait, don't you take the minefield moving talent and you just plant a million of them and you send them to the enemy throw?
No, that's too slow. I'm the carry. I want to attack.
God.
Have you seen Crystal Maiden at 25?
She gets that 20. No, she gets a 20. She has 250 attack.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, I remember people would take Raxes with that.
This is a SCA mentality, by the way, right? My team my team does everything wrong. I'll do it myself.
And I like there's ones like when it reaches 30 minutes, like why not build like a carry?
Yeah, I mean at that point, like what do you have to lose, right? The game, just time to carry yourself.
If my course can't wait in half an hour, I might as well do it myself.
It's like the meme of the dog like holding his own leash. Yeah, you carry yourself.
Well, we are still waiting for the teams to get ready here. And I like that Manta Ray also has their own uniform. That shows that
Manta Esports.
Manta Esports. I always call them Manta. Okay, look, I'm pleased.
You have an affinity for Manta Ray.
My son loves watching videos of fish, and the Manta Ray is one of the things he likes.
I thought he likes the walrus.
Walrus is part of the sea wildlife thing.
Right. Okay. Here's the thing. I'll teach you how to kill his love for Manta Ray.
Why would I do that?
We show him an orca, okay?
He likes orcas too.
Yeah, orcas kill Manta Rays.
I don't show him that part of the relationship. I show them.
You should show him the part where the orca just catapults the Manta Ray into the sky.
No. What we show them is
he has to understand the circle of life. Right?
I show him. He's 2.
Yeah,
he can wait a while. He can learn the circle of life. I don't know when he's like 5.
He can watch Simba. The Lion King.
Yeah, how old was Simba? We don't know.
How old was... Okay, interesting fact, I have never watched Simba before. I've never watched Lion King.
You haven't watched Lion King?
The things I grew up with are complete... I watched Snow White.
Okay, Snow White sucks.
Cinderella.
Sucks too.
Yeah, I watched all the Disney princess, okay?
What? Well, you are kind of like a princess with your colored hair.
I grew up with Powerpuff Girls, so you have to give me a break.
You need to go back a little bit, just a few
years. Alright, so... I don't know what to tell you, okay?
Like these are older than the ones you mentioned. Like Lion King is not that old, but Snow White is like from the 70s.
Really?
Yeah, it's way older. Lion King is 1991.
Yeah, I was not exposed to Lion King. Okay.
You should have been.
The one thing I know is Simba and Mufasa.
Yes. And who's the dad and who's the son?
Who's the dad? No, that's a trick question.
Are you telling me you don't know that Simba and Mufasa are father and son?
I thought. Wait, no, I don't.
Wait, what did you... Okay, who did you think Mufasa and Simba were?
I thought Mufasa was the bad lion.
That's Scar.
Now you know that I do not watch The Lion King.
Yes. Oh my god.
I was wrong the whole time.
Yes, you are. This is kind of sad, actually.
This is why I do Dota, okay? I'm not good with fairy tales.
We should ask the audience. We'll be like, do you know who Mufasa is?
I'm pretty sure they all do.
They all would.
Yeah, do you know who Ariel is?
Yes, she is the mermaid.
Yeah,
the little mermaid, in fact.
That's very smart of you.
And yeah, did you see the new one, the remake?
No, I have not.
No, I haven't ruined it either. You know, I was like, I'll stick to the original.
I have not watched a Little Mermaid before.
Yeah.
Give me a fairy tale. I can tell you that I have not watched most of them.
Have you seen Beauty and the Beast?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Have you seen Aladdin?
Yes.
Okay, good. Oh, you've seen the good ones at least.
Yeah, I've seen the ones your people make it.
The ones my people don't make it. We star in it.
Yes.
You know, until they made the remake, and it wasn't us anymore. But yeah, we are waiting for the two teams to set up because they only start setting up after we started, so it does take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I enjoy some time off, just chat a little bit.
We can chat a little bit off camera. Why don't you call me?
Why don't I call you? The thing is, it is not easy to call you, right? And every time I call you, tell me you're busy with your son. No, it's not the easiest thing.
Well, what am I supposed to do? I have things to do. You also have things to do.
I do have things to do, and it's calling you, but you don't return my call. I can show
blocked. That's why.
Exactly. So it's a bit tougher. I'll get this sorted out in a bit because we are still gonna set these players up, make sure things are going well. So we'll be back after a short break to get the games going.
You can tell every lie, every time I laugh, you know what's going on. You can see through me like glass, but you don't need to ask, cause I'ma say nothing is wrong. Smile on my face, but dead in my core. We were in deep, now we're back at the shore. Stayed together without a doubt, we knew each other both inside and out. I wonder every day how it became like this. Now wishing in life there was a redo switch. Used to read me like a cheat sheet on a low week. Make me feel weak on my knees when we split. Down, we were going for the long term. How did that go? Let them getting burned, how did we quit? Hard to admit, but sadly that be the end of the script. And now damn, I gotta move on, away from my comfort zone. Yeah, I gotta stay strong, even if my wounds open and show. Yeah, I gotta live on for the present. Know that everything will be okay, just fine. Everything will be alright, right? I can't take this pill, not any longer. I'm just acting tough, I'm nowhere strong enough. When I see a smile, that's just some torture. Every time I think about you, girl, the pain is absolute.
Tu gato te baja las estrellas, yo te bajo Marte. Pero si no te lo hace ni rico, ¿cómo puede amarte? ¿Crees que es mentira todo lo que siento? Siempre soy el malo del cuento. Pero es que quiero darte, no paro de pensarte. Pregunta a tus amigas que he tratado de olvidarte, pero es imposible todo lo que vivimos. Baby, toda esa farra, todo ese humo, todo ese vino. Dañamos todo, dañamos el cuarto. Un polvito eso no lo comparto. Y si tú quieres te parto. Bebé, es que noche de infarto. Espero que no sea alcohol, que si se enamora nos dejamos todo, el amor perfora. Baby, la volví señora. Abre la caja Pandora. ¿Cómo metes tú este momento? En encaje sos un monumento. Nadie siente decirte lo que por ti siento, baby, lo siento, pero es que quiero darte, no paro de pensarte. Pregunta a tus amigas que he tratado de olvidarte, pero es...
Alright, we are back for Dota2 Master Cups SEA.
Master Cup, yeah.
2023.
Master C Cup.
Master C Cup. And it sounds just as good. One more best of 5 in the lower bracket. Samyeon Esports against Manta Esports. And the draft, I believe, is going to be ready in just a little bit. And we'll be jumping in very, very soon.
Hopefully we'll be able to see what the two teams are cooking up for us in this first game. We had, the first series felt very familiar most of the games. You know, it felt like we were getting sort of a, 6 or 7 of the same heroes almost every game as the previous game. So it wasn't quite a lot of diversity. So at least in this game we're going to start off with a fresh, new set of heroes. Very exciting.
And you go in, the first pick you see is Beastmaster.
Oh yes, Beastmaster followed by Death Prophet.
I kind of miss the times where Nature's Prophet was a thing. We can see Undying, Enigma, Timbersaw banned out. That is already a different start.
That is very different, right? I mean, Timbersaw was banned in every game, the previous one, but, the Enigma comes out as a ban. Very different from what we're seeing. And Nielasion Esports, they are playing with a stand-in, by the way. I believe Ken is not playing today, but once we're into the game, we'll be able to make sure. He's being replaced by TI2 winner Chuan.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It's high expectations. We see Mars banned out by Neon. Again, already a very different, kind of different approach, right? Rubik first pick for Manta.
Oh god. I mean, it's real. I mean, we've seen a lot of Rubik in the previous game, so that part's no different. But we'll see. We'll see what we're working out with here. What was Neon Esports going to be the opening pick? I imagine Lich or Silencer will be one of their position 5s, followed by a solid lane carry.
Yeah, I mean, you can never get tired of watching a good Rubik game.
I do. And now Enchantress comes out.
Yeah, there it is. We've been talking about the Eng for like 2 to 3 games, right?
Yes.
Eng Beastmaster, that one has to be a thing.
Yep, and the reason you want to take Enchantress with the Beastmaster is because Enchantress is a very solid counter to the Beastmaster, so by having her on your side, you are able to mitigate that problem. And this is usually very likely to be Enchantress 4. This hero has been sort of upgraded to the position 4. You go for a Dragonlance, you go for Aghanims, and
you're basically a core.
You basically do core damage with support farm.
Yeah. And at the same time, right, Inner Beast those also
very useful, yeah.
Boost the animals you tame. If that makes sense.
Don't talk about my teammates like that.
I'm pretty sure as a support you have no power over that, but good try. Okay, then Morphling out for Manta Esports.
I was actually thinking when you're talking about the Inner Beast that it actually works really well with Enchantress as well, because you don't care about attack damage, but you do care about attack speed, more impetus shots being thrown out.
So, pure damage,
It's pure damage is best damage. And they ban out the Anti-Mage, one of the worst heroes to play against if you are human, basically.
If you're anything. If you play Dota, Anti-Mage is the worst hero to play.
It's like, oh great, he burns my mana, I can't use any magic.
Yeah, well, guess what? It's 45 minutes, it's FF,
or you have to buy like 6 mangoes every time you want to use that spell to try and kill him, and it's like, great, this is not fun.
No, not at all.
Alright, so they do looks like they're interested in a fast push for Neon. They do get rid of Lich, one of the best heroes at slowing that down. You do put that Frost Shield on towers, 70% damage mitigation. It is not fun for you.
Yeah, and it's also one of those few, a good way to kind of test the waters, right? Like, let's play fast. Does this work out? And if it does, we're gonna stick to it. And that's what we saw from Gengar earlier on, right? They did try to play fast. It worked out. They stuck to the same thing. So Pugna banned out as well, one of the better anti-pushers with the Crapify. Very annoying for right-clickers. On the side of Manta, they are banning out the post 1. So Slark is next to go.
Interesting, because they have a very different approach to what we're seeing, right? Like, we're looking at Neon. They ban out the Undying is another one. They're banning out heroes that can slow down pushes. Whereas Manta is banning out heroes that generally don't even want to push that early, right? The Anti-Mage, the Slark. Like, they seem to be thinking that Neon's either trying something else, or maybe they just, this is just, they're not seeing it the way we're seeing it for sure.
Maybe this opening isn't convincing enough, right? Because it can still go either way.
I mean, that's another slow farming hero.
Yeah,
it's not slow farming, but it's the Medusa. It's not a hero that generally wants to fight in the 10-minute mark. It's not like a Juggernaut with a healing ward.
Well, good news is that Faceless Boy finally went through. That hero has been in the ban list for the past 5 games.
And looks like it's going to be the Skywrath Mage 4. Works really well with the Beastmaster. You roar, you throw that Mystic Flare. Even in the lane, you have the slows with the board, with the axes.
Ah, there it is. One of my favorite Legion Commander. One of my favorite heroes.
Great for when you're looking at this. You're looking at it just roar as the stun, right? So having Legion Commander is amazing. Someone gets roared, you press the attack, they're fine. I like it.
At the same time, the supports aren't the tankiest. And they are going to be surrounded by a lot of, animals, right? The boar, the hawk, the edge creep.
Yeah.
Overwhelming. Oh, this is another good skill. You just blow through the health bars of the target. Easy dual damage as well.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about. I like the Legion Commander pick, but I'm just worried because it might be worth mentioning that Neon Esports on paper is significantly better than Manta Esports. Manta Esports was eliminated from this tournament. They only made it here because another team dropped out, so they replaced them. Whereas Neon Esports is a Division 1 DPC team and arguably one of the most competitive regions in the world. So it's not really the most even game. And they do go for the Elder Titan. I like this quite a bit. This is a hero that does percentage damage at all stages of the game with the ultimate.
Anti-push?
Anti-push for sure. Is able to also just throw out the spirit and catch people. This is a very, very good. I'm liking the draft now a lot from Manta.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, Elder Titan is also one of the few heroes that has been absent for quite some time, right? I think we've seen it once or twice at Riyadh. I believe it was played by OG in one of the games.
Oh.
But Pangolier gets picked out. That is also one of the heroes that slipped through perma-ban in the previous series.
And they're going to have to think about banning out that Bloodseeker if they want to make sure that they have any sort of game for this Pangolier. So we are going to be able to, we relatively know what's happening, right? It's going to be Pango mid, Beastmaster off, Sky 4, Enchantress 5, and I imagine it's going to be Bloodseeker being banned. It's not this phase, it's going to be, I'm sorry, not this particular ban on the next one for sure. I don't really feel like you want to go against the Bloodseeker.
What else are you worried about other than the Bloodseeker? I feel like Bloodseeker is probably like the primary one, right?
Probably the best one, honestly. I really don't think that there's anything better than that. Then again, will they actually pick Bloodseeker? I mean, where would you put it? You have Morphling carry and Legion Commander off lane. So it's like, is it even worth picking the Bloodseeker at this point?
I feel like you just ignore that possibility, right?
Yeah, it seems very unlikely the Bloodseeker will come out if not banned, because I have seen the Morphling mid though with the Phylactery. That can work. It's pretty damn solid. It's something I feel like Neon, you might as well ban the Bloodseeker just because if you don't, it gets picked up, you're going to be kicking yourself.
Who deals with the Morphling? I mean, at this point of time.
Sorry?
Who deals with the Morphling?
Who do I what?
Who deals with the Morphling?
Oh, who deals with the Morphling? None of them really deal with the Morphling, honestly. Like, it's kind of like you kill everyone else, and it's like you have enough damage to kill the Morphling, but yeah, it's kind of hard for Neon to really approach these fights.
Illusion heroes also, don't feel too good, right?
No, Illusion heroes hate going up against Morphling most of the time.
And I mean, if Legion Commander, if Elder Titan, they...
Bloodseeker, wow!
They're gonna ban the Bloodseeker, like you said. Primal Beast banned out.
They banned out the Bloodseeker themselves? Really? I didn't think that was gonna happen at all for Manta Esports. Are the bans flipped or something? What the hell?
Hey, don't question, right?
I mean,
top 4.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm just wondering if maybe we have the overlays different and these are the bans from Neon, because I would imagine that they would want to ban out the Bloodseeker. It seems like that would be the more logical thing in my mind, but at the same time, it looks like they, maybe Manta was like, there's no way we can fit it in our draft, we might as well get rid of it. They need a mid laner here for Manta as their last pick. It's going to be a hero that goes up against the Pangolier. Ember, Qua, but both of these heroes get countered hard by the Skywrath Mage. Yeah. Who else is there that you can go with?
Wow, man, I want to say Kunkka, but...
No, I haven't seen.
Yeah,
Kunkka is just, no one plays Kunkka. I don't know why, but everyone's like, Kunkka bad. I'm like, okay, man, sorry, Kunkka bad. They go for the Qua.
Oh, that's the Qua.
They countered by the Skywrath, but does well against the Pango in the lane. Now it's Neon's turn to pick a carry. A carry that will deal with this LC Rubik in the lane. I was gonna say Drown Ranger might not be a bad idea, but Drown Ranger comes out really, really good. By the way, look at this Enchantress. Free agility, free attack speed from the Drow as well as the Beast. Like, this Enchantress is gonna be hitting hard.
Yeah, I mean, long range damage from the side of Neon. If you can't cut through the front those range damage are gonna start hitting like a truck.
It is, and you have pretty good heroes for that. You have Enchantress with a heal, with a creep. You have Beastmaster with his army. You have Pangolier rolling in. Like there's a decent amount of front line for Neon. I don't think that they're actually heavily outdrafted for Manta.
I think it looks even.
It's
right?
It's like very comparable.
It's like a rock paper scissors.
But I will say that I believe in Neon. I do think that this team is significantly better, and I feel like you have to outdraft on Manta by a lot for me to think that they're going to take it. Who knows though? We've seen crazier things today.
I mean, it's good that this is sort of like the even start, right?
Yeah.
That would be the best way to kind of see where these teams stand. Obviously, you have your money on Neon Esports, and very understandable. Right?
I don't have money on them. I want to be very clear. I don't have any money on them.
I mean, again, right? Well, you can kind of put it in a way that it's like one team needs to prove a lot more than the other. That could flip very easily. I mean, overall, this is the elimination series, right? And sometimes we have seen. When your backs are against the wall, you do see some pretty crazy stuff. Like I am looking forward to see how this game is going to play out. But win conditions wise, what are the teams looking for?
I mean, it's kind of hard because I feel like Neon has kind of a lot of going for them. They have the early game push with Enchantress and the Beastmaster. They have Pangolier giving them team fight. They have the Draw Ranger for late game. I think that there's nothing that they really lack. Everything is kind of okay for them. For Manta Esports, on the other hand, it does seem like they really need the Legion Commander to pop off, because you are going to have your Morphling go late, so you want to go late game for them. You want to have Legion Commander go pop off early on with the Queen of Pain, then later on you can win it. And
we would talk about like the Legion Commander Rubik lane, right?
Yes.
But into a draw, it becomes slightly less effective.
Much less.
I mean, you don't get to run into the draw. Overwhelming odds is no longer targeted, so you are never hitting that spell. Most of the time. But there it is, game 1, the lower brackets. Semis, Manta Esports against Neon Esports. Elimination series, of course, just the litmus test, see where the teams stand, and we also got to test to see if things go smooth, so we got mandatory pause.
Interesting. Wait, is Struan playing Rubik? Is he playing the position 4? Does that mean that, where is it? Kishka's not here and Ken is playing? So I'm not very familiar with how they look.
In a bit, don't worry.
We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll go in a bit.
We have at least 3 games to find out.
We'll know the names by the end.
Yeah. And you got plenty of time to get things straight. But of course, gotta make sure that everything is okay.
This is a minor pause, Not because.
There it is.
There you go. So yeah, Ken is playing. And Kishka as well. Wait, the Tronche. What?
Instantly broke the smoke. It's gonna be Elder Titan. Storm that had the Astral Spirit, Blood Grenade used, he just get it back, the damage!
He's fast!
Can he finish him enough? He is running away as fast as possible. First blood for Derek onto Fortune Soul, and just a bit of an unfortunate, unfortunate encounter in this jungle.
And yeah, the thing is they caught on the Elder Titan, which is a very dope. I think he has something like 780 health starting, and he got the 5-man Spirit. And he's just going to be fine. He gets all the extra movement speed. Even with the slows on top of him, he manages to make it out just fine. So Karma is going to be bottom lane here. He's going to be playing with the ET. And that is going to be a bit of a tough lane, honestly.
Yes.
So
I mean, ET into Morphling is one of the few matchups that I find very interesting.
So Chuan is going to be playing with the position 4. And Kishka is going to be... Is Raging Potato the one who's missing? I don't see his name anywhere, so I think Kishka is taking his role in this tournament, and Raging Potato is taking a bit of a break here. Alright, we'll see how that's going to go for them. I feel like replacing a support is easier than replacing an offlaner, but who knows?
I can't feel like it.
Sorry?
It might be, might not.
Yeah, right. Maybe the offlaner is like...
Don't doubt Coach Tron.
Right? I just farm. I didn't say that. I don't doubt the TI winner. Oh, Ken misses that one out. And he's going to have a bit of a tough time once Earl gets a few of those points into the Shadow Strike, because you just give away the health, you're going to be ticking down. It's not the most fun you can have in the game.
Yeah, even into Elder Titan, right? Like he's going to have the Astral Spirit, he's going to run at you, he has high damage, it's natural order. Your boards aren't going to survive too long. And strength-based hero, overall you just are a bit more durable. I am more concerned about this top side. Right? You've got this the Rubik LC matchup into the Ench Drow is a double range into
Yeah.
an LC that just could not get close.
And you got a slow from the Drow, you got pure. It's not fun at all. I don't think that you can do too much as a Rubik either. Alright, Karma is trading some hits. Yeah, like it feels like if Rubik gets out of position, they'll murder him.
Oh, this is the
Oh,
absolutely destroy. I mean,
Wow,
look, grenade use. Aries actually trying to run down
he
Kishka.
wants to, he's gonna punch him hard. With that briefcase, there's a little bit of damage coming out. Even Chuan takes a couple of hits. And Eric, look at him, he is tanky, 760 health. That's
60 health. You know, he has I mean, just no stats. Right, it's 3 stick charges, 3 tangos. You just cannot beat him in a fist fight.
No, even 2 versus 1. By the way, he's got some cosmetic because that's not the usual briefcase that he has in his hand. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it looks like Ken, despite losing in terms of the health, he is actually doubling the CS. He's 14 and 6 to the 6 and 2 of Eric on the Queen of Pain. So he's having a very fine time.
Oh yeah.
Castaway continuing to just bully Derek. I mean, is it Derek? Is it like Eric with a D? I don't know. Drake?
Yeah, I mean, see, I mean,
oh,
all this considered, right? Fortune Soul, blood grenade.
He needs to be careful, buddy.
He's taking down, has to pop the stick charges, turns around with a multi-shot. That could be a kill. Derek, one last right click. Castaway finds that kill. Lovely stuff.
Castaway wasn't sure the first hit was going to get the kill, so he actually moved closer. If he had gone back, it might have been enough with Empis, but either way, great bait by Fortune Soul. He's like kind of low health, goes back, eats a Fairy Fire, and he's going to be fine.
Yeah, I was about to say that you look at the last hits between the LC and the Drow, it's actually not too bad for the Legion Commander.
Not at all.
You know, it's actually keeping up, and that is very, very good news in this matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because Kishka is also suffering a little bit in the bottom lane, but the biggest loser so far, I would say, is Earl in the mid lane. Ken is just having a fantastic time against him.
Not really what you expect, right?
Not all, right? You would oftentimes expect it to be the other way around, but he's just been able to get some really good harass out from Ken.
And he's winning the matchup. I think this itself is minor good news for Neon Esports.
He might have to consider putting 3 points into the Shadow Strike because 2 is not enough for him to win.
Yeah, like and even then, you have to at least keep in test with the competitive with the experience, right? I mean, if Ken is getting levels first, it really doesn't matter as much.
It's not by a whole lot though, and Ken, he is starting to get worn down a little bit, loses a bit of that health.
It's gonna be a call dips on the bottom refill. So
yeah, I was thinking that you can see Castaway, he's going to the top ruin, and maybe Ken is going to go to the bottom ruin instead, just to make sure that Earl doesn't get any of them himself.
Aries again against South, Lotus.
Oh, looks like Earl gets one. Alright, so it looks like they're going to give Ken 2 ruins, a bounty as well as a water ruin. So
and that is just great news.
That is a lot, but at the same time, Earl was free farming the whole time because he went to pick up both ruins. That takes some time, and Earl, he's recovered.
And even that, right? I mean, Ken is still ahead in terms of the last hit. And I mean, look at it, 25 last hit, 11 denies.
Not by much though, not as much as it was a minute ago. Oh, Fortune Soul
lifted back. It's just massive, overwhelming odds. His health bar absolutely shattered. He's gonna try and turn it around. Okay, you get the whirlwind. They try to fight this. Deering needs one more hit, but just not enough. Again, Castaway saving his buddy. The gust is gonna be there.
He's gonna be pushing me.
They want to get into range for the overwhelming odds.
Oh,
Kimizu
he has it.
Trying to find the angle, but goes the wrong way, and that is just not what you want as an LC. Fortune Soul healing up with the tango.
The courier!
Finds the courier in the process. It turns around. Kimizu just could not again the second time. Doesn't have the damage.
Dude, he is Fortune Soul. This is the 3rd time he goes within 1 hit, and he baits them into it. And he just knows the limit of this Drow Ranger. Like, he makes Drow look flashy. Can you imagine Drow looking flashy? But he makes it work. So a huge win coming out from the top lane. And look at Legion Commander, barely ahead of Castaway in terms of number. Like, look at that, he's like, I'm going to juke him, I'm going to move here. Then he regens just enough, and he forces Kimizu to follow him, right? He's like, they lose the courier, Kimizu's like, oh yeah, maybe I can get him. Maybe I can get him with overwhelming odds. Doesn't get him, but it's not enough.
Level 2 overwhelming odds.
It's good damage, it's just not
It's good damage, but
nowhere near what you need. And Kimizu is actually forced to sort of like get a little bit of these creeps in the jungle.
And he's going to start getting poked by Castaway, right?
Castaway, alright.
We'll try the blood grenade. Actually hits. Actually doesn't hit. Yeah, it's on the edge.
He salves up. He's going to be fine. Wastes a bit of time.
That's a wasted gold also.
Oh, look at who's up here. It's Mr. E.T. E.T., don't go home. E.T., come top lane. Please tell me you get that reference.
No, I don't.
Oh
Is
my
it an ET reference?
Yes, it's an ET reference. You know what? Forget about it. Forget about it. It's my fault.
I feel like we are we're from different age range.
Oh yes, I know. Even though like it's only a handful of years.
You watched ET? I only know Elder
It's not like I
Titan.
was there when ET was made. All right, I watched it like decades after. All right, so Elder Titan comes top. I don't think Elder Titan's actually gonna have a much easier time.
Side. I mean, he's gonna get a run down.
Neon Esports continuing to just run through this game. Look at the net worth on Earl. Look at the net worth on Legion Commander.
By the way, this is the biggest, probably the biggest surprise in terms of matchup, right? But Ken demolishing her in the mid lane.
And demolishing is the right word, because that is what happened. He just crushed him in the mid lane. It's not what we thought was going to occur at all. Kishka, he is the one guy who's kind of behind. He's the only one who's not really having a free lane like the other two, but I think that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, once he gets the roar, you know, the usefulness is the same.
Carmel, as we mentioned, this is a pretty like outstanding player. So makes sense that Neon Esports would have. If they're going to struggle, they're going to struggle against this guy in particular.
I mean, he's having a pretty good time, right? In a 600 gold advantage, 700 gold advantage over the Beastmaster. Obviously, big part of it is because of Ares, it's ET. Win lays more than enough. You get a couple of Astral Spirit stacks and just run at the Beastmaster.
Punch him in the face a few times, which is alright. They might get. Oh, wait, I thought that the Trons.
They might try this though. The Echo Stomp. They get the silence on the Morphling. There's not going to be enough damage to kill Karma, and now Ares going to walk forward. Body box there. Wait for Kika needs to try and run. Actually has enough movement speed.
Oh, the
to
boar.
outrun Ares, and the boar slow helps him out.
I mean, in the end, it's not. It's that the other side wins, so it's kind of a whatever trade, you know. We do have the Sonic Wave available on Earl. We'll see if Earl wants to rotate around the map to get those kills. Generally, the faster you get that fast level 6, your best thing to do is just use it, you know. And thinks about rolling in, but he can't find Drick.
No, they might roll now.
Is he gonna get it?
No, he's not gonna get it. Actually, he does. Wow.
Doesn't even roll any. It's just not fair. That's what they are saying on Dia. It is just not fair that he was able to get that kill for basically nothing. And this is
you feel like you're made of paper when you're up against a Pango with the head, and
oh dear.
And yeah, I mean, this Legion Commander is gonna be dead again, and this time it's Fortune so that claims him, right?
Can we see the win percentage? I'm feeling like it's all coming Neon at this point. And Chuan, okay, this could be a nice kill for them.
Echo Stomp, for sure. They commit a Sonic Wave, just like what you asked for. You know, don't hold it for Christmas, as you say.
You know, that does remind me of my childhood yet again, but. That is a good kill, but I don't know if you really want to use a Sonic Wave just to kill, you know, Skywrath Mage. Skywrath Mage is the lowest net worth here in the game right now on Neon.
Lowest HP.
Sorry?
Lowest HP, probably.
Yeah, I just
Skyrim lower HP has less HP or inch. I wonder.
I think inch. You actually have lower. Yeah, it's inch by about 100.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Generally, Enchanters has the lowest. Misses
almost
it.
got the Ancient Steel. That could have been disastrous.
See, if this was TI2, he would have landed it. But
hey,
that was
don't doubt him. He's still gonna get something done. Gets the mid tier one, all right. Got the mid tier one. Derek is gonna get blasted with the Arcane Bolt.
And
don't doubt Mr. Tron. Come on.
I'm just saying, if this was TI2,
my name is Tron as well, right? So I take a lot of pride in that. You know, our bloodline won TI2.
Alright, so Drow Ranger, what's she going for? Interesting. She already has a power trade and she has a Gloves of Haste, so this could be a Hand of Midas flying out to the Drow Ranger. What do we think? Do we think it's going to be a Hand of Midas? Is it a good item?
If you're a hit, sure, but I feel like you don't need it. They're going to get the leader commander. Again, Kimizu just could not catch a break. Ken is on a killing spree. They know where Ares is going to be.
Here it comes.
Ken looking for him.
Is it Hand of Midas? It is Hand of Midas on the Drow.
Alright. I mean, Ken is just going to start rolling, alright? That's one roll. It's playing ping pong right now.
Almost sends him to the heavens.
He's stuck on the cliff, by the cliff, and as Ken dominating Dion so far is just steamrolling through Manta.
This is a different, I mean, we talked about the drafts do not favor like Manta or Neon by much. It's a fairly even draft, but the teams themselves are quite in a different league. You know, Neon, Division 1 DPC here against Manta, which is a team that, I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think I've heard of them before. This might be, and they were eliminated in this tournament. They only came because another team wasn't able to make it, so it is a tough challenge for them.
A lot to prove.
A lot to prove. They have to prove it right now against a very tough team. That's going to be a good stomp. Does catch the...
they have the duel into the Earth Splitter. Lovely stuff. massive net worth injection over to Manta, and they get the dual damage also.
I mean, that's 3 ultimates. I can understand 2 of them, but the Sonic Wave was a bit overkill. The reason this is a problem is because you won't have it available next time, but it's a good kill. Like, you'd rather use it than not, you know, and get the kill secured rather than risk it. Even if it's like 10% chance that Drow lives only.
Yeah. Now this is a different Beastmaster that we saw in the first series, right?
Yes.
The first one, Blink Dagger, Vanguard, Crimson, Drums of Sloan with the axe, but this one we're going to the Helmet of the Dominator.
Yeah.
So we see the Diadem already. Is
It's
that how you
very
pronounce
different.
it? Diadem?
Oh, sorry, what? Diadem.
Diadem.
Diadem, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming I'm right, you know? It's like,
I thought you were right, but I'll take your word for it.
It could be the blind leading the blind, you know? It's like, it's Diadem. It's like, oh no, I think it's Diadem.
Whatever that thing is.
It's one of them. It's one of the words. You know?
You flip the coin enough, you are going to get it right eventually.
We should have that as a game with the crowd. We write the word and we tell them pronounce it. You know, you see it in Dota. I just called Daedalus. There you go. That's the Dota 2 name. Alright, so what are we looking at here? Could this be another kill?
Might drop down.
Oh dear.
Don't even need it.
That's the one guy who was having a good game for you on Manta, and he loses his life.
And that's a 1,000 gold deficit already.
He's healing a lot.
You're gonna get the duel off, find the damage, get the fate pulled out. And that's what you need. Good lift. Let's have the stomp to
Is he gonna roar him?
Beastmaster. He's gonna TP away, but the raw stops him in his tracks. A decent trade from Neon. But of course, the biggest loss is that Morphling.
I think they were able. Well, weren't they able to get the? No, unfortunately they weren't able to get the tower either from Manta. So that is a little bit unfortunate. And remember, the whole time, Fortune Soul with that Midas just racking up that gold, no problem. That puts you a bit of a timer because Morphling late game goes full agi, so he has a lot of base armor. But guess what? Drawish doesn't care about that. And you have extra attack speed coming out from the Beastmaster. You don't really care about damage on the Drow, you just care about attack speed, and she's gonna have a lot of it.
Arrows are made of vibranium. That thing goes right through armor.
You know, you've made that vibranium joke before. I can't give you credit. It's the second time. Oh, Karma's going straight up for the Lincoln Sphere. Really worried about those roars as well as the ancient seals. I don't blame him, but it also means that his damage is gonna be limited. Oh, Ken.
The sleep. Just not enough damage to do anything.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, again, ancient seal trying to show up with the silence. The wild access just send him packing a little bit.
Not fast enough to get that roar. Sorry, extra roar was on cooldown, so just not fast enough to get the creep on him.
And no Mystic Flare also. I think they used it, but the damage was not sufficient.
What are we building? Can we look at Chuan for a second? I wonder if he's building Phylactery. No, but he just has that casual Sage Mask. I thought they might go for Phylactery because usually like that's what you build it from, but no, it's just casual into Rod of Atos. Interesting. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. Alright, Fortune Soul.
It's also a lockdown.
Sorry?
They don't really have the best lockdown either, right?
True.
They get one roll, Rolling Thunder.
I mean, they have a decent amount of slows. It's not the worst.
Yeah, definitely. You see the TP in, 4-man smoke. It's gonna be 3-man from Manta's side. They might clash in the mid side.
7 people are smoked up here. Where is and the Quap is with them.
They do brushed by each other as well. You see this creeps to reveal where Earl is. Pathing down bottom, they're looking for that Beastmaster, but he is way back in the triangle.
Kishka's safe, and will they be able to catch anyone? Fortune Soul breaks the smoke, reveals himself, and now you have Manta, you're like, alright, they must be in that area. And if you're Neon, you're like, why am I chasing people? When I can be chasing buildings, don't run.
I mean, just get some creeps on the triangle, right? On the way out. Lincoln's is done.
That helps. That helps a lot against the Ancient Seal and the Roar. I do feel like it's going to be very hard for them to kill Karma for a little while, at least in terms of lockdown,
There's a glyph early from Neon just to stall out this push a little bit. I mean, what's the plan right now? I mean,
wait, the Legion Commander, what does she have? She's got a Blink Dagger. Okay, so she can jump on people, catch them with a Blink, get herself with a duel. Probably Ken is your best target. You'd love to duel either the Drow Ranger to remove marksmanship or the Pangolier to make sure he doesn't roll off. Pango is pretty killable if you can get the jump on him. Ken, he's getting ready to spin. He's waiting for someone to show their face.
Waiting to see where the Elder Titan is. So Ares will not attempt anything. Tier 1 will fall.
Looks like they're like, oh, okay. They're just going to take a free tower for them. It is on Manta to sort of make a fight. Neon Esports, they are happy to just go for towers if they can. And Blink is going to come out on Ken. That means he'll be able to sort of roll from a distance, blink in, and get on top of the Legion Commander. Doesn't have to worry about being caught by the duel.
Oh, there's the duel right there. Sonic Wave. Duel damage not attained, but they still find a kill. I was about to say the offlane difference, but it's going to be the full squad of Neon. Mystic Flare absolutely destroys Earl's health bar, and Ares ends up falling. So at the end of the day, it's Neon finding more kills.
No duel, unfortunately. It's still... It's still something for
We want to see the offlane difference in levels, right? I believe that Kishka is 2 levels ahead.
He's only 500 gold.
Yeah.
At least that's not so bad. Karma is just farming. He's like, I don't want to fight, I want to farm. We'll be going for this big sack. Might take him a while though, like Morphling is not the fastest farmer. You farm with your auto attack and it's like, yeah, this is gonna take a while. In the meantime, what's Neon farming?
They're farming Roshan.
Oh, Roshan, huh?
I don't really think you can say you can farm Roshan because there's only one Roshan every 8 minutes.
I have a question. Which one's Roshan's house? Is it the top one or the bottom one?
He can own 2 houses because he pays taxes. Okay?
Of course he pays taxes. We all pay taxes. But I mean, like, which one do you think is the one he lives in more?
Oh, which one do I think it depends on how many times you kill him.
Like, which one's his vacation house? Like, which one?
Like Radiant one has to be his vacation house, right?
Like, it's summer. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, some sunshine.
It's closer to the beach. I'm gonna go there. All right, that makes
But you're more prone to getting killed there.
That it does feel like the more dangerous one. All right, looks like we are getting some of these items being dropped. That's tier 2 items. Ancients are.
There it is, the growth bow for Drow. You love to see it. That's the godsend item.
I don't think that Manta loves to see it.
No, absolutely not.
Like
how do you get on top? I mean, you only have to do obviously. You have to have an Echo Storm setup, right?
I like what Ken does, by the way. Did you see that? He blinks in front and swashbuckles away. And he's like, what are you going to do? Oh, okay, that guy is fast.
I mean, his health bar is
gone.
Yeah, what?
He's got the Aether Lens comes out on the Skywrath. He just wants to get as much mana regen as possible. And he's got already the Fairy Trinket, so that's, what, 5% extra damage? It is very, very scary for Manta Esports. And it's like a slow suffocation, So it hasn't been this giant team fight where like, alright, they're taking control. It's just been slowly Neon building this advantage.
We're looking to get a gank off of on Kishka, but backup might be coming in. I feel like they gotta do this fast. Kishka's being really safe with the wall
careful.
Yeah, he's not taking any chances at all.
He's very careful. He's making sure he's staying out of vision so they can't jump him. He's staying next to the tower, so if you do get the duel off, people will be teleporting in, and they know Karma's around. Kishka knows Karma's around, so he's like, I know that someone's with him. I'm not gonna fall for it.
And his top side is under danger. While Neon's gonna push it in a little bit, they still see Ares. Know that the setup will not be there for a while. It's gonna be the smoke. Helmet the Overlord already for Kishka.
Alright, who can they find? Scan is used, but it doesn't actually hit the Morphling. Seems like Morphling, they don't suspect he's there. They're gonna try to find someone else. Legion Commander is also a solid kill, even though she's not very farmed support core right now. Oh, smoke? Can they break it?
Instantly break
they do break
the high ground, right?
Everyone's breaking smokes on someone else.
Oh, they're sticking together. This is not good news. Instant blink, lovely lift into a stun, but forward from Ken to secure D-Ring, no problem right there. Gets his life away.
He steals Swashbuckle 10 seconds, a millisecond before he dies. Very unfortunate. And when we can see Kimizu, when that fight happened, he straight away blinked away. And for Neon, I was like, okay, we can just go.
Oh, they found him. Under vision, massive duel, instant rock. Kenny gonna do damage. Goes over to Ken. That Aegis is gonna break, so he's just insult from injured. Castaway takes a Sonic Wave into the face, dies despite having Nature's Attendant, and now Ken comes back, becomes a bowling. Earl is gonna blink into it, gets silenced, and he's gone. Ken with double. Fortune shows up. Neon, another team fight win.
I think you have to thank your lucky stars that Ken is the one who got the duel damage, not someone else. Because if it goes on to like the Enchantress, the Drow, you are gonna hate it. So it's not the worst thing in the world that Ken gets duel damage, but it kind of sucks because you really don't want to give anyone duel damage. You want to take it for yourself.
Yeah, he's already one-shotting your support, so I believe giving any sort of damage at level 2, I think it's just level 1 duel, but
it's 18, yeah.
Yeah, this is still a lot. 18 at level 1?
No, because 10? You get that plus 8 talent at level 10.
Right. 18.
So
did he go for the talent?
He did go for the talent because Pangalo's got 18 damage. That means that he must have had it.
Alright, that's a report.
That is a. Why are you feeding him?
But it's crazy because he did have the shield crash, right? The damage reduction did help him survive a little bit.
And look at this. This tower almost falls.
I mean, he can't kill the Thunder Hide. No, he's finally dead. Thank God.
It dies, but gives its life to take around 80% of that tower's health.
Did it give gold? I feel like it expired. No?
No, it can't. I don't know. It can't expire. It died because it's Helm of the Overlord. So
yeah.
No, he took
he took the gold. So he died of expiration.
Yeah, he died because you can't have two pets. You know, you can have one pet, not two.
That is the law of the universe, right? You can only choose one pet. So if you get a cat, you can't get a dog.
Exactly. And he wanted a giant rock.
He wanted a giant rock, yeah.
But actually, the Granite Golem is one of the best because it does give you a huge chunk of extra max health. 15%.
Insane.
So it goes up all the way to I think like 18 or something.
I mean, look at that thing. Oh my God.
Like look. I mean, imagine. Okay, when Skyeth Mage goes close, you can see his health bar increase.
It's an Attack on Titan stuff. He's gonna wake up. Watch out.
Wait, look. Yeah, he's got 2,000 health.
Boom. He's dead.
Look at Ken. Look at Ken's health when he or Kishka when they go close.
Pales in comparison.
Like, all right, no one's next to it. But when they do get next to it, they have a whole lot of health. just trust me, bro. It's a lot of health.
Lovely stuff.
Well, that is going to be a tier 1 bomb gone, and they take the outpost right after. So the map continuing to shrink for Manta. Manta Esports has done all they can to dodge fights, but every time they dodge a fight, they're saying, "Take more map control, Neon. I'll give you more map."
It probably will reach a point where, you know, both Karma and Earl, they are just struggling to find farm, but majority of the cash has to go to the Morphling, right?
Karma,
so Karma is restricting them a little bit.
That's what you get if you're a carry. You know, you go like step aside, it's my goal.
I'm post 1, and 1 means most important.
Yeah, exactly. You are what, post 2? That means you are after me. You're not as important as I am.
As long as I'm alive, you don't farm.
Or you farm in the dangerous areas, but yeah. Can Karma 1v5 this game is the question. And I think, honestly, he probably can. As crazy as it sounds, I think he can actually go 1 versus 5.
Not now, but someday. You know,
at some point.
At some point in time. What are we looking at for Manta? They are obviously smoked up.
Alright. What can they get? Ken's not...
What's the first guy you need to get? The Beast? The Pango?
Beast, Pango would be better. Pango is better than... I mean, both Beast and Pango are worth catching, but... That's the tough point. Smoke on smoke. 5-man smoke for Neo. Someone's gonna break it. The Hawk.
They break on Fortune, so that's it. They see everything. Playing forward from Ken. Stolen Rolling Thunder.
Stolen.
Lovely stuff. Direct. Need to get Karma out of this. Let's morph into the Pango himself.
Yeah, shield crash really good, but at the end, it's alright. Nothing. They didn't lose anything. Morph is used as well as these Rolling Thunders available for the Rubik, but Rubik Rolling Thunder is not as good as because you only get that jump as well. You need both to really get a good roll off. But it's still a solid ultimate.
I mean, all things considered, this is not the worst, right? I mean, you dodge the gank, you get a pretty good spell in the next minute or two. If Manta has kept that fight going, at least you have a Rolling Thunder to work with.
I guess.
It's one of the few things that also gets you to the backline, right? The Enge, the Skywrap, which can be a pain.
And you get to become Magic Immune during that time as well.
I mean, you don't have to risk Earl blinking in and getting blown up.
You can actually roll into Ken. You know, like
you can.
You can do that if you want.
You can.
Oh wow, they left that Wisdom Rune for a while. And this is a very old trick you can do, but I think Castaway might be losing his life if he does it. You can kill the Tormentor with Impetus, but you have to be very long range to get that. You know, you're out of the damage. Oh, Castaway. He's taking the pain. Oh, he's taking a lot of pain.
Oh, yeah. It's fine.
Saw that one coming. I was like, yeah, he's probably gonna lose his life if he keeps going. He's like, no, I love winning. He says, well, he didn't win that one, I'd say.
It's not fair, that's for sure.
Alright, so Skyeth Mage, he's got a Philosopher's Stone. Have only seen 2 dual victories from this Legion Commander. You'd really like to get a bit more. Level 12 as well, so you have that extra damage from the ultimate.
Yeah. I mean, he still has a 66% win rate of all the duels. He lost one to the Pango, you know.
Yeah, but most of the duels didn't really result in any winner. And look at the survivability go for Rubik. He goes for the Pupil's Gift. Same thing with the Queen of Pain. So a little bit of tanking up for the team. By the way, I only realized later that it's a Pupil's Gift because it's an apple. So it's like from a student to a teacher. Pupil gives you an apple. Yeah, so that's why it's a pupil's gift.
It could be anything.
It's an apple. No, it's because, don't you watch old shows?
No.
Oh my god.
Does a pupil give apple to the
Yes, that's how it works in the old Disney shows, when the teacher gets an apple from the students.
No, really?
Really? Watch Pinocchio.
What?
Yeah, it's in there. He gives him an apple. Alright, looks like Lif is forced out. Meanwhile, can we look at Roshan? I think we're going to have a rumble there real soon.
That's the blade mail. This should be an easy kill. Look at that Rubik's Cube just running around, instantly stunned up by the Raw. As Fortune Soul goes on and tries to knock him down, but Rubik's still rolling. Has to get out of there. Kimizu will be killed off very quickly.
And he just TP's away,
smart.
smart.
TP to safety is a 1-for-1 trade, forcing the buyback out of Chuan as well.
Alright, I think that you're kind of happy. That was a dual victory as well. So even though the Legion Commander lost her life after, you still get some damage from that fight. However, giving away Roshan, I don't think that you can walk away very happy if you're Manta. The trade until then is perfect, but now you're like, not ideal.
Oh, they found Ares also. This the Titan.
Oh, he's trying to have some fun with them.
That's a TP, alright.
Oh, the shard, allowing that. I haven't seen that in a while. He uses the shard to switch places away. Pretty interesting. Alright, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, 4 staff for Ensh. Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster. They actually didn't commit to Roshan,
no, they did
so
not.
Duel is back up.
Duel is back. I mean, to be fair, Duel is almost always up. It's got one of the lowest cooldowns in the game.
Yeah,
it is like Duel's. I was like, yeah, I think I got that one. Oh, they are smoked up on Neon. They see Manta Esports though,
and we see how Karma fights this. Right, this is one of the big fights. You know?
This is the pivotal. It's absolutely crucial. They can also see the couriers. So with the couriers going on, you kind of get an idea. Okay, they're in this area. They're coming in. Couriers are going to be left alone. Ken wants to roll in. No one is in Roshan, so they know they're roughly in this area. And then they see Ares.
It just broke onto Ares. Can he swap in time? No, the impetus kills him off, and the Rubik also falls.
Buyback.
They have to fight this, right? Ares instantly returns to the fight, but they have no smoke. And they lost control over Roshan as well.
It's very awkward. If I was Manta, I would have considered standing right next to the teleporter and just waiting Roshan, waiting if I can get something going for me. And Rubik also buys back.
As the buyback press the attack, gets rid of the silence from the Gus.
They really want this fight.
Think forward, almost gets the Raw, forces the BKB. Neon just restraint and discipline.
But very unfortunate now. Now the BKB is down on the Queen of Pain and Roar was not used. You kind of almost wish he would have roared and you could have just removed it with press the attack. And I think Roshan's about to fall any second now.
Do they still want to commit to this though? I mean, they are being zoned out. They should find a way in. Ares will
he jumps in.
Instantly silence, blown up. Aegis going over the Fortune Soul and Karma now forced on the run. Kishka saving that Raw for this one moment. Sonic Wave, massive stuff. But Karma needs to stay alive and he will. TPing out, they get Fortune Soul. The Earth Splitter does break the Aegis. But now Earl is in danger. They're chasing after him with the damage. He blinks away, but the Arcane Bow is going to chase him all the way to Neverland. And the Axis does miss, but the Arcane Bow actually disjointed at the very end. Lovely stuff from Earl, but Neon still wins the fight.
Yeah, that's a 2-0. Remember, they used buybacks on their supports to get that fight to happen. Rubik as well as Altan bought back before this. And yeah, very close, nice survive by Earl, but it doesn't matter in the end. You still lost a whole ton of that. And this almost touches him. It actually explodes on the backside. She's like, yeah, I'm fine. I can just blink away.
18,000 gold for Neon.
Very one-sided.
That's the advantage.
It's a very one-sided.
I mean, how do you fight, right? I mean, we are well. I want to say we are entering danger zone, but we have been in there for a long time as Manta.
We are entering Oppenheimer zone. That's what the zone is. It's that dangerous. It's really hard to tell. I mean, you're almost 20,000 gold. Your supports are more farmed than the enemy cores. You're really sitting pretty if you are Neon.
I mean, John found Dandelion Amulet, so it's extra magic, not magic resistance, but you're blocking more magic damage.
Pretty good against the Morphling if you are seeing that
shotgun.
Yeah, the shotgun coming at your face, the adaptive strike. You're like, I got it.
I mean, the Legion Commander is at a point where you desperately need the BKB, and he still hasn't had it yet.
And a
big part is also like the early game, like absolutely bully.
Janice, by the way, has got a gem, so she's going to be able to spot out all these observer wards, which is kind of nice for her. Yeah, and Legion Commander?
Just got the BKB.
Okay. Alright, that's going to help you quite a bit. BKB is coming out, but then again, you're up against the Roar from the Primal Beast. Sorry, not Primal Beast. From Beastmaster, it's Primal Roar.
Primal Roar,
Yeah. But
Primal Roar could be a skill for Primal Beast.
right, it should be. I feel like it seems like it would suit him. Oh,
Yeah, mid side, almost finding Earl.
hoping to get that BKB to pop. He's also got the Ogre Seal Totem.
Oh yeah,
I love the description of that item. It says, hop like an Ogre Seal.
yeah, one of the best items introduced during the Labyrinth. Labyrinth, you love that. High ground coming though. I mean, they don't have the Aegis. It was popped early on, but still, it's not the easiest fight to take.
You know, Esports, being a bit cautious with this push. They know that they're ahead. They know that, all they really need is one team fight. Why rush and, throw away a life or two, and they can take game one.
And there's a glyph. It's not used just yet, so that tier 3 will break.
This is an elimination series, by the way, so Neon, they want to make sure that they don't, they just end this as fast as possible. This team is probably pretty tired. They flew in from Russia last night, so time zones and all that.
And see, Queen of Pain, Earl actually going for Shiva, so you don't have that extra clear with the Aghanim Shadow Strike. And that could be a bit of a problem in that late game. I would say late game, but we are already at that stage because the Neon fast track their way there.
It's also a really good amount of damage coming out if you get the Aghanim Scepter. Alright, here we go. This could be the last one. Can they get the duel?
The double Lincolns! Oh my goodness, and just like that, suddenly, this LZ can't do much. Straight to the back, it's gonna be both Ares. Fortune so in danger, DD is pop, Karma pops his BKB. They all want to run him down, but he's not that easy. They found it in the gust. Absolutely perfect to stop Karma from morphing. And Fortune so is just gonna shred their health bar. MNC leaps away like an ogre and dies like an ogre. 3 for Neon, and every 3 for the Drow himself. The 4th dying off screen. That, didn't you see me waving? I'm pretty sure they did.
That double Lincoln's amazing. One pop, and then I think Ken put his Lincolns on him, and the duel was cancelled. That duel landed, that would have been a huge victory coming out for Manta. It was well played by both teams. Manta, they did the right thing.
Chuan has a sight, okay? He has a sight of Vice.
That's fine. He's had it for a while.
Fine.
But that's insane. It is insane that they were able to do that.
That was that one moment, right? That
was it. It's at this point they are going to be able to get 2 sets of racks. There's no glyph here. If you are, and Matthew, you're 30,000 gold behind, 2 sets of racks, it's 8 to 27. You've really got nothing left in the tank. Maybe one more fight, for pride.
One more fight when the draw has one extra item that makes a lot of difference. He's going for the silver edge next. That was just unfortunate. That was the Earth Splitter, right? Earth Splitter, dual, Sonic Wave, everything from the kitchen sink. And to be very fair, despite the duel not landing, they brought him down to almost 30% health, right?
Yeah, his actual Lincolns popped twice at the end of the fight as well, to pop the second time. And it was a really valiant effort from Manta. But it's not over yet. There is a chance.
30,000 gold lead is definitely not over yet. Throne hasn't broken.
It's not over yet, but it's very overish. Yeah, it's overish. Yes,
You're a pessimist.
I am a realist. Oh,
they're gonna find a duel. Sonic Wave damage.
That's a good kill.
Blow him up very quickly. Ares in the front of Splitter, hitting on the 2 of them.
Nice roll by
So
Ken.
instantly he goes forward. The Hex is edge 1. Massive stop the waveform, keeping Karma alive. The same one will be there as well. Can't get the bash with the bash and swashbuckle. It's Kimizu, he wants Fortune Soul, but you shall not get him.
Because in the end they do trade. Oh, looks like they want to go for more, but it's going to be fine. Morphling is going to go back to base. He has no mana, so he should be able to regen for that. And Fortune Soul, another fight. This guy has been playing this entire game on 20% health. Every time they try. Remember the laying stage? Kimizu, he's like, I'm going to kill him with my overwhelm.
It's one of those frustrating experiences, right? When you're playing a game and there's just this one guy you cannot kill.
Yes.
It is frustrating. And Karma gotta be really careful. Remember, there's a Hex, right? Lincoln's already broken. It can easily be broken again.
Yeah, you can just do it with the Sky, Ancient Seal to Hex, or the other way around. That's also fine.
Anything need to Hex, And
Arcane they do get
Hex, Arcane Ancient Seal,
they
get the Wisdom Rune. 1,400 experience.
2,800 actually, because it's 2 people.
Oh yeah, it's 2 people, yeah.
It's 2 people. You can get the other one on the other side. That's 5,600 experience for your team, just like that. And double damage ruin at the bottom lane. We'll see if Ken spouts it out. Looks like he's walking towards it. He's like, hey, I like it. He's going to put it in the bottle and give it to...
Overwhelming Blink.
Oh, there he goes. Second Wisdom Rune. So it is both of them going. What is the EXP advantage for the Dire side? I imagine it is 34.
I mean, it's 17 levels.
34%. That is
at 35 minutes.
That's pretty massive.
They are one full hero. I mean, they probably have a 6th hero at this point with the amount of
Right,
levels.
yeah, a
that
level
they have.
17 hero just hanging around. Oh dear, Brown Ranger opting not to put the hand of minus in the backpack. Okay, I mean the inventory. That's weird.
I mean, there's no space for to farm at all, right? He's been given the karma, so has been stuck on that plate mill for
even
for
Karma,
a
by the
long,
way,
long
is
time.
he doesn't have much net worth. He's behind Fortune Soul and Ken and even Kishka.
Everyone.
He is. I mean, but his way he's having a better game than Earl and Kimizu.
He's having the best game out of the whole team. Let's be very, very honest.
Alright, so this is going to be the Little Friends. They attack someone with bonus attack speed, bonus movement speed. Not too bad if you have a Beastmaster on your side. Doesn't help you too much because Manta themselves don't have creeps. But, you know, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's another way to
Anything
break...
is a luxury, right?
It's another way to break Lincolns.
Yeah, it is.
That is another thing. You can use it to break Lincolns as well.
I mean, you complete... well, Manta, they do have a war in the triangle. I mean, there is some sort... very minuscule vision control, but that's pretty much it. You know, like at this point, I think it is definitely Neon's game to lose.
100%.
Double Silver Edge for the morphing also. Get the Blink Dagger for Tron, so Blink Ancient Steel Hex. That's gonna be a game ender for sure.
Okay, Earl, they're baiting with Earl. They're hoping someone walks in and they can sort of get a kill off.
He's gonna break instantly.
Kimizu.
He's gonna pop the BKB, but can't use the duo. Look at the double damage. Absolutely strong. Ares has found the draw. They're gonna get to the back instantly to blow him out with the Sonic Wave, but it could not. He eats the cheese, I believe. Fortune Soul once more just evades death.
Kimizu buys back. Does he really want to be able? I don't think he's gonna be able to find one. No one on Neon Esports is dead. They lose, a little bit of health on Fortune Soul and even Kishka, but they're all alive.
Every single time Kimizu wants Fortune Soul just stands there and just...
And he's like, yeah, I'm right here, buddy. Oh, what a use of the dust. What a use of the dust by Chuan. He's like, yeah, I think they might be here. So just dust the area. And dust now, if you walk in, still reveals you. And oh dear, Kishka.
Looking for a wall, gets the duo off. That's free damage,
that's
right?
Not the duel you wanted.
Thank you very much. Kishka would take that damage. What happened to the Morphling? He just evaporated.
He has no buyback. GG's
and that's GG. Game 1. Absolute destruction from Neon.
Not exactly what we were seeing in the previous years, where it was a little bit more even. Here, Neon, they came, they slapped, and they made it look easy.
And that is how you make an opening statement in the board bracket.
That's how you come in here from Russia. You know, they were trained Russian climate. They came in and they just they're like, we'll show you guys what's up.
They are built.
Yeah, so kudos to Neon Esports. They take game 1 and in very convincing fashion. It doesn't feel like they were ever under pressure.
Ice cold, as they call it. Or ice in the veins.
You can see the team, they are just like, yeah, just another day in the office. This was no smiles, no nothing. This was the expected result.
Yeah, I mean, anything other than that would be would be some question. But there it is, our highlights by Monster Energy, powered by Monster Energy, and I mean, from start on, for almost 40 minutes straight, it's just Legion Commander trying to chase after a draw, and it's like chasing after a girl that never wants you in the first place, and every time you chase her, she just, she ditches you, she ghosts you, in the end she just kills you because you're too annoying.
I see you've met my wife as well. Huh?
Yes, I have. Well, the only difference is that, it's your wife.
That works out, and in the that was the first duel going in favor of Neon Esports. Not the only one though. They have other duels that went in their favor, but Ken takes the damage. They do get a kill on Castaway. It's like, what? It doesn't seem like it makes too much of a difference for them. Look at Fortune Soul, just comes in with the arrows and he's able to just clean house every time.
What I say, right? This is probably this is one of their chance, but didn't go the way that they wanted to. But we would talk about the double linkers. I think that
this was
that is the heartbreak.
Almost get a kill on Earl, but he was able to. They got some mechanical skills on Manta. The problem is that it's just the draft, the way that even if you have mechanical skills, there's more to it. There's a lot of decision making coming into the game of Dota 2, and that's where they're falling a bit short. Like, look how many times Kimizu is like, I'm gonna get him.
I mean, you look at the amount of you look at the matchup in the mid lane, right? I think that is very telling as well, right? You look at an individual when we have matchups that theoretically it should be one-sided and it goes the other way.
Yep.
You instantly know that there is some extra problems that needs to be solved, and in this game, it just the solution was sort of there, but I would say the counter initiatives from Neon Esports was just on point.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we didn't see Legion Commander stay behind and use press the attack to remove stuns, instead focusing way more on starting fights. When that's kind of the way you want to play if you're winning. If it's, and even are you losing, you want to start to focus a little bit more on just saving your allies.
You're going to shift the responsibility a bit more to the Elder Titan, right?
Yeah, it's like I focus less on killing kills, focus a little more on saving your allies.
Yeah, with that being said, that's game one. Very dominant performance by Neon Esports. But of course, it is a best of 5, so we still could go the distance, right? That's why we say about Series 1, and we went 5 games. So we'll see Mentai Esports, they have time to recuperate. We're going to go for a short break, and we will return for game 2 of the lower bracket.
Unlock imajinasimu dengan soda berperi sebuah baharu. So Tinge.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Welcome back to the Dota2 Master Cup SCA 2023. Well, lower bracket still ongoing. Just finished game number 1. Neon Esports taking a euphoric victory over Manta Esports, but we still possibly have a long way to go. You know, depending on this game to result. We talk a little about the adjustments behind the scenes that might have to be made. Right, game 1 was devastation.
Yes. I feel like you need some way to start these fights that was more than just Legion commanders jumping in. Maybe it should have been more on the Elder Titan to try to get something going for them. But either way, it was a very tough game to be in. A lot of it comes down to the laning stage. Fortune Soul 3 times escapes with a sliver of health, and he's not like he escaped like he's running. He's like he is baiting on purpose.
He has done that the entire game.
You know,
he did it with 40 minutes straight.
He had the calculator right here. He's like, all right, I got this, and I'll be able to survive. And he takes the extra hit that he needs to keep them going, and he was like able to get a double kill at some point. So that just crushed Kimizu, and Kimizu never recovered. He never recovered at the laning stage. No, not in the way you expect him to play.
I mean, all of this actually powered by time, right? So it's really giving us the best internet to keep the action going. You know, I mean, smooth flowing. I'm out of time jokes. Don't worry.
You know, they don't reduce our bills just because we promote them.
Give me some time and I'll think about.
You know, it's not like when our next time bill comes in, we're like, oh, it's free because I was, oh, thank you very much. No, it's not. That's not how it works at all.
No, don't worry. I'm completely fine with that. Game 2. I mean, this is so far, I think the most contested one. I think still undoubtedly has been the Beastmaster. All 5 games we've seen the Beastmaster.
It was banned.
In Series 1.
No, this game was picked as well, right?
It was picked as well, yeah.
Yeah, it was picked with the Enchantress Drow Ranger, which when we saw that the auras you get from it as an Enchantress, you get 25% bonus agility based on Drow. You get, 40 attack speed, something like that from the Beastmaster. And it's like you are just hitting so fast, and it's all pure damage with the impetus. And we just saw the caster was like, and he's like, oh, I just won the game.
And thank you for summarizing it.
That's what happened. And then they won.
What are we looking for in game 2 though?
What we're looking for in game 2, we are looking for a maybe more in-your-face draft from Manta, or some sort of draft that they're comfortable with, that they've played, that maybe it could be a fast push lineup, it could be big team fight, whatever it is. That draft in game 1 feels very like, oh, we have to have the LC do well, with the Queen of Pain working, so the Morphling can farm, so that he can come. It's like, there's a lot of things that have to go well for you to win.
I mean, we even saw, you know, we talk about the bands, right? We saw like the Medusa band, we saw the Bloodseeker band, which you definitely felt that was a bit off.
Yeah.
We talked about the Faceless Void that has not shown up in the entire game as well. So definitely some sort of a difference from what we experienced in that Series 1. But moving into this, I feel like maybe it's time for us to look at the Beastmaster a little bit more if you're Manta, right? Because this hero so far, the success rate has been relatively high. And on the side of Neon, it has been crushing it.
I mean, what is it? 6 games, 3 wins, 3 losses, something like that?
Yeah. Okay, that's the overall stats for now, right? But you look at how it was done in the previous game, that was a completely different story.
True. And in general, the way that Neon played it, they played with the Helm of the Overlord, get a big creep, get a Granite Golem, get a Black Dragon, and just start sieging. You have Enchantress also adding auras with her creeps. And there you go, Neon Esports getting ready. And I'll see what they're going to be picking very soon here. I think we're going to go into the draft.
That is. Again, same thing. Enchantress ban this time by Neon themselves. Manta with the Timbersaw and Enigma ban, no changes there.
No, interesting. And they do get rid of the Undying, so they are maybe worried of a fast push, strong laning phase coming out from Manta. In general, if you want to end the game quickly or you want to make sure that the enemy doesn't have a chance to win, take away their laning stage. It's very, very hard for the enemy, for a team to win. They lose like 2 or 3 lanes in the laning stage.
I believe we see the Undying also. Make sure that things are going
Undying Enchantress, that's what they banned out. Which also means that they might consider going for something like a dual melee, you know, because you pick Spirit Breaker and Beastmaster yourself, and it's like, oh, double melee, really not fun to play against the Undying.
Instant Skywrath.
Okay, alright, okay. Maybe we'll make sure that that's interesting. I mean, this hero, as it comes with the instant silence, we are seeing this hero really go up as a premium pick, you know, just because of the silence and the massive amount of magic damage. We talked about saying like Phoenix AA does a lot of magic damage. I feel like you put Skywrath right up there, at least in the beginning of the game.
I mean, Skywrath has what those 2 other heroes don't have, right? Which is instant silence, right?
It is. It's a big deal.
Instant silence, instant burst.
It's a big deal. Yeah. Fantastic slow as well compared to what the other 2 have, which is not really. Yeah, but he is He is of the three heroes I mentioned the best in the laning phase by far. Like his laning phase is fantastic.
It's going to be the choice for Manta. I mean, we look back at game one. They did get certain picks like for example, Queen of Pain, right? They also have the Rubik for themselves, and this time they are going to pick that Rubik again. Also, Derek did had a pretty decent time as a Rubik, considering the circumstances, right? Some pretty good spell steal, you see the Rolling Thunder. It's just in those late game fights, it was just very hard to be impactful alone.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I really didn't feel like it was the Rubik is the key to success, but we'll see. Especially because there's not that much for you to steal from the start. Yeah, Mystic Flare plus Lift is amazing. If you can get plus Telekinesis is great. Oh!
There it is. That is your boy, the Primal Beast Unleashed.
There is finally. I don't know if there's gonna be a support though. It might be a mid lane because you see Rubik. That's gonna be the position 5. I believe Primal is either as a 2 or a 4. That's his best role. Could be a 3, but like this, I love seeing.
I mean, that was also a hero that was banned last by Neon, right, in game number 1. So the Manta, you see that Ember picked up by Neon.
Okay, we'll see what they can do with the Primal Beast and Rubik. I don't know if you want to put the Primal Beast against the Ember Spirit in the mid lane. To be fair, I don't know that matchup very well, but I don't imagine it's going to be able to. Maybe the Primal Beast, if you get a few points in your Uproar, at least 1 point you start off with, you are able to use that to get extra bonus damage. You can last hit and deny very effectively with that. So that could be an option for Manta.
That's a pretty decent wave clear. I mean, Onslaught Trample.
It's great. I mean, I just love walking around and farming.
Massive ganking potential. Right? One of the few heroes that literally just shows up, stuns you, and grabs you, and that's it.
And pair him up with you should pair him up with a Spirit Breaker. Oh, yeah. Spirit Breaker charging one lane, Primal Beast coming up from the other. Like it's like being hit by a truck and a bus at the same time. No, you just get squished right then and there.
That would be funny.
Not be fun.
Not fun for the guy that gets targeted.
Of course. Fun for the bus and the
bus and the freight train. So we see the tiny banner by Neon. So again, right, we go down the ban list. It is shifting a little bit.
Yeah.
For Neon, the Naga Siren also taken out as well.
They might be considering taking a Broodmother. Broodmother doesn't like to play against Naga Siren just because of those illusions. They push out the lanes, they kill the spiderlings. So maybe that's what they're thinking here for Neon.
Medusa banned by Manta also. That was a hero that they banned in the previous game, right? But it was towards kind of the later stage. The Faceless Void.
I think that was
I think they banned out like what? Bloodseeker was also one of it. Faceless Void banned out once more.
Yeah. Of course, makes sense. Why not? And it might actually be worth banning out the Bloodseeker again, but because if you're Primal Beast, you'd love moving around. Two of your spells are movement based. Even when you uproar with the Agam Center, you want to move around to spread that out as much as possible. So that is something to consider.
They did ban Juggernaut, right, in the previous game. And Morphling taken up by Neon this time, so Karma we'll have to play a different post 1. Draw be considered though. I mean, draw was a big issue. I know you have a Primal Beast again on top of the draw, break the marksmanship later on, but
I wouldn't like the draw too much this game until we get a little bit more of the picks. But the best heroes draws against is the Morphling, and Morphling's taken out, so I don't really feel draw as much. Let's see what they're gonna go with here for Manta. They're taking their time with this last ban. I like the Bloodseeker ban, honestly. I feel like Bloodseeker could be a solid ban for your team. Plus, if you do that, then if you're Neon, you can focus on holding people. Like, if you move out of Mystic Flare, it's like, if you're up to the Mystic Flare, what do?
You move around the Mystic Island.
Yeah, you die. That's what you do. You die. You're like, I can't. I'm damned if I stand still. I'm damned if I move. I might as well
just... getting decrept and also Face Edict.
Those
wait, no, not Decrypt Face Edict. It was it is right.
The
Decrypt and Grimstroke Phantoms Embrace.
Yes, that's the one. I was gonna say. I know what you mean, but yeah, that's never a fun combination.
Never a fun combination to go up against. No, like, absolutely not.
Oh, they get rid of
Shadow Demon ban. All right.
Okay, all right. They take a Silencer, so it is going to be a mid or offlane Primal Beast Silencer. Very good against both the Skywrath Mage and the Ember Spirit. Skywrath Mage, you get the Arcane, he can't spam. Ember Spirit, you get that Global Silence, he's gonna be dead. Okay, alright, you can see Neon, they're thinking about this one. They're like, wait, this is different.
Someone's listening to you. I mean, we talked about Silencer, right? Quite extensively.
And Primal Beast.
And Primal Beast.
Which means that they have no chance of winning if they're listening to me. You know, they're like, it's like if you're listening to me, you're in trouble.
You're to blame. You are to blame, right?
Oh, wait.
Commander picks
Does that
up
mean if they win, I get some of the prize money?
No, unfortunately not.
Alright, I like that. That Legion Commander pick is pretty nice because once you get the BKB, you can dispel the global on you and then you can use it on an ally. The press the attack on an ally. Just BKB yourself, dispel an ally.
And then you get a Lotus, right? So that's 3 people.
You can get a Lotus as well. Although I imagine a Lotus might come up from someone else. I don't know if Legion Commander will get a Lotus herself. This does also mean that Anti-Mage is unpickable.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
yeah, that's it's not really very fun for Manta. Their lanes, it's Rubik Silencer. These are not the worst support laners, but they're like 3 and 4.
I mean, it's like not the most active, right?
Yeah.
Probably Rubik moves around a bit more, but Silencer, it's like he always wants to have a friend.
Yes,
with him, you know?
that's what I'm saying. Like they're like a 3 and 4 out of 10, you know, in terms of lane aggression, what they can do. They're both heroes that do much more when they hit level 6. And speaking of heroes that can do quite a lot in the lane, we do have Disruptor. So Disruptor, Skywrath, a much more impressive duo. I'm looking at the Slark to come out from Neon Esports. I think that Neon will consider the Slark just because you glimpse someone back and he just continues pounding on them with shanking them. Sorry, not pounding.
You've been to places.
Not to the same places you've been. That's for sure.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, you look back at game 1 with kind of the faster tempo play, the Disruptor is always going to be much of a stronger hero overall, right? You already have a lot of ways to kind of catch people. And you need, again, Glimpse, Mystic Flare is always going to be option. Glimpse Duel, Glimpse everything.
No, a Disruptor in the hands of a team that is snowballing is
it's the worst team to go up against.
It's probably, it's like one of the best heroes you can, if not the best.
It's the worst experience you can go up against.
Oh, yes, the worst. Oh, Drag, wow. Okay, so Primal Beast still could be mid, could be off,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, still could be mid. I mean, it could be an off Dragon Knight. But how, I mean, Dragon Knight and Rubik, again, right, it's not the most active lane, but it surely is not that easy to kill. I'll give him that.
I don't really like it against the Legion Commander also, right? Because they have like this long duration stun, but anyone you stun, they just be like, oh, press the attack.
I feel like Primal Beast, Dragon Knight mid just makes a lot more sense because you put a slightly more pressure on the tower, right? The Primal Beast doesn't do exactly the same thing.
Fair point, fair point, fair point. I guess in the end, it all comes down to the matchup, right? Who's going to be the carry? And if it's a carry that you feel like the Primal Beast can deal with, because I think both of these heroes are fine going mid against the Ember. I don't think Ember is like, oh yeah, I can destroy them. It's like, nah, they're like, we're fine.
Ember sees a Dragon Knight is like, right, sure.
You farm, I farm. You see a Primal Beast, he's like, you farm, I'll try to farm, you know?
It's a bit of a minor difference for sure.
Let's see what we're gonna work
at. TB Monkey King ban.
Alright, so what are we? I think we have carries on both sides, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We have carries on both sides. Slark feels very premium for Neon. Works well with the Disruptor in the lane, and you're up against 2 tanky people. You can remove the global silence if you time it right. You're fairly. I'm feeling the Slark a lot for Neon.
TA on the side of Neon. Bloodseeker ban, that's what you have been looking for a long time.
I do think that it's a good ban against the Primal Beast. Definitely feels like they go for the Juggernaut. Right. Okay, that's fine. He goes for Manta. What do you want if you are Manta? By the way, if you're gonna get Slark, if you get his shard, you can cancel duels instantly. If someone gets duel and you use the Depth Shroud on them, the duel's cancelled. Because the Legion can't
dismiss,
no, it's completely dismissed. It's not like the Legion Commander still fighting. No, it's completely ended straight away. It's one of the weirder mechanics in Dota.
Do you go for Ursa? I mean,
I like Ursa. Monkey King is banned. Ursa Slark. Of the 2, I think. Oh wait, you could go for like a Life Stealer.
It's gonna be the Slark.
It's gonna be the Slark. We've been talking about. I was gonna say Life Stealer because if you get Glimpse, you can just. I don't know. I know it's not the sound that he makes when he rages, but you can rage and you'll be fine.
You can rage in game.
You can rage. I was doing some raging yesterday, man. 3 losses in a row. Can you believe that?
I can. I have been going on a loss streak very recently also.
Yeah, but that's different because I'm kind of like a good player. So the loss streaks.
Why don't you just be better?
Okay.
Yeah, I play.
Not good enough apparently.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So here comes the draft from the 2 teams. I think. I mean, again, I don't think Manta's outdrafted by. I don't think they're outdrafted. I feel like the draft is okay. I'm sure it's got some bit awkward stuff. The Primal Beast and the Dragon Knight, those are a bit weird. But you do have a Silencer who can do a lot. Rubik, potentially, we'll see what he can do. You have a Slark with the Silencer. I feel like that's a solid lane. But they are up against such a superior team. So I'm going to go with Neon again.
There might be some concern that the Silencer lane gets bullied out, right? Because you have an LC that you need to do. LC Skywrath is not the most fun lane to play into.
Wait a minute. That's Neon's... Wait. Did you see that? I think we didn't switch the overlay. I think with that Neon's draft is actually Manta, because remember we talked about Disruptor being great for Neon. Turns out I think Disruptor is on
Manta,
and that means that
we'll have that cleared up pretty soon.
Yeah, because no, I mean I see Castaway, I see Chuan.
Was it Chuan on Dragon Knight?
Yeah, Chuan's on Dragon Knight, so it's going to be the position. What?
Pushing the 4 Dragon Knight. that is gonna be very interesting. Well, we're gonna find out right now
when we go into the game. Yes, if we can. Yeah, it is going to be. Okay, so all right, so it is right.
Don't worry,
so, So Neon, the images were also okay.
Don't worry.
All right, so the images were flipped a little bit while in front of the players. That's okay. Yeah, in terms of what I'm looking at, Neon Esports, really big fan of the Disruptor. I feel like that's going to give them a lot of room to work with. You will see what Kishka can do with the LC. That one's kind of like, right?
It's one of those moments where, like, let me show you how it's done.
Kinda, right? It's like
I'm actually gonna kill your carry.
If Kishka does well, we'll be like, wow, you know, this guy. But he might also, you know, it's a very feast or famine hero, this Legion Commander. For Manta, this is a very interesting draft. Lots of stat stealing, by the way, from the Silencer as well as the Slark, right? These guys get on top of you.
Yeah, steal everything. They just need Undying, right? Steal strength.
I mean, what you want is, let's see. Can you steal? You can still tell agility. You can't really steal strength permanently, unfortunately. Oh, Karma needs to be walks in
already.
They see him, but I don't think they want to really kill. Oh, Kishka.
He's fighting this. He has no fear. Level 1 overwhelming odds. They are just gonna man fight this, but clearly Kishka is winning. He has a blood grenade.
Homie is like, he just takes away 80% of Karma's health. And they are able to get, I think, are they going to get 3 bounty wins? No, sorry, it's going to be 2 for 2.
That is brutal if you are a Slark.
Look at me.
And you know for a fact that there's an overwhelming odds. It's going to be back in cooldown, and Slark cannot stand in the wave to get the last hit.
And check it out, he's got like 4.7 health regeneration. One of it's from the tower, of course, but he's still, look at the stats he's starting off with. That's plus, what, 10 strength?
10 strength, yeah.
That's pretty massive.
Again, you walk in the lane and you try to contest. You're going to take a contested shots. You take an overwhelming odds. That's it. Your health bar disappears.
He gets him again.
I mean, a lot of people underestimate the amount of damage overwhelming odds does when there are heroes around.
Oh, well,
Kishka. Blood grenade. Kishka, double blood grenade. Okay.
Not ideal though, because while the initial damage does proc twice, the damage over time doesn't, and you don't get the extra duration of the slow either. So, not ideal. And interesting start from Eres, going with the Glaive level 1.
Oh wow. I mean, that is a pretty interesting attempt. Meanwhile, Ares.
Yeah, look at that. Glaive's level 1.
Watch out. Ares might drop Fairy Fire. Stay alive a little bit. Massive, just fist fights in the top lane. But Karma, gotta be careful. Chuan, concussive shots up in 2 seconds.
And if he sees him, will he go for it? He wants to get close so he can get a few auto attacks.
Also, Karma gotta move back right now. Kishka thinking about it. The damage not sufficient, but good attempt.
Kishka, he's used a lot of his health for these, but so is Karma. Oh, he needs a couple more hits.
They're gonna win this, right? I mean, you hit level 2 and there is a level 2 for Chuan. He's gonna have the arcane bow now.
Yeah, and
you just straight up win the lane.
I mean, I love that we haven't seen Karma get a whole lot of CS, but there's no one CSing in the top lane. It's just murder. I want blood. And Ares finally gets that.
They're CSing the heroes, right?
Well, not even that. They're harassing the heroes. Let's see. That Glaives, by the way, this spell was nerfed heavily in that it takes 20 mana instead of 15 mana to use. So you really run out of. Before it's like, oh. Okay.
Alright,
that's cute. Alright.
Always love it when people do that. I mean, Karma did get a south.
Okay, that's by the way, that's great concussive.
He's gonna get first blood. Juan's gonna get the first blood. Kishka, he's gonna fight this in day 2, and I'm not sure if Karma wants to stay. One more arcane bolt will do him in.
Can he get him?
He doesn't break line of sight. Pops the stick just in the nick of time to survive.
Oh my, oh my. You know, oh my. This is a very rough start for Mantis right
He's
now.
doing the fortune so, but his teammates dying.
Yep, and Kamizu. By the way, you cannot onslaught out of the kinetic field. So if you play a lot of Primal Beast, you learn that very fast. You try to onslaught in, and then you just get stopped by the fence, and you're like, oh, that's not fun
Working
at all.
as intended, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, Magic Immune, so it is working as intended. And Kishka gets the frickin' Healing Lotus as well, so everything is going in their favor right now.
I mean, all things considered, the last stage and deny is pretty much the same for both of them.
I was gonna say that. I'm gonna be like, well, it's not really that bad. At least you're getting CS on on every player, basically. Mid lane is going to be a matchup we haven't seen for a while, and Earl's actually winning it for a tiny bit. You know, a little bit more, just one more CS.
And there it is, Dragon Kill, and I guess the last hit. Actually, could have been a deny because he doesn't have enough damage, but overall, Ken just losing out the trade just through right clicks.
I just realized that taunt, he's throwing a beef in the air.
Oh, you never knew that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, some good steak and turkey. You know?
I don't play Ember Spirit. I'm a support.
And you've seen enough Ember Spirit. And that's like your #1 enemy, right?
No, I don't think that. I don't think so. I think Arc Warden and would be one of the worst mid to play against. I hate playing against Arc Warden.
Haven't seen Arc Warden in a long time.
You know, that's because in Herald 3 they don't know how to play him.
Yeah, even at him at the highest level, I don't see Arc Warden.
Oh, Kishka. He doesn't have press the attack.
He's to be dead. Kishka going to be fine. Blood grenade use.
Keep
him alive. Overwhelming the damage again. Level 2 overwhelming just absolutely clobbers Ares. And Karma, he wants this kill. Let's get some decent stack. Massive bottom from Chuan.
Dude, they are
Fortune still does drop in the bot side, but Kishka, he's gonna get that overwhelming ult back up, and Karma has to be very, very careful. Kishka's gonna run up. And again, the trade just like that.
It is so much damage.
Ken taking massive damage as well, has no slide of fist.
More hit.
One last refire, doesn't have the mana.
That's fine. He is supposed to use a salve and the bottle as well. So Earl, that freezes thing. Can we click on Earl for a second? I want to see what he's actually taking. If he's maxing out the Dragon's Blood or not. And that kill on the bottom lane, really nice for them losing that great kill. Unfortunately, Kimisu, he just redeemed himself from the previous game. He's like, finally, I got him.
Finally. Yeah.
Oh, and for the record, when you onslaught, even if a person is magic immune, you still push them.
Yeah,
you don't stun them, but you push them. Allies and enemies.
Get out of the way.
I can't tell you the amount of times I pushed my allies who escaped up a cliff into the enemy. You know, I'd be like, oh.
That sounds very much like you.
That is.
Last time I played with you, that's how we lost the game. You know?
That is what. To be fair, when I do it with you, I do it on purpose. With the other people, I do it by accident. Okay.
Get the Ancients to silence. Not the easiest target to kill, but they can trap in the kinetic field and try to get rid of MNC with the blood grenade. Get the massive Dragon Tail stun right there. The right click. They need a bit more. Castaway can't find the vision. MNC drops at the very end as Chuan lands the finishing blow.
I'm surprised that we didn't see the silencer also move in. It's just kind of leaving Earl a bit out to dry, but Derek shows up. It's just not enough to save his ally.
Yeah, got the double damage in return.
Still, it was a big commitment, and we are going to be seeing them. We're going to be seeing either team makes a play for the Wisdom Ruin. Look at Ken. He's like, yeah, what are you guys going to do to me? Karma. Low health. Kishka has been bullying him this entire.
He's losing all of his raindrops at this point. Kishka, he's face tanking this. He's like, you want to go? You really want to go? Yeah, that's what you get. That is what you get.
You don't mess with Treston.
You don't mess with Commander Treston. Yes.
Leader of the Iron Legion.
Yes.
No, that girl, she is.
That girl is something else.
Very powerful. In the meantime, looks like Skyot Mage Chuan is going to go for. the duel comes out. What? Treston?
One last one. Oh, couldn't get it.
Very close.
I mean, level 1 cooldown 2 seconds is a bit long.
And looks like she will be able to make it out alive, but no duel victory, and there's going to be 1 for 1.
He's about the right click. I mean, He's actually misses. They got the lift.
Doesn't matter.
Step on Castaway. Right into the dirt.
He gets the kill. So that was an interesting kinetic field. Wasn't able to really get the Rubik where you want to. It's very tough, right? You have to get him out of the edge, but inside. And look at them. Look at that slicing and dicing he's doing to all that meat. Looks good.
Yeah. I mean, look at this, right? I mean, this is what we expect. Dragon Knight mid lane, but the Dragon did run out. Trample use again. It's sent away very, very quickly.
He's got Pulverize, but probably not really worth using in this situation against full health Juggernaut.
And 10 stick charges also.
And the healing Lotus and the healing Ward. So.
And the Omni Slash, right?
And the Omni Slash.
Alright, in conclusion, not worth it against the Juggernaut right now.
Alright, but the person who suffered the most is Karma, who in the previous game had the best time. But I kind of like that he is on the slog, even though he's suffering, because I feel like he might be able to join his team and help them out early, and maybe that will be enough to put them in a slightly better spot. It's not as one-sided as Game 1, despite everything. In fact, this is just a 1,000 gold advantage for Neon.
All this considered, right, in Karma he is almost 1,000 behind Kishka, but he's not doing the worst.
Kamizu, the Omni Slash actually gets dispelled because of the Glimpse. That's actually pretty good for them.
Walking TV away as well, so this mid tower is gonna fall.
And for kind of nothing, Neon gets
Dragon Knight stuff,
Yeah, just casually going in, spitting on the tower.
It's put
doesn't get the. That's actually a big deal. They didn't get the last hit. You lose about like 150 gold average if you don't do that. So not fun, but whatever. It's still fine. Alright, Manta. That's the problem is that you look at the terms of net worth. Yes, the Ember is suffering a little bit, but Kishka and Fortune Soul are way up there.
Yeah, he is destroying the slug. I mean, as much as that was the case, right? Karma is doing a pretty good job of kind of staying alive.
Yes.
Go into the jungle early. Did have a stack, I believe, to work with just now. The Olga camps. He has just hit 6, so that makes his life so much easier.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, it feels like it's not really a great consolation prize. We'll see what's coming. He's catching up to the Ember Spirit, So he's not the lowest score.
They're the same, they're parallel.
You want to get that? You want to get this science level 6.
Legendary use as well. Stolen at least.
Yeah, it's not gonna make a difference.
Can't do that.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's opened up with the Pulverize, because you generally want to save that for the TP. It does pierce BKB, so there's really no reason to use it like that. A bit of a misplay coming out here from Kimizu.
And they can't defend the top 1 because there's no more Pulverize, right? You have very less tools to kind of start any fight. So Kishka, they can get this for free.
But they might be able to get the bomb tower. Looks like they are going to go for that for Manta Esports.
Yeah, nice debuff, bro.
Karma's got no mana, so I don't think you really want to fight this, but it might be able to. Can they get Chuan?
They have the onslaught. Yep, coming up from
nice
Twin
spin.
Gauge and a spin onto Chuan. Yep, just getting. I mean, Deering's on a killing spree on this grouping.
That he's doing a fantastic job, and we're seeing the Ember Spirit here. Does he want to engage? Feels a bit risky.
That's one of the good things about the Primal Beast, right? You can take the Twin Gaze and instantly get a gank off with the onslaught.
Yeah, the hero is very mobile. It's not like as mobile as a Spirit Breaker, but one of the closest in comparison.
Yeah.
Alright, so you have to be careful of the glimpse, and I think this tower's going to fall, but at least they get a kill out of it, and they delayed for about an extra 40 seconds. That's still something for Manta. Like, the tower's going to fall either way, but you get something out of all the effort. Earl?
Very even so far, right?
Yeah, Earl, I'm surprised he's going for the Blink Dagger first, not the Hand of Midas. Oftentimes, if you go Hand of Midas, you want to get as early as possible,
but
right?
I feel like I suppose the value of the Blink Dagger is so much better, right? Because you get to play a bit faster.
Agreed, but if you get the Hand of Midas, it's only going to be like 6 minutes till you get the Blink Dagger again or something like that, or less. So, and the Hand of Midas pays up with experience.
That is true.
You can't put a price on
Hand of Midas.
An experience, I was going to say, but sure. And it's a very close. The gold difference is nothing. At one point, it was literally even, and the win percentage tiny bit in favor of Neon. Manta, they're doing a great job in this fight, in this game.
Oh, they definitely are. Again, the dragon form itself, right, just gives you a lot of bullet pressure. You take the mid tier 1, and suddenly you open out the side lanes for yourself. You got the mid tier 1, they got the bottom tier 1, then bottom slice of the jungle is a bit more accessible for Manta.
And I don't think that this is one of those games where if Neon goes ultra late game, they have the advantage, It's like Ember Spirits kind of falls off a tiny bit, whereas I think that Dragon Knight becomes more powerful later on. Same thing with like the Sky Earth Maze, becomes less useful, whereas Science and Rubik are always good.
It's harassing him, alright, Earl. Doesn't have the Blink Dagger yet, so can't get the engage on the Tron, and now has to find a way to make use of the Dragon form.
Yeah, and even the duel from the Legion Commander, you can counter it with the Depth Shroud coming out from the Slark. you know, yes, the disruptor with Agams is amazing, but that doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get it. You know, so overall, this is looking.
Yeah, it's definitely easier for Slog to get his items and
yeah. This is looking like a fairly solid game from Manta so far. We'll see if they can get a nice pick off here. They have a smoke, 3-man. Who can they catch? It doesn't seem like they're gonna run into anyone.
Gonna check the cross proximity, right? The tier 1 is still up, so not easiest area to go into.
I like how we're switching, watching from screens as if they have something different to show. You know, we're like, oh, like what's going on that screen? Oh, the same thing is going on this screen that I'm watching. In the meantime, though, there's a smoke coming out from Neon. If they, it's much scarier if Neon gets the jump, but you do have the global silence. We just have to make sure that Silencer's not the one who's caught, of course.
Who's going to be breaking the smoke? That's going to be the question.
The courier passes by. We'll see if anyone decides to hit it. No one.
Oh, he's going to take the twin gates as well.
Yeah, Karma, his fish sense are tingling. He's like,
absolutely dodges the bullet. There might be a... I was about to say that perhaps they might be thinking of the Juggernaut, but he's really, really far back.
He is. I don't think... Oh wait, bomb lane? Can we look at the Slark?
Slark in trouble. Static Storm. Global Silence used. He's going to try to get the TPI as fast as possible. No way to stop him.
Oh,
lovely stuff done.
Alright, but Global was used for that. That was a very defensive Global. To be honest, I'm not actually sure you need the Global, because you can't hit him with a serious
Shadow Dance, right?
Huh?
He's in the Shadow Dance.
Yeah, he's gone the Shadow Realm, you know. What do you really need that? But he probably worried, was thinking maybe anything could happen, so... Alright, it's fine.
Instant re-smoke. Neon, a bit broken. Earl, the one that catches the Mystic Flight on top of him, instantly goes down for the... Whoa.
I love how he changes direction. He's like, I'm charging, and then he's like, I'm charging out. And Neon starting to make some moves around them, and they know when Global Silence is available, you have to be very cautious. With Global Silence down, suddenly Neon, they can do whatever they want. And I wouldn't be surprised if Silencer gets banned in the next game. Because
that could be a possibility.
No, because the hero makes he really stunts all your aggression, and Kenny's going for more.
That's gonna be a glimpse, actually saving D-Rig. He just stole the Flame Guard, concussive shot from 10 miles away.
Oh, Castaway, that is not the glimpse you were looking for, my friend.
Cast him back to his team. They did take
He cast them away from his team. That's the name.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry for ruining your joke.
Well, it was our joke. It was a shared joke. You know, he was cast away.
Sure.
By the way, have you seen the movie Castaway?
Have I seen it? No, I've heard about it plenty of times.
It's a solid movie. You know, real 7.5 out of 10.
I watched The Extraction.
I have not seen that one.
Chris Hemsworth, 1 and 2.
Okay. Is that the one where he hides behind the ladder?
I do not remember that scene, but he's basically just your usual hero arc.
Well, Silencer is level 7 now. What's he got? He's got basically nothing. And they are going to go, but they don't have global.
Trying to punish him with the onslaught. There it is. It's +2. There it is.
There you go. That's the first +2 of the game at 15 minutes. But it's still better than nothing.
And knowledge is hard to attain.
By the way, the pulverize does a lot of damage.
It does.
Oh.
They're going to find it, and that's the way into a global silence again.
He should be able to survive.
Shadow Dance.
Should be able to survive.
Going to use it right now. They will try to body block him. Backup needs to come in.
No mana to...
There's no mana, no lead. They're going to root him down, and that is a kill. Not what you want if you're Manta.
Man, they played this so well. Like, he didn't have... I don't know where his mana went, though. That's the problem. Like, if he's been using his mana to farm, it leaves him very vulnerable. He uses his what's it called again? It's not Ghost Shroud. It's
Shadow Dance.
Shadow Dance. Thank you. And I was like,
Ghost Shroud is Necrophosis.
Yeah, there's a Depth Shroud. So I'm like, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
It was nice knowing you, buddy.
Just disrupt the things, you know.
Just that nice +1 that you always get if Disruptor's on your team.
Okay, question: why isn't Disruption a disruptor skill?
It should be, but apparently it gives Shadow Demon. I feel like why not just change their names, you know? Could be like Shadow...
It's a Shadow Dance, a Shadow Demon.
Shadow Ball or something. I don't know what you call it.
Going too deep into the rabbit hole.
Shadow Banishment, you know? So
it could just be banished, you know?
Well, I don't... We have like...
That's to sound cooler with the Shadow, right? You know?
Yeah, because...
Shadow Imprisonment.
There you go.
That's an idea.
We have Astral Imprisonment.
We do have
We can't do that. Alright, so what are we looking at here? Okay, first staff finished up on the Skyth Mage, allows it to get a bit closer. Juggernaut has been farming, and in terms of farm, it's really not too bad for one side or the other. But Karma,
cool. I mean, it's How do you defend this, right? Again, Global Sign is not there. I mean, the Primal Beast, you kind of feel like he needs to start it, and they might try. He has the BKB.
He's got the BKB, yeah. He can jump on anyone.
Can be broken by Kishka.
Here we go.
And also, there it is. Blink is straight away. Castaway is dead. They found a Skybase trying to be there. Global Silence. I mean, the side Arcade, the Ancient still will be there. Ares taking out by the duel. Instant Searing Chase on top of D-Rig, and that's a big streak taken now. They will find
2 for 2. Okay.
All the supports they go down
Karma's
now.
here. Onslaught's
going to be there. Karma going for the.
Get it. He does.
Kishka hit him. Kishka on the edge, and now Pulverize slam him 6 feet under. Oh, with the double, and Manta respawn something.
Fantastic fight coming out from them. I mean, that was without Global, by the way. And the Omnislash, do you see what he was doing on Kamishi? He took the whole thing. They walks back into the creep, so they jump to them, and he's able to survive. So really well played by them. I feel like that was he was the star of that fight. Onslaught's into the disruptor, kills him, catches the. Oh, this is not what he wants.
I mean, he just got a double kill, and yeah, that.
Earl, we just praised you. Oh, Static Storm is stolen though. That is a very powerful spell. He's going to use it right now.
If he lives though, you might have to use it right now.
There you go.
Onslaught on top
well played.
of the Ember and the Trample. Enough damage. I mean, we talk about this man on the Rubik. He is something else.
Yeah, that was really well played. Kimizu gets the kill on the Ember Spirit. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but I favor Manta just because I feel like they need the.
Where's the live?
He's tanky.
He's tanky.
He's a durable boy.
Lose the duel at least, but he might still go down as Tron gets the finisher with the arcade bow. Now Kishka tries to run away. Instant pound
very
tanky. Him down. The glimpse will help him survive as Karma gets sent back. And this Neon Fortune Soul shows up. He tries to get rid of Karma, and now Karma is stuck in static field. Let's get the plus Agi, but it does end up going down. Maybe not. The pound's not enough as Castaway with the right.
He wants the glimpse. He's like, I want more. I want more.
Put in the vision.
He sees him. He's doesn't go.
Earl?
There you got him.
Tumbler toy?
Whoa, doesn't actually get the there you go.
Oh, he is dead.
But they don't have a duel. It might be available in a second or two here.
He's just going to be chopped to death.
Dragon form dead, by the way. Just use the dragon form. And now Neon takes the biggest advantage of the game we've seen. He actually, Castaway has to put a single point in the Thunder Strike. And might want to put just one. Just for the vision. For my sake, you know. To be fair though, Kinetic Field is so good this game, controlling Slark, controlling the Primal Beast. It's a great ability.
Yeah, to be fair, Slark can't really constantly stand there and fight you in the Shadow Dance when you have to play Fury online. He still gets cut. He's like pain. Can't fight this.
Well, Kishka, he has been having a good game so far. Fortune Soul's got the ruins, so he can really go up and hit a tier 2 tower if he wants.
Biggest goal advantage we had this game, 3,000.
Yeah, they smoke up, but I don't know. Can they find anyone?
Oh, the pick pole run.
Gets it.
They saw him just at the edge. Gets out of the net field, but gets Doom instead. There's no way that Kimizu is going to go for that onslaught.
I don't like how he starts the onslaught again. He's like, am I gonna? Nah, really.
You're on your own, like, that's not my fight.
Who told you to get the glimpse? Like, what am I supposed to do? Oh dear, Karma. Does Karma have a Manta or BKB coming up? Because he really needs it.
That Manta is slightly more useful.
Yeah, because generally the Manta you can. Problem is that Manta doesn't remove the glimpse. It's very hard to glimpse though. I mean, it's possible.
It is possible, but it is tough.
It's not easy. Whereas, but you also don't. I think I'd rather get the BKB. Just get the BKB, man. Both suck. You have to get both. Honestly, you have to get both.
In SCA, the BKB always sucks.
No, it's good.
It's the item of cowards, right?
No, it's the item of men. It allows you to jump in like a man.
No, a true man kills their opponents before they die.
A true man is able to take a hit from his opponents once in a while.
You won't take a hit if they die first.
Yeah, well, they're not gonna. You're not gonna kill 5 of them.
No, but I just need to kill the one carry on their side.
And then they murder you to return. All right, there's a smoke up.
Yeah, the PA mentality. It's all about the one shots.
Let's see if they have one shot right now on Manta to come back into this game. 7,000 gold behind, really starting to fall behind in terms of net worth, and they need to find someone, but no one is even near them. Neon not even in their forest, and Karma decides like, yeah, this is a waste of time. I'm gonna stop farming.
No BKB coming up, by the way. It is going to be the Agnes Scepter, the double pounce for the start.
That's not bad because you actually do need it, but I wonder if he's gonna go for BKB after. Primal Beast has the BKB. What about Earl? Is he going for BKB at any point on this Dragon Knight? Ishka? It's just leaving the Wisdom Room. He's like, I don't need it. Look at that. That's a triple stack.
His BKB is being sent out right now. I mean, they have these lane wars, right? But overall, they have not been able to catch Fortune Soul roaming into the lane. It's just a lot of caution exercise.
Well, Ken is just... Their catch, by the way, it's like you have good catch, but it's not that instant. You can see the onslaught, you can see the blink from the Dragon Knight. By the way, here's a trick for you guys. Dragon Knight, if you are melee form, the stun is instant, but if you're ranged, it has a travel.
Oh, yes.
So you actually want to be able to catch people with the melee form, then transform to a dragon.
You see this happening overall. The duel in the back D-ring.
Okay.
It's going to tick down, and Kishka just slices him. BKB used by Kimizu, but there's no fight for him here.
I mean, the duel was used, but they don't get duel victory, but still, Neon walks away happy because Global was used, and oh, they get both supports. It is a death by 1,000 cuts. I feel like Manta, this game started off much better, but they have lost control of the game.
And they were the one with the lane wars as well, right? Well, I believe Neon came to the Twin Gates and just jumped them.
Oh, here comes the healing ward. They're just going to go for Roshan right now. And Kimizu, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's going to be fine.
Look at him, he's got the shield ruin and the what you call it, the glimmer.
50 shades of different color when
50
you have
shades.
multiple buffs.
That's actually 50 shades of gray, but it's not, that's a different shade.
That's what you died before, that's 50 shades of gray.
Of depression. Well, actually, it's okay. It's when you die the 15th time. You're like, and that's Roshan. Fortune Soul picks it up. I don't know how things go good for Manta.
And also Ember just got the U-Scepter, right? So I mean, good luck being the DK or the what do you call it? Primal Beast.
Yep.
Life just gets harder.
Well, if you have the BKB on Primal, it's okay. You can still onslaught, but yeah. And actually,
even the slot, right?
He dispels himself. That's surprising. I don't think there's much to dispel apart from the Searing Chains and the Thunder Strike.
Ancient Steel, I guess.
You can't.
Oh yeah, you can.
You can already silence. Yeah. So why would you? Like maybe if you BKB is about to run out, you can get it by the Ancient Steel, then you can use it. That's an idea.
That would be like some insane timing.
That would be some genius 110 IQ moves.
It's gonna be high ground for sure. I mean,
Why
they have
not?
the healing ward. There it is. Manta. Again, Butterfly is also, they have no answer to Butterfly, right? You gotta somehow burst
But
them.
they have decent burst damage, burst magic damage, so I think it's not the worst thing though. Oh,
and
the duel.
Silencer is dead. He has no global yet. They're gonna blink it, instantly cancel. The Polaris gets nothing, and the Ugly Slash takes care of him. Kimizu just dies.
I mean, they use a buyback on the Silencer, he's got the global. Kimizu's got buyback, will he use it?
But he has no Polarize, right? I mean,
it's a short cooldown, like 28 seconds.
But wait for it.
They have a glyph. I mean, Kimizu, you can buy back. You can still help your team out. Slark is not even here. Look at Karma. He's teleporting back now.
He's got a Dark Pack damage. Level 15 talent.
Okay, he's here. He's got the Aghanim Scepter.
They're gonna give this one Rex away.
That's the melee Rex. That's the one that you kind of like a little bit more.
I mean, do you still buy back at 50 seconds, right? I feel like they're just waiting it out. Yeah, they're just waiting it out.
No, you just give it at this point.
Yeah.
It's like you accept that it's gone. And maybe you play on the second defense.
I mean, this one has to work out.
Yes, it is basically do or die. Healing Ward was stolen by the Rubik, by the way.
And Duel is back up again. Like, if you get caught one more time.
When's Duel ever down anyway? That spell has no cooldown, basically. Alright, they go back out a little bit for Neon, feeling like, okay, everyone's here.
Oh, yeah,
do I get
That's the stolen! That's the stolen spell also from the Rubik. If he goes down, he's in trouble. Global Silence is used, get the lift up. They need to get Kishka up, but they just do not have the damage. Instant buyback from the Rubik to fight this. And Kimizu, he dies again.
He has buyback.
Even with the Polarize, gotta help the team right now. The Root will be there onto Earl, and they are slicing him apart. Buyback from Kimizu, he's back in the fight, but the Static Storm on top of the Slug. He cannot do anything, and he's dead without a buyback. No Shadow Dance use, has no BKB. Kimizu dies for a second time. And it is just dissection from Neon. Game 2 goes their way.
I mean, it was a little bit closer than Game 1, but at some point, I feel like you look at Manta and they just weren't willing to play more aggressive. They weren't able to play on the enemy side. It is a worry because you are up against a Legion Commander, so you can't like separate and farm, but you have the Silencer. Maybe that would have been a good time for them to just group up. You have Primal Beast, you have Silencer. It's like you have ways to go in and make sure that Primal Beast gets a kill.
And this one, I mean, it did go off to a good start, right? But again, when you transition that to kind of the middle game phase to start to see a bit of the chink in the armor for the Silent Manta. You have to take those fights properly, and of course the necessary targets that you need to catch as Krishka, as the Legion Commander. Absolutely astounding.
I don't think it's so much a chink in the armor as...
A bit tough, I mean, for Manta. This is their lifeline, right? So one last game this could end.
One last ride.
One last ride. It's either one last ride or one more ride, that's for sure. Of course, our game highlights powered by Monster Energy. It's definitely so much more even at the very beginning, right? We're getting some good, tier 1 mid taken out by the Dragon. That's kind of what we talked about from the get-go, but as the game progresses, you kind of see this slow descent into chaos.
I like how Castaway was able to catch him without the Thunder Strike, just follows him around, and he's able to get him with the Glimpse. Meanwhile, yeah, it's so hard for them to start these fights. Firstly, you have the healing ward and the save from the Legion commanders, and they're very elusive as it is. I don't think I saw Karma in this game at all. He did not need the Aghanims, he needed the BKB. Without BKB, you cannot fight.
Every time shows up, Static Storm, right? The Static Storm, again, it is definitely not going to be the easiest one to kind of get right through. I mean, in this case, if you're a Manta, you really got to go back to the drawing board and really start thinking about what needs to change. I feel like in Game 2, they definitely did polish a little bit on that early to mid-game pacing, but now it's kind of the mid to late game. How do you find these opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, it's like we saw the laning stage was even. I think at one point they actually had that 500 gold net worth advantage. It might not seem like a big deal, but when you're up against a better team and you're taking small net worth advantage, that's a big victory for you.
And you're in your lane that you're getting clobber, you're getting completely punished, and you're going even. So at the end of the day, I mean, Karma, you look at the game 1 on the Morph lane, pretty decent until the very end, Game 2 did suffer a little bit from that mid to late game phase, but I mean overall, again, early game cleaned up. Now is for how do you finish it off?
Yeah, agreed. Like you need to find some way. I do feel like it's a little bit on Karma, honestly. I mean, Game 1 I really loved the way he played, but Game 2 without the BKB, you wanted the BKB and the shard. Why? So you can be safe yourself, and so you can make sure that your allies, when they get dueled, you save them. The depth shot is it's the perfect answer.
And you kind of have to stick with your team a bit more, right? But again, a lot of sacrifices had to be made. Give away some of that farming ground, but they are kind of now in a weird position. But again, you gotta reset the mentality. Don't let that loss be kind of the fact that it costs you the series, right? They need 3 games to come back from this, but we have seen it happen before. So we'll go for a short break, and when we come back to be Game 3, one final game for Neon to advance to the lower bracket finals, and one final game to give Manta one more chance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kane will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Unlock imajinasimu dengan soda berperi sebuah baharu. So Tinge.
Kabel besar internet Rahmah 500 Mbps hanya RM99 untuk 6 bulan pertama. Sekarang servis pasang sampai 8 malam termasuk hujung minggu. Internet Rahmah, servis kabel besar.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Welcome back to the Dota2 Master Cup SCA 2023, and we're in the lower bracket elimination series, potentially the final game of the series, depending on the results. Neon Esports against Manta Esports, and so far Neon Esports has been crushing the first two games and are up 2-0, and we're already in the draft of game number 3, and this could be the be-all end-all. Skyraft Maze instantly picked up. We see the bans still similar from game 2. No Timber, no Enigma, no Ench, no Undying.
I'm very surprised that they are focusing so much on the Skywrath Mage rather than something else, because it does feel like Chuan is very comfortable with this hero.
Yeah, he is.
But Manta, they do feel like maybe there are other issues that they want to deal with, or they're just scared of more things. I do like the Silencer pick. I do think that that is something that it really does nullify a lot of the aggression that comes out from Neon, but you need more. You need to... Okay, you stop their aggression, that's great, but you have to be aggressive as well. And what's happening is that they're forcing out those global silences, and they're getting nothing out of it.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like the idea of if you like you're stopping people, but at some point you gotta do something to them.
Yes.
Right? So the Medusa now gets picked up, first time ever today. We're gonna see the Medusa.
Okay.
I mean, Medusa review early, it has been kind of common in a lot of drafts, right, in recent days.
The hero is not as good as she used to be, though. She's been losing a lot of, even agility, intelligence game.
Thankfully.
Yeah, thankfully, she's not as smart as she used to be, which means that you can counter a little bit more. There are, of course, the PL, the Silent, the
Anti-Mage, we've seen that before.
Slark, Pangolier with Diffusals, also Wind Ranger. There's a bunch of options you can go for, and they get rid of the Legion Commander. If a Legion Commander is in the game, Manta loses. They're like, with us, against us, we lose. So they get rid of it.
Darkseer ban out as well. You don't want to war Replica.
That's also good.
Could be a Terrorblade ban, right? I mean, there is a universe that we see that.
I would like to see the Terrorblade picked up and a Pango with a Diffusal.
Oh, yeah.
Or a Wind Ranger. The problem is Wind Ranger.
Mjolnir, right?
Yeah,
you probably go Mjolnir.
I wouldn't want to get that Wind Ranger. That's the
I mean,
tough
worst
one.
case scenario, you have something like a Juggernaut, right? That's still not the worst.
No, you have options, right? Like PL, Slark, Juggernaut,
Morphling,
Terrorblade. No. Morphling, no, because Terrorblade we can make illusions. The other three are Diffusal buyers. I don't know. I don't like the Morphling. So we'll see. We'll see what they want to go with that. I like that band by the Darkseer. Very nice by Neon. All right.
Cover a lot of that bases also. Do you still kind of look for the off-lane bans if you are? They will ban the X themselves. Okay.
Yeah, they don't want. They hate these BKB piercing initiations that we're seeing. Berserker's Call. Duel. That's the we don't
Beastmaster. That could be something.
Okay, interesting. They're more focused on the illusions that the Medusa can make rather than the mana burn healers, and that makes sense because as farmed as Medusa is, her illusions will be stronger. Oh, yes. Both the Darkseer illusion does 120 damage with the talent. The Shadow Demon, you get two of them that does 75, so that's 150 damage combined. So 150%.
I mean, there's a long shot where you take a Grimstroke and buy Axe, but that takes 10 years to happen.
Wow, they banned out a I did not think they would go for Dragon Knight, but again, it's a off-lane blink with a stun, so that's what they want to get rid of. Manta Esports, again, I'm looking at mana burns. I like the Silencer versus Medusa because if you can get a few kills, you really do take away a lot of her intelligence. Not like so much.
It's not a lot, but early on it
adds up.
It adds up.
Especially if you get the shard, you steal 4. That is a big deal. Like every point of intelligence means a lot. Nyx Assassin's an option. They go for the line for the mana drain.
It does allow you to play fast, right?
True.
The one thing that we haven't seen much in game 1 and 2 is kind of how active you are as a post 4. And in this case, the Lion is going to be one of them. And it's also a good pair with the Silencer who wants to have a buddy to move along between lanes.
True. And but you are very cooldown dependent on your ultimate supports, right? Like Finger of Death is what, 140?
140 level 140, yeah, 140.
It's like 140
or 160 on either one.
It's something like 140, 90, and then it goes down to 40. Yeah.
40, yeah.
And what? Global Science is what, 120 at level 1? It's also very long. So
goes down to 90 eventually.
Yeah, it's with the talent and the max. It takes a while to get there. So you are very cooldown dependent. You talk about playing fast. I'm like, yeah, but you're also playing a bit slow.
That is true. I mean, the tempo now comes from every single ultimate you press, right? Like if it gets value, then sure you kind of add on to the tempo. But every time you don't get anything out of it, you get set back a little bit. Mars and Clockwork for Neon Esports. So I mean, we saw this in the very first series between Gengar and YG, right? Where you have so much sandbag you need to get through. And it's not going to be easy. Mars and Clockwork does it very well to protect the Medusa. Root Mother, which was a hero you mentioned previously, now picked up.
And she's a hero that can also buy the Diffusal Blade. We've seen Carry Broodmother come out, but generally it's going to be the off lane. You get like Diffusal Harpoon, you just chase people around. And it's pretty good against all of them. The one thing I am scared about is that once this Mars Arena comes out, you have 3 people who have no way of jumping out of it. Which makes me think that PL is now premium pick because he is great at jumping, doppel walking in and out. So I'm thinking PL.
It might get banned out, right? Alongside the Naga Siren.
Yes. I mean, there's still a Juggernaut you could ban out, but I'm thinking the PL is actually better ban right now.
Yeah. I'm going to list a little bit. Primal Beast banned out by Manta this time. That's banned from... I'm pretty sure at this point you are looking for mana burning illusion heroes. I mean, it has to be a PL, right?
Yeah, that would be the ideal pick. I mean, you could also get a Slark with the Diffusal, but I don't feel like that gives you the same ability to disengage.
And it's not the easiest to play in this game because you got the arena, you got the cogs, and
it's a nightmare.
Yeah,
it's a nightmare. Like the thing about Slark early games that you have. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, all right.
They leave the PL, which in I'm looking at it as like a very good pickup for them. They need an offlaner, sorry, a mid for Neon right now.
Imagine it's like an offlane Medusa and then they take the PL.
We've seen some offlane Medusas and it can work out.
Mars mid, right? I mean,
or mid.
Gaming plays a lot of the offlane Medusa. I know it's very annoying to see Ace on that hero.
I've seen mid Medusa, you get Phylactery, you just run with your team and you can make it work. It's nothing to scoff at. But they are thinking about this one, Neon.
You want to get greedy with it. That would be the ultimate question. You want to get greedy?
I think you go for more standard mid here, but we'll see. I think that Medusa could actually do pretty solid against the Ember Spirit in the lane, but they are taking their time on this one. A carry. Actually, Slark is really... Oh, they go for the Tiny.
Alright.
So Tiny mid is going to be the Mars off lane and Medusa carry. And they go for the Meepo!
Oh, there it is. I mean, there has to be a Meepo game.
I love it. I absolutely love that they're going for Meepo. They're going big. This is potentially their last game in this tournament. You know, I'm loving this Meepo pick. It doesn't give you a whole lot of mana. Like, he's not a diffusal buyer, but you can get that from the Brood as well as the line, even a little bit from the
Silencer. When multiple people whacking someone, you do take away a lot of that man.
True. I mean, even just Silencer, right? You just carry 3 intelligence all the time.
Which brings me like to this question, right? So obviously Meepo has a lot of clones, right? So when they surround the Medusa and the split shot hits them, doesn't it kind of kill them fast? I don't know. Like,
well, you just make a Meepo.
You do, yeah, it's true.
Maybe whenever one of them goes low, you just put it on your head and you're like, I'm good. You know?
I have 6,000 health, like, come at me, bro.
Yeah, so it's actually, it's fine. I like this pick quite a bit, this Meepo pick. I can't, but I look at Neon, you know what I see? I see 4 very durable heroes. I see a Mars, I see a Clockwork, I see a Tiny, I see a Medusa. And I'm thinking, I don't know if you have the damage to chew through that.
And by the way, there's a lot of decent AoEs as well, right? You know, Arena, you have the Spear with the shot, Cox, the Avalanche, you know, the Mystic Snake once he gets the shot also.
Maybe concussive shot against multiple people.
I mean, you have the Meepo, and he likes to cuddle with one another, and then you have this big Avalanche, you just like, you know, just stop it.
It's Manta's best draft, but I'm still going with Neon. I'm still 3-0 for Neon on this one, but we'll see what they can do. And these are the players
definitely
on the 2 teams.
A turn. I mean, usually you would see like a Broodmother and then that, or the Meepo. You hardly we get to see both of them pick at the same time. All right, this
Medusa.
is a treat.
You know, with the whole day we've been seeing Medusa banned. Today she gets picked. She gets picked up in the last match of the day, our 8th game of the day.
This is absolutely crazy. We have been in for like what? Holy cow, 12 hours? 12 hours of good Dota. I am not complaining at all.
We'll see what the Broodmother can do. I'm interested to see what he's going to build if he considers the Diffusal. By the way, this is a Grandmaster Lion. So if anyone knows how to play this hero, it's him. You know,
I hate to be that guy, but I always say that, you know, the meta doesn't say anything. It just means you have played him enough.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you're good at it. I've seen Grandmaster TIE Hunter that gets destroyed.
That's still, it should mean that you are good with him. That's what it should mean.
But it doesn't necessarily.
Doesn't necessarily, but should.
The impression, right? The first impression matters. Like it's on your resume, you know. Graduate with a Masters of Lion. And whether you perform.
I have a Masters.
What, on Spirit Breaker?
No, in business management. Come on, man. Jeez. Alright, well, we'll see if there's going to be any rumble here. Looks like they are sitting up here for Manta, but both teams should know each other. The other one there. Can we get a stun?
There it is. It's going to be a stun instantly onto the Mars. What if found a bounty rune? It's going to be his first blood for sure. And that
+2.
is +2 for Ares.
Right, he had +2 in the previous game. He starts with one +2, so
he's already doing better than last game.
He is already smarter.
No, he's as smart.
Yes, but his brain will be expanding very quick here. So it's going to be Silencer and Meepo versus the Skywrath Mage and the Mars. I gotta say, Skywrath Mage and Mars, that's a scary duo. I feel like that's a lot scarier than the Meepo and the Silencer. And look at Kame, he's like, get out of my lane.
Meepo is intimidating.
Yeah, Meepo is very intimidating. Castaway, he's going up against Kimizu.
Yeah, gotta shed a battery assault, that's how you do it.
Takes a...
It looks like Wimpy coming back up in a little bit.
He's got a lot of stats, by the +4 stats. He's got a Tango. He's got Fairy Fire as well. So not the easiest person to kill.
Yeah, definitely not.
And he's going to come out and he's going to whack people up with that clockwork. Mid lane, Ken should have a decent time once he gets a couple of points in those in the tree grab.
Misses the range, that's it.
Sorry?
Misses the range.
That's fine. Sometimes you gotta let, that range looked like it was gonna give you a little bit of gold, not much. So he's like, I'll let that one go. When you go fishing, they say don't fish all the fish in the lake. Leave some.
I do not believe it works in Dota.
Hey, we've seen pros test BKB. They're like, I clicked it to make sure it works. I'm like, yeah, makes sense.
Gotta make sure that button works. You button mash a lot in Dota.
I don't want one of those, malfunctioning BKBs. I jump in, I click on it, nothing happens. I'm like, what? Where was this made?
That's why you press it before you jump in. That's the important lesson.
Well, either way. All right. So what we're looking at in terms of CS, we are seeing Earl start to fall a little bit behind, but not the biggest deal overall. The CS seems kind of okay across the board. The carry is relatively the same. The mid's relatively the same. Earl slightly behind. It's like nothing. It's only 2 minutes in, so we're not gonna see a big difference anyway.
Yeah, Castaway showing up again. Not fighting a...
This is a very different hero from what he played in the previous 2 games. He played Disruptor. This Falcon is different. Oh, catches Kimizu.
Good call to keep Fortune so safe. And the battery starts to that blood grenade
Fortune
as well. Fortune so he's taken away. Gets hexed up. That's going to be a kill. Deering just right clicks him to death. Both of them trade fours. The lane again, Earl against Ken continues to be a scuffle with the Tiny and the Ember.
Is that +2 on the Silencer? Can we click on it for a second? Once if he got that intelligence. He did.
Yeah, it is. +4. He is smarter than he was.
He's got the big brain right now. That is 300 IQ right there.
I mean, we say stealing intelligence from Medusa is crucial, but stealing intelligence from Skywrath also works.
Very good.
You take away his damage from the arcane Pokemon.
I mean, again, it's not like you have to kill them like maybe 6 times before you actually dent them.
Yeah,
but it still makes a difference, a little bit of a difference.
I mean, tell that to a high elf. High elves love being smart. No one has ever seen a dumb high elf. Well, I say that Ares is gonna get clobbered.
Oh, they go get the courier, which it's actually almost the same amount of gold, but that doesn't mean that for a while Silencers are gonna be off the map, not helping Karma, and you really want to get that fast level forward.
He's gonna get he's dead. Castaway catches him with the cogs.
And suddenly Neon Esports, they kill both supports, which means that it's going to be a bit hard for Manta to get their course farming. Eris goes mid, gives them a bottle.
And gets a bottle refill.
Oh, Kimizu.
It's getting harassed. Battery starts coming back up right now. Castaway.
Where is his spider nets?
He doesn't have it.
I don't see any spider nets.
You gotta shed a battery assault.
There you go. He doesn't need to. Derek is like, I'll just make sure he can't battery assault anyone. But this Broodmother, I haven't seen a single... Does he not use Spin Web? That is very odd. Because, I mean, you can walk out of hogs with it. It's very surprising.
Wonder what the skill build for Kimizu is. I am actually very
probably
curious.
2 in the Insatiable Hunger. Can we click on the Broodmother for a second? I want to see if she has any Spin Webs or not.
That is a Tiny.
Yeah, well, that's not a Broodmother, but kind of similar,
Sure.
They literally share not a single letter. Wow, they don't. Yeah, there's nothing. And one's a rock and one's a spider. One's a guy, one's a girl. I assume the mother is a girl, but...
Sure, 100%. Have you heard a voice line? Have you seen the voice actor of a Broodmother?
No. Is it a dude?
No, no, it's a lady, of course.
Okay, very good.
Oh, Derek, he's dead again.
Derek might be losing his life, but they might be losing Mars in the top lane. So if you can trade this, you are very happy for Manta. They do get the Mars, they lose Derek.
Yeah, man, share the bounty. I mean, it's better than getting it. I guess it's slightly more worth. I don't know.
It's completely.
You run down into the tower, right?
It's completely worth it for Manta. You know, they are able to get that +2 intelligence. Yeah, there you go. He's +6 now on the silencer. They get the kill on the core. They lose the support. Very, very nice switch from Manta. 4-4-4. But we've seen this. We have been saying this team is pretty solid on the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean,
Tishka.
They might try again, you know.
Why not? And I think Castaway is the mid lane actually. Can we look at the mid for a second?
It might be a fight. Get an Earth Spike. Hoss is gonna catch Earl. Silence of the ancient shield. Damage coming through. Avalanche party is 100% gone, but they might be able to steal some intelligence. Actually, Slide of Fist gets a trade before he goes down. There's +8. Looking for +10. That's fine.
There you go.
+10 intelligence for the silencer.
That is huge. They kill the enemy mid. Yeah, they also get they waste that rotation. Fantastic.
He's smarter than 90% of my teammates at this point.
I mean, to be fair, so is a Rock. And let's be honest, most of the people you meet in the pubs aren't known for their high anything, except for being high.
Yeah, that's pretty sure. I've some decent experience, you know. My go-to hero is Sniper.
Again?
Try again. This time, good stun. And Ares, he's here to pick up some more intelligence. Ares is giving the +12. My man, another +2 for him. And Ares, he's gonna walk out of this.
They really want to make sure Earl doesn't hit that level 6 because once he gets that ultimate, he's very hard to catch. But unfortunately, all this aggression has just given Earl a lot of free time. He's going to hit level 6 very soon. And Derek, he wants to go for it. He's going to get it. He's going to get it.
Earl! Oh, come on.
Earl, he hesitated. And Derek's going to pay the price.
Derek, he's just going to pay with his life. Oh,
Earl.
That's not really what you want.
That's not how they do it. Tell me someone we saw it. We saw it.
Yeah, you can't tell me someone saw that. Yeah.
That was hesitation. That was something that Manta could have pulled off.
I mean, you just take it, right? I mean, there's like regardless of who gets, you just take it at this point.
Yeah, it's
or
like
you deny it, either or.
Right, but they were like, Earl, you take it, and Earl's like, no, yes, and that hesitation cost them. It's still fine though. It's still not the biggest.
They're coming back again.
Castaway.
They really love that mid lane. I'm telling you that.
To be fair though, I know why Manta's doing this because they are crushing this mid lane. Look at Ember Spirit, he's beating the Ken. Look at the Karma, he's doing well against the Mars. But I'm surprised that Neon keeps forcing it themselves.
I mean, you give Silencer...
Oh, bottom lane. Bottom lane.
Finally, the webs are up, Fortune Soul.
Okay.
No finger yet. Meanwhile, they do find another +2. There it is. You give him a couple more assists on top of that. He's going to become a carry soon.
Dude, he's got 14 intelligence. That's a big deal.
He can become a carry. Like, time to go for Tres, baby. Go for Tres. Go for Dragonlance. You know.
You get the force. Yeah, you're right. You go for Hurricane Pike. You get the.
You start chewing through the
drums.
Medusa, you know? You start chewing through Medusa.
Get the shard as soon as you can, so you always steal 5 intelligence per hit.
And watch out now, there's a 4th core on the side of Manta.
He is...
he might get more. He is 100% gonna get this.
Yeah, you might gotta make sure you get...
No finger just yet.
Yes, gotta be close.
Plus, they don't get me. Magic 1, Avalanche toss. Damage is there, but not enough. He's gonna find it for sure, Ares. No, they don't.
Can he just turn back?
He has the Arcane Curse. He's gonna go for it. Arcane Curse.
It. Was enough damage?
Oh, it is. Yeah, sure, 100%.
Oh dear, and that means that he does get +2 because even if you're not in rage, if you get the killing blow, you always do get the +2. So it's +16.
Oh, Fortune Soul getting ran down by some spider. Oh my
goodness. Doesn't use the magic stick.
Just dies instantly. I mean, you did not expect that damage to come out.
He didn't use the magic stick or the healing lotus. That was... I don't want to say a blunder, but it certainly was
a little bit more, I suppose.
How much more? They're diving tower. How much more do you want to bait?
You tank one spell and then you pop the stick.
And by the way, Karma, he is up there. This is Karma's best game so far. We're also seeing the Broodmother having a good time. Even mid, Earl's really enjoying himself. Kimizu, okay, that could lose his life.
The dead Broodmother. Ken is going to show up. Lyric will be there, but just not in time. Fine. I mean, most members on the side of Manta on the body, but this triangle is off limits.
No, it's
they
Karma's.
locked Medusa out of it completely.
It's Karma's triangle right now. And what was he going for? He's going straight. He has the ADOS. He's going up straight up for the Mega Meepo because, as you mentioned, that split shot is pretty painful. And if you have with all those illusions,
he has 186 health.
Oh yeah, that's classic. You know, that's the usual. Like this hero has no strength and no strength, and the only stats she has is +3 from the freaking magic wand. Looks like Kamizu. What's he going for? He's going for the Echo Saber. So I imagine it's going to be the Harpoon Diffusal build. There is.
He is feeling it, that's for sure.
How much? By the way, look at those.
16 intelligence, I think.
Right, I was gonna say those kills that you get on the Tiny, those kills that you're getting on the Clockwork, it adds up.
16 intelligence.
How much? Like that's not much. Clockwork is also another hero. He's got 16 stolen, and Tiny has 16 of his.
It's extra 16 intelligence. It's English. They were trying to protect a triangle, and then they decided that it's just not possible. You gotta bring the whole squad.
Castaway is only level 5 right now, which is a bit of a problem. You can see, oh, do they want to get this kill? Can they catch him? A bit far. And it looks like he should be able to go. Look at how much life he lost just from the Arcane Curse, and you can look at the top. That is a lot of health being lost.
I mean, he just lost 80% of his health.
Well, he did take a couple of sleight of fists, to be fair. Castaway, one finger would get him, and I imagine Eric would love to be the one to give him the finger.
Maybe TP in, Fortune Soul. Okay. You really want to show up here.
No ultimate on the Medusa, so not a whole lot of team fight presence that you're bringing with you.
It does have kind of the threat of her being there, right? Like why wouldn't Medusa TP?
Yeah,
team is around.
She must have her ultimate.
I mean, they are around.
Oh, this could be a dead Mars
as well. He does have the arena, but finds no
Kishka.
Tanky. Tanky use arena. Actually, still gets them in. Doesn't matter. Another +2, I believe.
No, that wasn't +2. He wasn't in range. It's only close. See,
close.
See, you don't play it last time, so I know exactly the range for it because I've played this hero so much. He's one of my favorite heroes of all time.
I play him a lot.
Well, then how come we don't know the range of the
glaives? I play
glaives?
Turbo, so range don't matter.
Oh, see? Well, you can't. Well, that's not the same. Turbo isn't real Dota.
No, the Turbo is part of Dota.
It's not real Dota.
It's like Dota.
It's like, you know, Barbie Dota. It's not real. Alright, well, they got 2 people smoked. The support's on Manta. Who do they want to catch? He is going... Wow, he's going for Hand of Midas? Really? He has enough gold.
The blink makes a lot more sense, right?
I mean, I imagine it would be, but then again, you're also up against Silencer, so sometimes you jump and you can't do your combo anyway. I think he's going for the blink, because he has more gold than he needs for the for the Midas, yeah. That makes sense. Kamizu going for the mid, just gonna eat this. Bye, tower. And it's gonna fall. There you go, that's Echo Saber finished for the Broodmother. Diffusal or Harpoon or BKB next as well.
That's a spark of courage also. Their Harpoon is going to make the life of the Medusa miserable. Not just Medusa, but Skywrath, right? I mean, Tron has had 2 fantastic games as a Skywrath, but this one's going to be...
Not this one, though. He is definitely suffering.
They found a Medusa. There is going to be Global Silence, so you can't counter-engage. They got the timing so right. Watch out for the finger coming through, and that's it. Big kill. The Haste is going to be there as well, so not the easiest to catch for this Ember Spirit. The Blood Grenade, Arena finally thrown out, the Hex will be there, hook shot in from Castaway.
Nice
catching them with the cogs, Mystic Flag comes out, Avalanche to follow what we can, and final kill onto D-Rig. This could be a fight that they can win. Silencer ran it as well, can need some final touches, slow down with the Arcane Curse, but meanwhile the Spike will split out, Blood Grenade even thrown out by him, as Ares refuses to die, and the Silencer somehow gets away, but they need vision for the toss. Can they find it? No, they cannot.
Armor?
Now Meatball shows up, guys, the A-toss, and now Ares says, come on, Papa is back, give me some of the sweet intelligence, and another +2 is +18 for fellow Silencer.
That's all the cores dead. They killed the Medusa, they killed the Mars, they killed the Tiny. Great use of the Global Silence to make sure that Mars cannot protect Medusa. Finger comes out when the Motor mana is down, and that is just... It's all going for Manta right now. Can we look at the win percentage? It's gonna get, by the way, it's gonna get scarier for a little while because Mega Meepo isn't even out. Once Mega Meepo is out, then things get more intimidating. However, Fortune Soul with the Manta will be able to at least remove the global, use the ultimate, and survive some of these scary situations. But he's gonna need a Linkage after.
And perfectly timed global as well, right?
Yeah.
This really just stops any sort of counter initiation.
But they're getting pushed on, against the ropes right now. This is not the Neon show in Game 3 for sure. And the elimination is on the line. Manta, they have to win this and 2 more, but this could be the comeback that they've been waiting for. I was gonna say we were like,
I mean, we are as excited now. Manta down for Fortune Soul. 3-man smoke. This is a deadly gang squad.
But who can they find here?
If the Lion breaks, if they breaks the smoke, then you are very happy with it. In fact, look at that. They're sticking together. gonna be in range, but
oh, they smoke up.
Smoke up as well.
All right, Global's not available, so that's something. And Ken, he's very close.
Yeah, they do see
Oh,
the
jumps
ward,
in.
and there it is. Instant hacks on the Tiny, and that's gonna be another +2. Aries is just gonna clear the ward while he
he's
gets
out
it.
of
Actually
range.
doesn't cash us in, whatever.
Oh, I feel. Well, maybe he's not that smart.
Oh, they just found Castaway.
That's gonna be a dead Castaway. They are making space for Medusa to farm, and they are gonna get that BKB on the Mars. These are critical items, the Manta on the Medusa, the BKB on the Mars, but you are sacrificing quite a lot to get them. Like, Tiny just
Medusa hold
died.
the lane alone against the Broodmire. Is it doable?
What?
The Medusa holding that lane alone against Broodmire. It doesn't seem like it, right?
If it's just oh my god.
That is +20, look at that.
Chuan loses his life as well. He's been having a fantastic day so far, but that was not the game you wanted. Meanwhile, Broodmother bottom lane, just pushing.
The triangle is starting to lose. I mean, not starting to lose, but they have lost the triangle at this point in time.
Fortune Soul, he's got the Manta, he's going for the Butterfly. This is
something.
oh, here we go.
There's Avalanche. Can they find the toss? There it is. Finding the right target with the Skull Gates as well, and lovely kill on the Kimizu.
Much needed. Hey, that's what 900 gold going in their favor. They need to do that. But remember, Stone Gaze is now not available, so you need to just a little bit go back on the aggression.
Oh, that Mega Meepo is now available. Watch out, Titan Meepo. That's what we call it.
No, it's I've seen that on something else. It's not the Titan Meepo. It's the the Power Rangers, the Megazoid. That's the Meepo. Alright, Tron, he gets the Wisdom Ruin. Needs to be careful that Karma doesn't find him. And Lion, okay, Ken.
Find a Lion.
Oh,
the hook shot doesn't connect, but it's fine. They still get the stun. Normal stun is used as well, but this could be still turned around by the side of Manta. I mean, the ensnare is going to be there. It's going to be a dead Tiny. Another +2 for Aries. He is turning to be a bit too smart. It's Einstein level. It's about to be Einstein.
He's definitely up there with the smartest people. That's what they still get the global science out. It may not seem like these are great trades, and it's not. But getting the global science away means that for a little while, Manta cannot play too aggressive. These global science being on cooldown is a critical part of Neon's comeback. But look at Ken's farm on the Tiny. He's a support.
He's a support, man.
He's a support.
Avalanche toss, and that's it.
He's a support. Avalanche toss, then die. I forgot that's a big step. The last one. And
the life of a rock,
Broodmother is going. Oh, here we go.
Try again.
Can we get a spear?
Oh, what a slide.
And
this could be a turnaround. Ken might die again. Blink in. Instant Ancient Seal. Lovely stuff. Arena did get used. They will lose Derek, but the A-Top's going to be there from Karma. They also find Tron as well.
Nice hook shot.
Good hook shot to keep Tron alive, but he's burning down. Earl will go for him. Castaway losing his health, and now they all need help. Kimizu gets a double. Karma is dominating. And 3 dead for Neon.
And they lose Kishka in the meantime, by the way. That was off camera. It was too violent for us to show. All this to give Fortune Soul a good time, and he is farming as we mentioned.
He's caught. They just turn around, right?
They need help.
You get 2 meeples, but guess what? There's still one more that you gotta deal with, and Fortune Soul needs to run. I do not think that is possible. And they're just gonna chew away at the mana bar, the Mjolnir Prong, multiple meeple, and he is gone.
He's tickling them. He's not doing anything.
Look at that. He just popped the one
It's
shot.
taking a while, but he's gonna die in the end. And I'm feeling like we're seeing a game 4, buddy.
I mean, Kenny's getting ran down by Ares. Oh, well, no, they can't come
and that's +2.
26 extra intelligence.
By the way, Ken also has Hand of Midas, so he is kind of like, I think I'm gonna scale.
Ogre buying Hand of Midas, but without the multicast.
I'll be honest. I think Ogre getting Hand of Midas is legitimate at all.
I know, you've been telling me that for the past 6 years.
Yeah, well, yes, because it's been legitimate for 6 years. You can multicast that. It's how God intended for it to work. Castaway, Kishka. Whoa, Eric just jumps in.
Silence, but BKB will be popped. This is the very first BKB. They get the spear in the rebuke kill of G-Ray. He's going to get gone on. They need to finish the time slot off as soon as possible, and they do, but he still gets a +2 nonetheless. And Karma will now show up. Castaway getting ran down by Kimizu, and Ken is just going to get locked down. They beat him to a pulse and use him for construction.
Can we see that fight recap? Because I know you traded 2 cores for 2 supports, but I was thinking it actually favors Neon. You trade 2 cores for 2 supports, and Neon's the one that walks away happy. But
support has more net worth at this point in time, right?
Well, it's more like the 10,000 gold advantage comes up, because that does amplify. I do think that if Fortune Soul is there, that fight could have been a little bit different. I'm not counting Neon out yet, but the win percentage, I'd probably agree with that. I'm not sure what the win percentage is. It is 19. That's not bad.
Well, it might go down. Castaway dies. Tumbler away, but
yeah, hook shot.
He get out. I mean, so many spiders, and there is no hook shot.
But he does finish the Spirit Vessel, so he doesn't know anything. Oh no, Fortune Soul.
No, Aries shows up and is like, alright, intelligence. The Stone Gate is the global size to get out.
Okay, that's something. That's actually a big deal.
That is a big deal.
Like, they actually don't lose too much. They keep the ultimate.
But
okay.
The base is under attack.
You can still take this as you can still take a fight. If you're Neon, you want to fight. And can we actually look at them?
It's gonna be a fight right now. They have found a meeple of all people. That's the streak ended. 1,400 gold going on to Neon just like that, and to Fortune Soul of all people. And now they get the toss from Ken.
Can they get a spear?
Bring some assistance.
They do, but far.
Into the tree. Where's the follow-up? They're looking for an avalanche. It's gonna have that. Blinking for Jerry, trying to get some stuns off.
That is something.
Earl will get out, but they get the toss again. The side of Fist. This time,
they get the spear. They get the spear.
He's just waiting for the spear. This time, connects straight to the chest. And now Arena comes out. Kishka has awoken. The God of War finds Ares within his domain. That's going to be a double for Kishka. And a massive turnaround for Neon.
Huge, holy moly, losing Meepo at the start of the fight. And Kimizu, he's got no health. Well, there's no hook shot available, so I think he's going to be able to go out of that just fine. What a turnaround for them. And look at that, that is a massive swing.
Tipping up a little bit, 23% now.
It's more than 19. And,
I did not know that's how math works, but thank you.
That's because I have a master's degree and you don't, so that's why
I also do have a master's degree.
You do?
I do. Well, not master's. I have a degree.
Oh, well. Which you mastered?
What film studies?
All right, so Butterfly comes out on the Medusa. This is a great item for her. Why? Because Meepo doesn't build MKB. And none of your heroes will, but maybe you can expect the Brute possibly, but that miss chance is going to be a big factor. All the Spiralings are going to miss, the Meepos are going to miss, Silencer is going to miss, and we mentioned this hero, he is up there. He's doing the...
This does feel like a draft that has the same archetype of we need to keep going fast.
Yes.
Are we still looking at a 30-minute deadline? Or?
No. I do think that you have a bit more. You have a bit more wiggle room, you know. But it is getting scary. Can we look at the net worth? I imagine that Medusa might be at the top at the moment, or at least very close to it compared to before.
There is a chance, right?
And this, she's also got that. I forgot what the name of that item is, but the one that gives you the extra shot.
Specialist array.
Specialist
array. I still got it. You know, master of a name.
Yeah. Oh.
And they found Ken. And no Barbie this time.
But really, Global used on him? Huh. I mean,
they get something.
Okay. It's good that they get the kill, but the Global being used again, this does mean that for a while I would not want to be too aggressive if I was Manta Ray.
And they can't go high ground. It's not the easiest to do.
I don't know. I wonder if it's worth it to go for. Oh, Castaway.
Castaway.
Castaway. Oh, there you go.
That is the hook shot you're
the way
looking
you
for.
want to do it.
Lovely four-step away. They're still gonna chase him.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead.
Oh, but Kimizu?
Kimizu
gets caught.
Get out of his life. Karma going straight for Fortune Soul.
It's very hard for them to fight without the Tiny because you really do rely on his avalanche and his tosses, especially against Meepo, where it's easy to toss one of them. And Meepo doesn't have his Aegis right now. Kimizu, he's got the BKB, so he's a hard person to kill. Buybacks are available.
I mean, the illusions are starting to hurt a little bit.
With the the Manta illusions.
Yeah.
They definitely do bring. I mean, once they have the butterfly, they attack fast, they attack hard. Only Medusa has buyback for Neon. The rest, it's you know. It's in God's hand at that point. And look at that. Look at the gold. Ken is struggling massively on this Tiny. He is starting to put a bit more of a gap between him and the Lion, but holy moly, he's behind.
Well, for the first time, we get to see Neon Esports play from behind, right? And that kind of is what you get to see.
Oh, Kimizu! But he's got the BKB.
They're still holding on to it for a while.
Interesting. Not using, not committing any of the ultimates for it, despite the fact that they have a hook shot, and it looks like...
Not really sure if someone's going to be there.
Silencer definitely wants this, and so does the Lion. By the way, now if you're caught in the arena, you can just use your mana drain, and you'll be fine. You'll be like, what's this arena? It's a joke for me. Well, this is going to be... Is this the last tier 2 tower standing for Neon? It is. Suddenly, we are going to Attack on Titan territory where you cannot leave the walls.
It's not going to be easy though. How do you defend this? Like Mars has to go in. Mars and Ken, right?
But yeah, it's kind of...
Ken and Kishka, they gotta do something. It's the silence hook shot. That is going to be a great.
Can they get them with the
Global
cog?
is
No,
out.
they...
They get the BKB out as well from the
Good
Ember.
global. Good global. What Castaway did was fantastic. He forced the global out. He wasn't able to cog him in time because you do get that extra 1 second pushback stun, but it's still massive. And now, again, Manta, you want to fight, but you cannot fight without the global. Global is so important for them. Oh, Mars, he's trying to get the blink dagger. Okay.
Now he has the Deso, so the damage onto Meepo, you gotta watch out
It's
a little
substantial.
bit.
It's substantial for sure.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, he's probably gonna have to sell an item or two. Actually, he has more items than he has slots, so might be worth selling one or two of them.
They might find Karma. Can just see.
Yeah, but he's got. Oh, they lose Castaway. Oh, they're gonna be losing Tron.
They're gonna lose Tron as well.
Tron's not making out of this one.
No more Frost Staff. Yeah, he's dead.
Well, they're sending him back to TI2. And they're like, yeah, this ain't how it is. This is how it's played these days, man. Derek jumps forward, can't find anyone.
Man, as long as the Medusa gets away, that's the most important part. They do see him. Nice avalanche, but Fortune Soul.
I think he's gonna be relatively okay.
Dragged back. He needs some help, but they don't have
ulties.
He has to use the Stone Gate.
Oh, can they?
Damage to be there. We're gonna use Kimizu back. Still has the BKB. Lovely Earth Spike. And suddenly Fortune Soul can start running. He has ran out of mana. The Avalanche is gonna be dead. They find the cross. Karma shows up and didn't get away with the Cyril's help. Such a risky maneuver. They end up losing 2 members, and this Rax is gone.
They have buybacks if they want to use on both of the dead members, but I mean,
the Rocket did find D-Rig.
Oh, that's nice. Castaway does get that last kill, but they don't have Glyph for this one. And Derek, he's having fun with this.
So Manta off, and now Karma gone on.
This
Massive burst damage coming through.
What
Don't give it back to Meekwo. He might just drop. That is the first life gone. Aegis expanded. Kimizu doesn't have much mana left to work with. Might be going down. Stun. The global silence comes at the end. They can't get the Brute Mother out in time. Mega Meepo on the run. And Neon once more stops the siege.
Yeah, but they're still, that was 2 buybacks being used. That was a Rax lost. It's not like they stopped it with no price paid. They paid a lot for that, but they stay in the game and they still have a chance to win. And remember, the Aegis no longer on Karma, so you catch him, you kill him. We are starting to enter that territory when Manta starts falling off a little bit. It's still some time off, but it's happening.
It's starting to happen. I mean, this Medusa is starting to build up.
Medusa is becoming...
And he has the Elven tunic.
That's extra evasion. Okay. Alright, maybe that's something to be scared of. Karma. I think he might know. I think he might know because the illusions...
Now, hookshot straight to the back. Jimmy's gonna get caught. Stone Gate's instantly used. They might lose a Meepo though. You gotta watch out with Tron
Fortune's also tanky!
And then they are all going to start with this. They have lost the line, so no support coming in. Karma left all alone. Turns
He's Mega Meepo.
He's gonna try to hit in, and now here comes the spear from Kishka, sending the Meepo into the wall. The Ember will show up. They have Deering behind as Ares tries to help out with any damage that he can. They cannot get rid of Fortune Soul yet. He gets his mana back. Manta's away the damage and starts pounding, but he's losing health. Finally chopped to death by Earl, but a lot was lost. Karma is dead. Might be a wipe. 4 down.
Silence comes
for
out.
Manta, waiting for one more avalanche. There's a rebuild and the spear into the tree, and a massive team wipe for Neon.
Can we look at the fight recap? Dude, I love what Castaway did. He went for the line to make sure he doesn't get that. Look at that. Look at that. 10,000 experience. That's a 5,000 gold swing in their favor. Castaway, we should see that in replay. He goes for the lion because he does not want him to get the mana drain. And I tell you, Fortune Soul, he knew that there was someone invis because his illusions were bumping into something. He's like, all right, there's something here. He goes back. They put so much to killing Fortune Soul, but it's not enough. And look at that Mars. He can. He's going for overwhelming blink.
I mean, you're starting to see the butterfly, the Elven tunic. Yes. They are doing wonders.
They like. What was
he
that?
got 2 times one charge. He got 2 1-charge. Well, he got 1 charges of 2 times in that fight.
I mean, the dude, he has got something like 50% evasion or something like that. It is massive, and the illusions actually killed the lion. That was not. This is very scary. Manta, I feel like they have 1 fight left. You know, 1 fight. If you lose 1 more fight, you're out of the game. That's it. It's like unless you can get a Rax.
And when the Silver Age, when you start breaking the Geo Strike, the Geomancy, you take away what the Meepo is really good at, right? Staying in the fight.
I wonder if Meepo has the shot. I haven't
That's the
seen
tree volley for Ken. I mean, he's still in support territory, but he is getting some items.
He's a hard-hitting support.
He's about to be a massive damage-dealing core. I mean,
with the Daedalus coming out as
one of
well.
the comebacks that we would see is in this case, and from Neon side as well.
It's kind of crazy to think Neon is coming back because they wouldn't think they were falling by. Look at the Silencer, he's got 34 stone in. It doesn't seem to make a difference. We were praising him for so long, but something to be scared about. There is no buybacks on anyone on... Oh, no, sorry, Neon, they do have buyback only on the Skywrath Mage, but they don't have it on Fortune Soul. He's 100 gold away. If he dies, which I think he's not... Yeah, he's going to have
he's going to get it.
He's got it, it's fine. All right.
Come on.
But there's no buybacks on the enemy side except for Silencer. Usually Silencer, if you die, you buy back, you press the global, you're okay.
That's usually how you do it.
That's how we like to do it.
License the fee. I die, but hello. I gotta finish my job. From the grave, I gotta do it.
Here, what will they be doing here? Looks like Manta Esports. They a little bit hesitant here. They could be waiting for Roshan. It's gonna spawn in the mid, but it's gonna be spawning in the Radiant side. So Neon's gonna have that advantage.
Pretty important talent as well, right? Level 15, minus 20 seconds of global silence cooldown. The Blink in ATOS. Gonna find the Mars first. He's gonna tank this up.
Doesn't get the BKB off.
Stun him out. Don't let him get the BKB off. Takes the finger in the face. BKBs.
He's the Satanic!
And he used the Satanic. He heals back up everything. Stone Gaze arrives from Fortune Soul. There, everyone on the side of Manta got to run with a hook shot from Castaway. And the spear for Deering into the tree. They are losing all the supports because they use the mana drain. But he's just going to get right-clicked down by Castaway. Fortune Soul loses all his mana. They're trying to run him down. Karma runs after him. Fortune Soul needs to go and he dies. But the rest of Neon Esports, they still have damage to work with. Ares back in the fight. Buyback instantly from Earl. Everyone buys back from the side of Neon. Fortune Soul wants to rejoin his Ken into the fight. Ran out of mana. Avalanche again. Big rocket coming through. No more hook shot.
Backup's on the way.
He wants to be in a fight. Again, the lifesteal from this rebuke, keeping the Mars alive. But look at Manta. They are on the run. They want no part of this. But perhaps Neon won't let them go. Ares in danger. Slow down a little bit.
Hook shot.
Hook shot. No one's gonna find it. And what a massive swing, but Neon forcing everything out of Manta.
5 buybacks were used. You know, we did see the Ember Spirit and the Silencer buyback, but on the other side, Fortune Soul buyback, very even fight, but a bit more expensive for Neon because they used all the buybacks. However, Roche is up. If you can give this to the Medusa, it's going to be a big thing. But I don't believe that
Manta's... Might try this though, right?
They're not going to give this for free. They are not going to give this for free.
No arena, no BKB, no stone gauge. You see the instant smoke up.
Oh, but this is a problem right now. You're going to have to take a 4 versus 5 fight if it goes. Alright, Kishka.
Get the instant. It's Karma's 3-1. They are looking for the support at least, but instant arena. They're trying to commit everything to the Meepo. He's silenced. Can't get that Meepo off. He needs some more damage. Castaway will right-click him down, and he's dead, but he instantly buys back. Deering is the next one in line. They don't want this line to be a part of the fight, and Earl forced away as well. Cox will be by Castaway, keeping his team alive. Fortune Soul
this is a very scary fight for Neon.
Away with this Medusa. He's running out of mana, but the silver is just enough
Fortune
damage
Soul,
to kill off the Lion. But now he has ran out of mana. He's just gonna get bitten to death.
Dear.
Neon losing the entire team, and Manta stay alive.
I feel like all you could have gotten was the Karma buyback in that situation, and they're a bit unlucky. Ken's gonna come back, but I don't think that, they don't have buybacks on any of their heroes.
They might run it down.
They could. I mean, they could very well. Luckily, the lanes are slightly pushed out, so you get a bit of time. You have a Glyph as well, but you're up against a Meepo. You're up against a Broodmother. These guys shred.
You just go for it, right?
You shred buildings. This is a Neon nightmare here. I mean, you might get Chuan back in time, maybe Castaway, but it's 3 versus 5 in the best case scenario.
You do have the tree volley, but he doesn't have the Daedalus yet.
Yeah, it's kind of a, it's not as much of a tree volley, it's more like a branch tickle. It's like, it's cute. And that's going to be 1 Rax going, so they're going to take their time a little bit here.
They're going to work it, honestly. I mean, what if it was a bearing also, right? And they found Ken. That's going to be he's dead. And
I think this is GG.
That might be it. That might just be it. Manta still in the game, and GG is called. That's it. Neon throwing a towel for this game.
And a huge victory for Manta. Insane come up from behind. That Meepo pick was massive for them. Karma proved like he showed how he can play it.
Oh, absolute clinic towards the very end. This is definitely, it's going to stand it just a bit longer, right? Some fight left in them.
Yes, I mean, we were looking in. Production was packing their bags. They're like, this is over.
We did see devastation, in the first 2 games.
Yeah, we did.
That does look like despair, but I mean, recovery right there from Manta, right? They give us one more game at least in this lower bracket series, but has to be earned to blood and sweat. That was not an easy game.
One more ride, you know. It's
One
always,
more
it's
ride,
always
but
one
it's
more.
either one
you
last
know?
ride or one more ride, but this is it. One more ride for them.
I mean, a lot of it comes down to the Science. I feel like Science opened up the game so much for them. They played around much better this time around. And so, you know, credit goes. He had like 60 intelligence at 7 minutes. That's insane. And then on the other side, we saw mid lane. Ken got destroyed. And let's look at some of those highlights actually coming out here powered by Monster Energy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is again the most even game that we had, right? All
Yes.
things considered, as much as you know, there is a point of time when the comeback would have happened. A point of time when this meeple was out of control, but this entire mid sequence was kind of what started the snowball for Manta.
I like that what they tried to do. They want to shut down the Ember Spirit, but Manta was wise to it. They're like, we'll just protect our Ember, make sure he's at level 6 so they can't kill him. And yeah, Karma was just very hard for them to deal with. And Ken, I feel like he dropped the ball a little bit on that Tiny.
Yes, I mean, completely ran down. Right? It's not, that early game, if any of the timings were hit earlier, right?
Yeah.
That would have made so much difference.
And I mean, they tried their best. This was when they bought back, and by the time everyone showed up, they had already killed Ken. They were like, oh yeah, we'll just go out. They couldn't catch anyone on the way out, which is really unfortunate for them. The hook shot was available, but then they're like, yeah, were we really gonna be able to hit with it? So that was a buyback for nothing. Then they go for the fight near Roshan. They killed Common. I was like, this fight's over. I'm surprised Fortune told him wanted to go for the kill. I would have felt like you could have just kind of went back, you as well as Kishka. You'd have survived. Yes, you give away the Aegis, but you live for one last legitimate fight.
Yeah, one last ride in that game tree.
We can't have it. It's not always one last ride, you know.
One more fight.
One more fight. There you go.
Let's go now. I mean, we do have something in our hands, right? And again, this is the elimination series. We say you got to recover from the first 2 games. The Manta did show that resilience, so gonna get at least one more game in this lower bracket.
Yep.
You know, if it goes another way, maybe we get one more game.
We could
end the day with 10 games of Dota. Right?
That is a dream come true.
That is depending on which side of the aisle you're on. Right?
Yes, definitely.
Dota fanatic, 100% dream come true.
Yeah, and production also. They were like, you know, they were like 3-0. They were like 3-0. They won 30 games. That's what they want. That's what the 3-0 stands for.
I'm pretty sure 13 games is not what it means, but sure.
But yeah, kudos to Manta. They take that game. But you know what we're gonna do for a second? Sorry. Oh yeah, so kudos for Manta. They just take that game. It was a tough one, but they made it look good.
Yeah, I mean, the night is still young. You know, there's still some Dota coming up. We're gonna go for a short break, and game 4 will be coming up after this.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to Otomu and Husky for casting almost 10 hours in Malaysia today. Let's give them a big round of applause. Okay, so my name is Andy. I'm the MC for Dota2 Southeast Asia Master Cup 2023. Thank you everyone for staying here, especially when thanks for the mall for allowing the additional time. And tomorrow is our final day where the teams will compete for 135,000 prize pool. All right. So the final score between Manta and Neon Esports is at 2-1. They will continue their battle tomorrow, and tomorrow we will determine 4 positions for Manta Esports, Neon, Genka, and also one more team is Yangon YG. So the tomorrow early game will start at 10 a.m. For those who are interested, please come down and support. We got lucky spin tomorrow that have free vapes, Sony headset, some prize pool. We start at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we will last until 10 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Once again, on behalf of the organizer, Events Can and Mice Neuro, sponsored by Tam, like to thanks for everybody for coming here tonight. Thank you, guys.
playa, devorarte como el sol de la mañana, viajando todo el día sin drama, solo tú y yo. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Siempre lo pasamos bien lindo, lindo. Un verano contigo lindo, lindo. Ey. Me fui de vacaciones, baby, me perdí, buscando el sabor que encontré en ti. Canela con dolor de Bacardi, lo sentí, baby, me tiene desenfocado, viendo doble, bien borracho, demasiado jodido contigo. Pasándolo contigo en la playa, devorarte como el sol de la mañana, viajando todo el día sin drama, tú y yo. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Un día bonito, bonito, un día bonito, bonito. Pasándolo contigo en la playa, devorarte como el sol de la mañana, viajando todo el día sin drama, solo tú y yo. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. La noche se acabó, pero tengo otra vez contigo. Le doy gracias a Dios, siempre. Pasándolo contigo en la playa, devorarte como el sol de la mañana, viajando todo el día sin drama, solo tú y yo. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Siempre lo pasamos bien lindo, lindo. Un verano contigo lindo, lindo. Ey. Me fui de vacaciones, baby, me perdí, buscando el sabor que encontré en ti. Canela con dolor de Bacardi, lo sentí, baby, me tiene desenfocado, viendo doble, bien borracho, demasiado jodido contigo. Pasándolo contigo en la playa, devorarte como el sol de la mañana, viajando todo el día sin drama, tú y yo. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Un día bonito lleno de alcohol, tomar un shot por ti, un shot pa' mí, un shot. Un día bonito, bonito, un día bonito, bonito. Pasándolo contigo en la playa, devorarte como el sol de la mañana, viajando todo el día sin drama.